This guy is our main character. He's just a supporting character who wants to live a normal life, but his destiny is to fall in love with major female villains. The student council president with overwhelmingly dominant strength. The beast-eared little sister assassin who can send people to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. The demon clan little sister is an SSS rank mage. And okay, no more beating around the bush, let's get started. According to the butterfly effect, the fate of humanity can change with just a small choice. In other words, this is a damn phenomenon, at least for me. Because up to now I've made more than a few regrettable decisions. Suddenly there was a loud pounding on the door and a shout that made him freeze. "Honey, are you listening to me? I'm coming in." Because she was sure he was in there. "You'd better open the door. I already asked Ophelia, the dorm manager. She said you don't have any classes today. Are you planning to ignore me completely?" He was now extremely irritated by that ear-splitting voice. She was nothing but a stalker. Then the person outside began to grit their teeth and the tip of a knife stabbed through the wooden door. "Fine, then I'll barge in myself." He panicked, drenched in sweat with his eyes wide. This crazy woman. Seeing the door being mauled by slash marks, Dud panicked and shouted loudly to stop her. "This is a violation of the rules. The student council president is the one who enforces punishment on those who break the rules." The more slash marks appeared on the door along with the terrifying threats. "Unfortunate for him. Because I am the student council president." The other person quickly strode in. "You've been avoiding me a lot lately, haven't you? To be precise, 32 times. Dud sat down on the floor in fear. Did she really count them? Elnor's beautiful face and seductive figure peeking out from under her hat. "I have a question for you." The gleaming silver tip of a shoe on the floor. "Dud Campbell, do you want to marry me?" He sat on the floor in a panic staring at her. "Elnor, wait." Another voice suddenly rang out, making Dud break into a cold sweat as he turned to look. "What are you saying, Princess Tristan?" Ceres was lounging on the windowsill speaking to her in a provocative tone. She actually targeted a man who was already taken. Is that how her family operates? He recognized her and cautiously called her name, Ceres. Elnor glanced at Ceres with a sharp look. "This place seems too bright for an assassin to hide in. Wouldn't there be too many witnesses?" She wasn't afraid but stuck out her tongue and winked mockingly. "Killing all witnesses is my creed, princess." Dud grew even more flustered. He leaned against the wall, looked up and hastily protested. "Wait, I'm really embarrassed. I never even considered marriage." Another loud noise rang out. A sturdy figure with striking green hair dropped down from the roof into the room. Elnor and Ceres were more solemn, only he looked ashen-faced as he called Lilu's name. Lilu shouted loudly, "Dud." She beamed with delight and offered, "Live with me." The more Lilu spoke, the more Dud's eyes grew horrified. The preparations for the wedding were almost complete. Now he only needed to follow her and that would be enough. Suddenly Yuria appeared from behind, radiating murderous intent as she swung a chain toward them. How rude. She casually stepped in front of him. "Dud, what on earth are you doing every day to end up surrounded by such trouble? As your fiancé I cannot ignore this." He could hardly believe his eyes. Yuria. Following that shock, Fainal arrived in a dramatic entrance riding a broomstick with swirling flames around her. "Could you people be quiet for once, you wretches? Dud belongs to me." Faced with that arrogant remark he seemed unable to hold back his feelings. Fainal. Elnor shot a cold glance. It seemed this really had turned into a scramble for him. Ceres was no less fierce. "You people are truly delusional." Lilu hurriedly urged him. "What are you still standing there for? Come with me quickly." Yuria was quick to offer him a solution. "Dud, I think you should refuse everything." Fainal, very serious about claiming him, looked at him. "If anyone opposes something already decided then there is only one possible outcome." In the end Dud was surrounded by 5 stubborn, domineering women, leaving him pale as if drained of blood. These women began lunging at each other for a decisive brawl. Trapped in the middle he wanted to scream his head off. How long were they going to keep arguing about nonsense? "Oh right, the survival game that threw me into this situation is called Savior Rising, or SR, a bright academy story for passionate young people. It carries a slight emo vibe but the characters are familiar and steady." The game Savior Rising. Like always I had beaten the game and watched the ending. I found it pretty entertaining and felt satisfied, but then the next day I was sucked into it. Does any of this make sense? This isn't like I cursed the game and some divine programmer targeted me. I have no feelings for the main character whatsoever. Anyway I had entered Dud, someone with no power at all, the son of an unnamed viscount, a third-rate background character in this world. The Campbell domain is mainly agricultural and has no dungeons, the kind that appear across the Empire. They are only mentioned briefly in SR's introduction. So the story of a Viscount's son being admitted to the Royal Academy was a tale that shook the whole world. The father finally spoke. "You're leaving at last," Dud cheerfully replied. "Yes, father, I'm off." Viscount Campbell wiped away tears and admonished, "You are the pride of our domain, take care of your health and don't cause trouble. Alfonte is where the noble descendants from across the Empire gather. The best thing a Viscount's son can do is avoid attracting attention, understand?" He obediently smiled and replied, "Yes, I understand." The system displayed his information, status information, Dud, strength F, agility F, stamina F, luck F, power F, skill information, no skills, mastery information, no special talents, special gifts, none. He helplessly frowned, sensing that everything was F. Even a veteran gamer had never seen anyone with such a disastrous starting stat line. The system showed the main quest notification to enroll and be assigned to a class. According to the game system, if you skip the quest you'll get a game over. And the Alfonte Academy he's about to enter will soon fall into chaos because of the villain's rampage. "I won't do anything that could endanger my life," he said firmly to reassure his father. "Don't worry, father. I'll do my best not to attract anyone's attention." The helpless father quickly denied, "That's not what I meant." But before he finished his sentence the son cut in, "I don't want to indulge in fanciful dreams about boosting the domain's reputation." Under the clear blue sky he was determined not to draw attention. He insisted his child didn't need top marks, just to be average. Viscount Campbell stammered to interject, "That's not what I meant. Isn't the protagonist supposed to handle everything? I was supposed to be invisible at the academy. My school life begins." Dud's face suddenly darkened when he saw the person opposite, but from the very beginning. "Why am I sharing a carriage with her? Elnor, the bloodthirsty one. Elnor, the corpse piler, Elnor Tristan. She is the final boss of this world." In the scenarios she and the protagonist constantly clash and her sanity gradually unravels. The dormant presence of the grey demon within her will ultimately consume Elnor's body, and then she becomes the final boss that no one can defeat except the protagonist who has completed her final development. Elnor was reading and softly asked him if he was alright. His complexion didn't look very good. He hastily stammered and forced a smile. I'm fine." He thought to himself that Princess Tristan seemed to value their image highly. She said coldly, "My sitting here instead of in first class is an intentional decision meant to show that we, a high noble family, can be approachable. Sorry for making you worry. Everyone who rides in a carriage with me has the same expression," he thought in surprise. "She's different from what I remember." The keywords used to describe Elnor are flawless competence and daring. But what is this sensitive side of hers? Her gaze slowly lifted, her pale pink eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She asked, "Why aren't you answering? Are you curious about something else?" He awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, Nothing at all. You're unexpectedly kind." Elnor picked up a glass of water and asked softly, surprised, "Have you heard anything unfavorable about me?" He hurried to object, but before he could say anything she continued, "Could it be that we've met before?" He thought he must be insane. Watching her sigh, he answered her, "It's just that I've heard you're rather strict." She replied, "You're a strange one." Dud's face darkened. He awkwardly admitted, "Yes, I often hear that." He quietly told himself, "I'm just a background character, don't get involved, don't get involved. It's best to stay silent and look outside." Now that he thought about it, the surrounding scenery was truly majestic. The large boulders were rolling toward us as well. "Wait, what the hell is that?" He suddenly widened his eyes at the rock flying toward him. He whispered, "Student Council President." Elnor frowned in puzzlement. Dud quickly raised his hand toward her and casually said, "Excuse me, may I ask?" The large rock, moving at an extremely high speed like a blazing flame, slammed straight into the window where he was. Thanks to armor recognition and crafting armor for the adult skeleton, Elnor always carries that thing with her. "I can't survive with all my stats at F." This action made Elnor suddenly open her eyes wide. In the dimness, Elnor asked, "Are you okay?" He, satisfied, buried his face in her chest and softly replied, She then asked, "Can you move?" "It's too heavy." When he lifted his face he was startled and cried out, "Ah." Dud awkwardly and bashfully stammered, "I'm sorry." She replied reassuringly, "It's okay, you did it to save me." He was inwardly surprised. What? She lay beneath, turned her face away and explained, "This is the first time someone has approached me so directly, but thank you, I understand what you meant so don't apologize." He shyly replied aloud, but in his head he thought, I charged at her only to benefit from her armor. Elnor stood up and asked his name. He unexpectedly asked back, huh? He looked at her and quietly wondered, I have a hunch I'll run into her often if I answer, so how should I reply, like, what are you planning to do? But then he gave his name, Dud Campbell. Hearing his name she instinctively repeated it, Dud Campbell. Her gaze returned to a cold sharpness as she said, all right, I won't forget, I'll repay you later. As soon as she finished speaking the system notified him, you have attracted the attention of an antagonist. The conditions to receive the special gift have been activated. You have received the skills Desperate Survival and Deadly Charm. Someone exclaimed in surprise, what? Looking at the car burning and crushed under a huge boulder, he called out loudly, did this train depart from Elfonte? Dud was being bandaged and treated for his wounds. He said that thanks to special security measures the casualties were few. He groaned softly in pain, it hurt so much. He asked helplessly where he had been hit. The wheels began to roll. One person instructed, those who have finished inspection may leave. Another replied promptly, yes. The carriages quickly moved toward the city gate. The system announced, special gift, Gift 1, Fate Attraction. You will receive more rewards when you attract the attention of those with the evil attribute. After reading the announcement he said thoughtfully, no wonder I couldn't find the activation conditions before, no matter what I did. In the Campbell territory, not to mention those with the evil attribute, even people with a neutral disposition are as rare as gold. Of course that gift cannot be activated, should I check more thoroughly? He sat in the ambulance carriage, the system continued notifying him to check, Desperate Survival Skill, Level Unknown, when facing danger your stats will increase according to the degree of peril, Deadly Charm Skill, Level Unknown, when facing those with the evil attribute you will more easily attract their attention, the more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. I stared seriously at the system screen and analyzed, Desperate Survival would certainly be useful in combat and help me stay alive, but the Deadly Charm, could I really obtain something like that? The system displayed a reminder, saying it would help attract the attention of those with evil traits. I read it and frowned in puzzlement. Evil trait, those in the game with this trait include, a berserk warrior who lives for battle, a sword god with a psychotic disorder who cuts down anyone within 3 paces, a violent assassin who will kill anyone as long as he is paid, a magic prodigy with a deeply warped mind. They're all troublesome types, but for now that's probably fine. The most important thing is to have skills that help me survive. But the strange thing was that the skill rank was recorded as a question mark. Although I'm a veteran player of SR, I've never seen this status before. What does it mean? The healer, seeing me frozen like that, spoke up and asked, are you alright? Do you need me to run a mental check again? I answered decisively, yeah, I'm really fine. The carriage resumed its journey. Upon arrival, Dud Campbell sat down in a chair and sighed. Someone standing above cleared his throat and spoke loudly and clearly, despite the unfortunate incident I still thank everyone for arriving here safely. This year's freshmen are wonderful. He was lost in thought, replaying his conversation with the healer. The man asked him, hey new student, I heard you rode in the same carriage as Miss Tristan. He replied coldly, so what? The man mocked him, you're just the son of an obscure viscount, you have no connections. Then he closed his eyes and calmly recounted, I too was a student at Elfonte, born into an obscure noble family. He was astonished to hear that. The man continued, do you think that you ending up in the same carriage with her among so many other choices was mere coincidence? Duke Tristan has had countless enemies, you'd be best to stay away from her from now on. Getting involved with that high nobility will only bring you trouble. Dud turned to look at Elnor and replied, I will remember that. Just then the system displayed a notification, Elnor, favorability low, 2, an event for the early stage of trust is about to occur. There's no way, I'm already drawn in whether I want to be or not. At an academy teeming with schemers it's no surprise she's a candidate for the final boss role. Just standing beside her can drag you into danger at any moment. While he was brooding someone suddenly shouted his name, Dud Campbell, you bastard. A burly, menacing guy rolled a sheet of paper into a tube and pointed it at him, shouting aggressively, why are you just standing there? The guy beside him immediately added with mockery, look at that country bumpkin. The man holding the rolled paper reminded him that everyone had already been paired up for sparring, only you are left standing alone. After the matriculation ceremony, the practical combat test will begin immediately, he said, and your opponent has been automatically chosen. Hearing that, he scratched his head and asked naively, excuse me, so who is my opponent? At the same time a creeping anxiety flared up in his heart. He thought to himself, if everyone else has already chosen, then wouldn't the one left last be the strongest? Elia stood above looking down and struck up a conversation with him. Hello. He looked up and cried out in surprise inwardly, Elia, the greatest genius in the world. She smiled cheerfully and asked him, do you need help? He looked at her and went weak at the knees, stammering in reply, I'm fine. No wait, he thought to himself, in the future she will become the savior and also the main character of Savior Rising. This girl is also the protagonist of Saving. Elia reached down from the stone platform and offered her hand to him. Dud's face darkened, his eyes filled with tears. Inwardly he thought, am I finished? From inside the room came voices as if taking attendance. Count Crichton has just arrived, and Viscount Galantier has as well now. A girl propped her chin and pondered, what's wrong with her? The enrollment duel was underway, so why was she late? She also seemed anxious. A young man asked, and what about Miss Tristan, when will she arrive? Before his words had fully faded, Elnor stepped forward with her clothes still stained with blood. She came to the central table and drove the bloodied sword into it. At the sight of this the girl seated in the main hall, as if unsurprised, raised an eyebrow and demanded, I have a lot to ask you, but where have you been? With the blood on her face still not wiped away, Elnor replied softly, I was handling a few matters. Elnor said, sorry, but I had other things to settle first. Hearing that, she showed no surprise at all and decisively answered, very well. In the dark of night with the full moon hanging high, they spoke to each other. Was anyone killed? Not many, only about a dozen people. Elnor folded her arms and began to recount, they tried to assassinate me. They dropped a boulder onto the Academy ship and tried to make it look like an accident. I found out who they were and happened to be nearby so I killed them. Elfonte, having heard this, admonished her, you should have let the Academy handle matters like that. Hearing that, Elnor turned her head slightly and replied coldly, what a nuisance. She glanced at her and, her voice like grinding stone, asked, or do you expect me to be some perfect person who only forgives those who tried to kill me? She could only helplessly remind her to avoid the conversation, but at least go change clothes first. The one-on-one admission duel is happening. If she goes now she'll see Elia, a rare genius, Elia Crixinax, and Dud. What the hell is this? Elnor repeated his name, Dud Campbell. The bespectacled girl looked at the file and replied, that's him. Do you know him? At a glance he didn't stand out at all. Elnor began to recall the image of Dud sitting in the carriage. Then she involuntarily smiled and murmured, that name is rather strange. Over here, the crowd below shouted and taunted, urging the rustic fighter forward, while he stood on the arena floor with a sword in his hand, shaking. Some even excitedly turned it into a gamble. Everyone was betting on how many moves he could withstand. Another person answered, what bet is there? If I get hit by her it's basically the end of me. Dud looked at Elia across from him and thought to himself, my stats are pathetic, if I get hit I'll die. But seen another way, this could be my chance. The situation is very dangerous so I have nothing to lose. The system announced, desperate survival skill, level, when you encounter danger your stats will increase according to the severity of the peril. Dud looked down at the cheering crowd below and silently guessed that the villains he would have to face were likely among them. If he doesn't die, at least he can attract their attention. With the advantage of this information and this stat buff, I can survive. Elia, seeing him standing there without reacting, called out, hey, and he, startled reflexively, blurted, huh. She made a shushing gesture and said, be honest. Hearing that, Dud's face gradually darkened, revealing clear confusion. Elia looked at him and asked, you're really weak, aren't you? He, upon hearing that, was astonished and speechless. Dud stammered in reply, that, she stepped closer and said confidently, I guessed right, didn't I? At first I intended to beat you to a pulp, but seeing your condition, she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, which made him even more unnerved. He fearfully stammered, beat me to a pulp. Why is that? She asked softly, you were riding with Miss Tristan, right? I hate her, not just her but the whole Tristan family. They are all devils in human disguise. Dud, hearing that, narrowed his eyes and silently thought, what nerve, to say that here, and she's not wrong. According to the storyline, she harbors a deep grudge against the Tristan house. It's a family feud we understand. Dud explained, I only happened to be in the same carriage as her. She, hearing that, proudly pointed the tip of her sword at him, but you still make me think of her. You annoy me so I plan to beat you to vent my anger. But never mind, or rather let's pretend to duel. He, hearing that, pondered, honestly, it sounds tempting, but if I don't get stronger quickly in the next 2 days, I won't survive. The only way to survive is to attract attention right now. Thinking that, Dud immediately suggested, just fight with all your strength. Dud began to provoke her. Actually, I quite like her. Elia suddenly widened her eyes and, in an utterly terrifying manner, stared at him. She tightened the sword in her hand and asked back, "Are you serious?" He answered inwardly, "Of course I'm lying, but if I want her to strike with full force this is the only way." With Dud's gaze firmer than ever he replied, "I'm as serious as the hatred you feel for her." System notification: the deadly charm skill activated, the villain's attraction to you has increased sharply, a new reward has been added to the gift catalog. Elia sneered softly and said, "Then I have no reason to feel guilty." As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged toward him. She swung a powerful blow, snapping the tip of the sword in his hand in two. The strike was incredibly quick and decisive, leaving Dud both surprised and terrified. He leaned back to avoid it, his face contorting as a result. Elnor asked in surprise, "You dodged that, so you are not completely useless after all." She said, "Then let me speed up a little." Hearing this, his face darkened with fear. Dud gritted his teeth, sweating as he stared at his opponent. The system flashed bright red, "Warning detected, dangerous situation, danger level not life-threatening." The desperate survival skill activated, at EX level. He seemed unable to control his hand and punched her squarely in the face, instinctively blurting out, "Huh," he thought to himself, "EX level." And that hand, full of immense power, struck Elnor mercilessly. Dud looked on in surprise, eyes wide, blue rays of light surrounding his body. He thought in amazement, "Isn't this the highest rank?" Dud's powerful punch left everyone around watching the match agape, and Elia was knocked far away into the stands. He remained stunned, frozen in his stance. Not much different from the audience, he too stood with his mouth agape, speechless. Everyone around seemed unable to believe what they were witnessing. They ground their teeth in fear. Dud, the one with all F-ranked stats, on his first day at Elefante Academy, had successfully subdued the protagonist of this world. In the building, an analytical voice sounded, "There are two possibilities. One is that this kid is an extremely skilled fraud. You change your mind so quickly, Conrad, after all this is really absurd." Conrad sat in his chair and said, "Those with insight could clearly see that before the match he had absolutely no combat skills or power. But that strike was definitely real." Atalanta, sitting opposite at the center, immediately asked back, "What do you mean?" He replied frankly and gloomily, "I mean no one in a hand could get back up after that blow, not even me." The most likely possibility is that he defeated Elia using some forbidden drug or tool, by some method he temporarily boosted his strength. And the second possibility is, he really is a monstrous genius. After that, Atalanta adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "It's hard to accept this victory. The Lord of the Calavan border, Elia's patron, certainly won't stand idly by. However, if they overlook a student with great potential, the academy would suffer a considerable loss. If he's really a fraud, it'll be exposed sooner or later, so let's just wait and see what happens." He asked, looking puzzled, "What do you mean?" Atalanta replied, "There are many interesting students this year, some so distinctive they require special treatment. If he's truly as special as you say, he'll certainly play an important role." Very quickly there was news about Dud. Breaking news, the whole world turned its gaze to Dud. Who exactly is he? Is he the descendant of a great knight or the strongest genius ever to set foot in the academy? Beneath the silly photo was a very clear caption, "The new star of the Calavan commander, shockingly defeated shortly after enrollment." He held the news sheet in his hand and sighed in exasperation, "These damn reports, are they serious?" The system displayed a notification, the profile information related to the special gift was updated. The system showed Elnor's information, character Tristan's details, reputation level from rank 1 to rank 2, rewards ready to claim, character event D1. Viscount Armit, curiosity level 2, received 100 points. He sullenly tossed the bulletin aside and sat back in his chair to relax and watch the system notifications. The system continued to display, Viscount Lupin, curiosity level 1, received 50 points, Viscount Durand, interest level 3, received 100 points. Dud looked up at the system screen, thinking to himself, if the development levels run from curiosity to interest to trust, and these points can be used in the points shop, he searched intently and then said, the person with the highest curiosity level is Elnor. But why does the final boss, who ought to have no interest in me, have so many? The system shows rewards claimed from Elnor's gift. You have acquired the Tristan swordsmanship trait. Dazed, he tapped the screen as he said, the Tristan family's sword technique, one of the top sword arts in the world, is quite a bargain. He hesitated inwardly. The problem is that this family is connected to demons, but never mind. survive first. The system displays character information. Elia Crixinax, Curiosity Level 4, cannot claim rewards at this time. Seeing this, Dud exclaimed in surprise, why is she on this list? He pondered curiously, the gifts are only for villains who have a positive interest in me, and she's not a villain, nor does she have any interest. As he was musing, a knock came from outside that made Dud start and whirl around. Someone outside called in, is this Dud's room? He thought for a moment, this voice sounds very familiar. The person outside was Elia, she said, Elia Crixinax here, can I come in? Hearing that, Dud was a little stunned. What is this? Why is she here? If I stay silent, maybe she'll go away. She looked bruised and pitiful. Standing outside the door she softly asked, hey, are you in there? If you don't answer, I'll break the door down. Dud heard this and panicked, shouting, wait, are you crazy? Elia heard that and affirmed, so you're in there then. Can you open the door? I have something to tell you. He gritted his teeth and asked, what is it? Elia leaned against the door and said awkwardly, it's just things to help us understand each other a little better. Dud heard this and was bewildered, wondering to himself, what the hell is going on? Looking down the long hallway with warm yellow lights, Elia frowned and glanced around. Then she turned away angrily, walking off and saying, he should go along with it, why is he so rigid? Elia recalled the moment she was dragged away, she had struggled and shouted at him, can't you be friends with me? Back in the present, Elia was both sulky and curious, he was somehow strange. She sighed and pondered, I don't know how to befriend a man. Because she was lost in thought and not watching where she was going, Elia collided with the person approaching, causing a small bag in that person's hand to fall to the ground. She knelt down to pick it up when the other person spoke, you should watch where you're going. Reproving her, she stammered, I. Elnor looked down and asked, are you okay? When Elia saw that the person in front of her was Elnor, she went weak and was speechless. The two of them said nothing, they only stared at each other. She suddenly remembered the desperate warning, run, Elia. That reminded Elia of that stormy night when whirlwinds and fire raged. When someone stood in front of her to settle the feud for her, she replied in a trembling voice, I'm fine. Elia's eyes were full of hatred, she thought to herself that she had reflexively grabbed her sword. At her current level, could she defeat her? Elnor Tristan, as soon as the name came to mind, Elnor gently reached out her hand. She was astonished, her eyes fixed on her, puzzled, but she had certainly seen her hand, so why did she have no reaction? Elnor spoke up, give it back. Elia picked up the bag and stood up and inferred, she was implying that she didn't even need to react to her. Her hand trembling, she handed the small bag back to Elnor and said, here, take it. In Elia's heart she still hesitated, Dud, why is he also familiar with her? The two of them passed each other. Elia reminded, go to the right, go past this turn and you'll reach Dud's room. Elnor suddenly froze on hearing that. Then she called Elia back and questioned her in confusion, wait, how do you know where his room is? Elnor's face darkened, her brows furrowed as she answered, I've been with him the whole time. Elia asked again, for what purpose? Elia wondered inwardly why the girl was so hostile, she thought that yet still smiled back politely, for the sake of friendship among the new students. Elnor sternly reminded her, new students are not allowed to socialize with members of the opposite sex. Upon hearing this she was extremely surprised by the newly added rule, she was filled with murderous intent and slowly repeated, not allowed. Elia asked in puzzlement, is there any law that says that? Before she finished Elnor interrupted her sternly, I have just made a rule, from now on you are not allowed to go to his room anymore. She scratched her head in confusion and asked, excuse me, but what does the president have to do with him? She turned and walked away as she called back, nothing at all, however, remember exactly what I just told you. Watching her back as she left, Elia thought of what Dud had said, that when he fights he is as serious as her hatred for that girl. She fumed to herself that there was something between those two, even if only a little, I should keep moving closer to him. The Elefante Academy's class placement exam is designed to meticulously analyze every aspect of the academy. After a one-on-one match students are grouped, and because I defeated the warrior candidate, I was placed in the highest tier group. Everyone else looked proud, while I was the only one who seemed worried. The biggest problem is this girl. Yesterday I pushed her away, but now she's in the same group as me. The system continued to display a notification, character information for Elia. The interest level is approaching interest, the curiosity level is 5, the reward cannot be claimed yet, but it's nearly time for the interest status to change. An important character will have a special event when the interest status changes, he thought helplessly. Her interest level has risen again, what is happening? He remembered that last night a package of snacks and a letter had been sent wishing him luck on this exam. Dud began to analyze it in his head. Is someone watching me? Why are all these things happening to me? A call rang out. Group 1, it's your turn. He sighed and thought, set that aside for now, focus on the exam first. There probably won't be too many incidents, since this is part of the main storyline. The system displayed character information for Elnor Tristan, Trust Level 2, a character event will occur soon. Elnor stood erect and spoke solemnly, pleased to meet you, I am Elnor, the person in charge of this exam. He was extremely surprised to see her. What, this definitely cannot be a coincidence. Elnor's event had originally been planned for today, but she is directly in charge of our group. If nothing happens during this exam, then that would be the unusual thing. The 5 people sitting around the round table watched intently through the orb set in the middle. They shared the same view. If he truly is a genius capable of defeating the warrior candidate, we also want to see how he will perform in this trial. Let the team leaders oversee the exam, just in case something happens. Elnor waved her hand and said, first, move to the testing area, we'll answer questions when we get there. Luca blurted out in surprise, they must have invested a lot in this place. Someone ahead immediately told him to be quiet and to follow along. Luca. They all walked into a dark place together. Someone exclaimed, this place looks amazing. Another said, the lights just went out. Elnor fell silent and brooded. Elia beside her, seeing this, urged, hey, you said you'd answer questions when we got there, so is this part of the test? Dud was staring at the lever and pondering. He thought to himself, I think I can answer this. The entrance has been sealed and the power has been cut. The system suddenly announced, the Elnor event is now in effect. He read it and sighed, thinking, this is a trap, not a test. The system displayed character information for Elnor Tristan, the event following the assassination. The surviving assassins are still targeting her. Protect this person. One of the new students in the group spoke up to reassure them, they'll handle it, don't worry. Another person with long red hair said that, but we should move, no one knows what might happen here. Dud stood watching from a distance. He thought, wait, now I notice. All of these people are members of the protagonist's party. If I remember the script correctly, this is where they first met. In other words, everyone in this room is quite important to the story. As soon as he thought that, he gestured at a wall and said decisively, I think the central hall is the most logical place to move to. One of them exclaimed in surprise, what the hell, there's a map there. Dud continued, there certainly aren't any relief supplies there. Most importantly, it's a large area. It will be easier to defend against ambushes than these narrow corridors. The blonde girl named Trisha, putting on a frightened look, asked back, ambushes? He continued to persuade, the 2 of them have probably sensed it too, right, the president and Elia, we're not the only ones here. They heard it and didn't know how to respond. Alright, we'll go this way, Elia asked blankly. Why? He replied briefly, because it's necessary. She angrily pointed at him and said, but why? It's completely the opposite of the central hall. Dud's face darkened. He replied dejectedly, I can't say it right now, but this is very important, I'll explain later. He looked at Elnor and thought, it's really important. I'm not lying to them. Nothing is more important than protecting one's own life, right? Footsteps echoed in the night. Dud spoke up, okay, then he continued walking. Recalling the powerful punch he had landed on Elia, he inwardly marveled that defeating Elia had given his words some credibility. Now he just needed to hide until this event was over. After all, the assassination target is Elnor, so they won't pay attention to me. I just need to find a quiet corner and wait. As he was working out his plan, suddenly someone called, hey you over there. He tilted his head slightly to look. A very suspicious, tall man looked at him and asked, I'm here to repair the electrical system. Could you show me the way? My eyes can't see clearly in the dark. Dud was getting irritated when the system displayed a red notification, warning of a detected dangerous situation. The group kept moving in the darkness. Trisha stomped into a puddle with a splashing sound. She called, hey Elia, do you think Dud will be okay going alone? What if something happens? Elia suddenly realized something and answered, he must already have a plan. Whatever he's doing, something feels wrong. They stood talking without knowing that many mysterious, masked figures were hiding above, lying in wait to ambush them. But it had all been detected by Elnor. She glanced up slightly. Dud over here was walking with the repairman. He schemed. The vanguard had been wiped out by that cunning woman. But that would only happen if we weren't here. Even this guy could be easily fooled. Dud continued to walk nonchalantly ahead of him. The 2 of them walked. Dud spoke. Ahead of us was the equipment room. He remained pensive. As a professional assassin I can judge a person's skill just by watching their movements. And this one is just an amateur. I can toy with him a little before finishing him off, then I'll take his body and eliminate Miss Tristan. Dud glanced back slightly when he received no reply. The other began to tear off his mask, in his hand he held a short sword. Good, it's time to reward you. He sighed in exasperation and replied, thank heavens, just as I predicted. If the opponent had any real skill, I could have been in danger. Fortunately, your gait and even that nasal snuffle, you're still the same as in my memory. He frowned in anger and thought, what the hell is he saying? Dud began to grip his sword tightly and said, let's see, desperate survival ability, rank A. His slight hesitation made him frown and think, I really don't know what else to say. After all, he's just a weakling, I'll finish him off immediately. Dud was now in a fighting stance as well, both hands gripping the sword tightly. Elsewhere, a man in black was slammed hard against the wall. Another man was struck by an arrow, red blood spattered around. They all worked together in perfect sync, taking down the entire ambush party. One of them wondered aloud, damn, they're weaker than I thought. Elia turned and barked, Palkas, freeze them. She inwardly wondered, what about Elnor? At the thought of Elnor, she planted her foot hard on the ground. A single swing of her sword sent 4 ambushers flying into the wall. One cried out in pain, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. The man beside him immediately collapsed. Elnor stepped up to one of the ambushers and interrogated him, besides you, was anyone else deployed? If you don't answer, I'll break your neck. His hands frozen and seized by fear, he trembled as he replied, the Crescent Guild, has met. She asked again, is he in this building? The man answered, I can't tell you. Hearing that, she grew angry and decisively stamped on his face. She lifted him upside down and coldly asked again, is that assassin here now? She stared at him intently, he replied shakily, yes, he came with us. Elia from behind also raised her voice to question, what made you risk your life like that? The other one answered, they tried to kill me. Hazmet of the Crescent Guild is an assassin who can assume the appearance of others after killing them, so then who is truly the most dangerous person in this building? Elia frowned and thought, on reflection there is only one person, she stammered softly, could it be? Dud made himself bait to draw out the strongest enemy, they are the assassins targeting you, so why did he go so far? What is the real relationship between the two of you? Elnor replied coldly, I already said there's nothing between us. At least as far as I know. Over there, Hazmed cursed under his breath, damn, a professional assassin like me was defeated, the guardian soul should have been a non-physical barrier that only reacts to weapons, so why are there traces of Tristan swordsmanship here? This school is an ancient and mysterious place, so that makes sense. But an assassin is a weapon in himself. But why? Dud used only one move and yet left him battered. Not giving him a chance to counterattack, he stabbed him through the heart. The system displayed a notification, you have successfully executed the Tristan sword technique, your Tristan sword technique attribute has increased. He looked at the sword in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought angrily, Tristan sword technique, it seems I shouldn't have engaged him in the first place. Then he sat back against the wall, said with difficulty, it turns out you were the one luring me into the trap, who are you? He asked in confusion. The system continued to display, the deadly charm skill has been activated, the villain was stunned by your meticulous plan. Thanks to the game system, you can't use weapons at a save point, that's why I brought him here. He sneered when he saw you didn't respond and said, I guess you had no intention of answering, fine, kill me. He replied calmly, I'm not going to kill you. He asked in surprise, why? You didn't answer him but only instructed, pass on this message, don't be foolish enough to approach Miss Tristan, and also tell them that even a top-tier assassin like you nearly lost your life. Thinking of Elnor's dark expression, he silently surmised, I don't know who gave the order, but it's very likely they won't stop. If that happens, the chance of the Grey Demon in Elnor awakening will be even higher, so I want to snuff out this danger from the start. He looked at him, sneered and asked, and what if I come back? He didn't hesitate and directly challenged him, then go ahead and try again, because next time I'll protect her too. He asked him doubtfully, is Miss Tristan really that important to you? He answered bluntly, let's say that's the case. Upon hearing that he was suddenly dumbstruck. The system displayed a notification, the deadly charm skill has been activated, the villain's favorability spiked dramatically. Elnor, hearing them speak, looked at him in bewilderment. Dud turned around to look. Elnor was now stepping toward him. In a room of the student council at Elfonte Academy, a hoarse, pained voice cried out, oh my god, it's all a mess. I understand why the institute's director is angry, but ordering me to track down the organizer immediately. I already have a mountain of work to deal with. This academy really is a mess, judging by the route and timing of the assassination. it's almost certain there's a spy within. Elnor, I know the political infighting aimed at you is an everyday affair, but this is the second assassination attempt. They seem very determined, yet in response to that concern, Elnor seemed almost indifferent and spoke evasively. I wonder. The quick-witted friend speculated. The girl continued, well, this case seems a bit different. Whoever is behind this, I'm sure they'll act again. And the people who accompanied her last time were all commended, yet not a single one of them was killed. As for Dud, he's the only one with no record of being commended. There's no reason he shouldn't have been acknowledged, and I don't know why that's the case. It's as if he deliberately avoided the Academy's attention. After hearing a series of analyses and the team's concerns, Elnor simply said, I wonder. The friend, cut off, shouted angrily, I'll punch you if you say, I wonder, one more time. Elnor wasn't afraid and even calmly provoked her, go ahead and try. Far too annoyed, she casually grabbed a bottle and threw it at her friend while shouting loudly, what's gotten into her? Elnor easily caught the bottle and asked without emotion, what's wrong with you? Her friend said impatiently, you've been absent-minded all day, can you focus at all? I don't know what's happening, but if you don't tell me I won't help you anymore. Elnor then suddenly spoke up, I think I'm beginning to take an interest in someone. So surprised she couldn't believe her ears, her friend asked again, what? Elnor gently repeated once more, I said I'm interested. Immediately a question popped out, without thinking, who? Elnor replied shyly, you just mentioned him, didn't you? Her friend asked in surprise, Dud Campbell. Silence fell over the room for several seconds. The girl finally seemed to process the information and asked in astonishment, wait, hold on, you like that rustic fellow? Elnor objected at once, I never said that. Her friend looked at her worriedly and asked, really, I don't know what he did to catch your eye, but what if Duke Tristan hears about this? Elnor only replied, that old man would certainly be furious. She stepped forward to put back the vial she just caught and said casually, and I'm not even fond of him, which made her friend, seeing that indifferent attitude, think to herself, probably so. Alphonte rubbed her head tiredly and said to her friend, for heaven's sake, don't deny it, after all, whatever he does he treats you quite well, doesn't he? Normally you'd begin to be suspicious right away, being a lady of the Tristan household you should be more careful. Elnor answered calmly, that's true, but I'm only testing him. She looked at the photo on the student's file and said, if you look closely it should be fine. Her friend didn't quite understand and asked back, what do you mean? In the dorm room, Dud, the person just mentioned, was stretched out on the bed, oddly staring at the Academy's notification letter. He also said something similar. What could that mean? The letter read, regrettably, the Academy is currently unable to notify you of your class. The academic team is still conducting a project to ensure optimal results. You can expect good news in the future. After reading it, he felt nothing about the notice and only thought, I don't want to hope for anything, just throw me into some class and forget about me. But according to the rules, shouldn't I be placed in a special class like Elia's group? Why are they excluding me like this? Dud saw another notification arrive. The first main quest had been completed, new information had been updated. The main quest was to resolve an incident that would occur during the freshman welcome ceremony. The reward was exclusive equipment crafting materials. He began analyzing the new quest. The freshman welcome ceremony was where the protagonist's class was decided, archer, warrior, mage, priest. One specialty would be determined by what one focused on developing. Like Elia uses a sword, I would also go the route of focusing on strength. By doing so, I would receive suitable exclusive equipment crafting materials. There was only one problem. Dud clicked on the notification board about the newly updated character. The character information for Elnor Tristan showed the trust rating temporarily increased from level 2 to level 5 due to a special effect. Special rewards may be available. This is an important character for an upcoming special event. The remaining time for the related event is 3 days. Next is the character information for Elia Crixinax, with an interest level of 5. Needing to reach the threshold for an affinity change. This is an important character for an upcoming special event. The remaining time for the related event is 3 days. Dud slumped forward, clutching his head in exhaustion, thinking that the final boss, the protagonist, and the main quest event are all happening at once. Something big is definitely about to occur. Suddenly a notification arrived. The obtained skill was skill copying, allowing him to copy a skill from a target. He stared at the flashing lines in astonishment and panic. Damn, what the hell is this? Copying skills, that's crazy. He had never expected this situation at all. The joy arrived so unexpectedly. Can I copy the final boss's skill? But he hesitated. No, using it now would be far too wasteful. Although Elnor can currently stand at the top of the Academy's food chain, like the protagonist Elia, she is also a final boss with growth potential. Later she will gain dozens of overpowering skills, so there is no reason to use the skill copy right now. For now he needs to prepare for the event that will take place over the next 3 days. Luckily I knew something that could help me survive. Taking advantage of the darkness, he hurried to a warehouse deep within the academy's abandoned district. It was the old armory. Looking at the dilapidated place before him, Dud exhaled. It was great to have been able to use the point shop before coming here. He had outfitted himself with several items for this operation: a speed drug that raises speed at a low level, a shadow mask that boosts agility at a low level, cat shoes that support soundless footsteps at a low level. After getting past each layer of security, I finally arrived at one of the hardcore treasure hunting spots. Nimble like a night cat, Dud climbed the wall easily and quietly. He landed with a precise jump. Among the items exchanged from the system this time there was something rather special: a recovery cake that restores your stamina like never before. It sounds like an ad, but it really works. Now let's look around. He rummaged through the piles of old stuff filling the warehouse. Chewing the cake, he thought, I've already found all the other important things, now only one last item remains. Once I find it, the supreme divine relic, an ancient censer containing 1,000 years of power. He took out the censer and whispered to himself, alright, everything I need is complete. Suddenly Dud looked up with a stunned expression. Turns out when he took the censer, he inadvertently loosened a stack of wooden crates. He stared at them in panic. The crates began to topple down. Dud panicked, thinking, damn, I knew things couldn't keep going my way. Suddenly, after the pile of old junk fell down, a girl appeared asleep, startling him. He picked her up and was utterly shocked to recognize her as Yuria. At the same time she woke up and, surprised, said, "Ha, Yuria, the boss of Chapter 2, nicknamed the Cursed Sword Goddess. The thing I just picked up is hers. So it turns out she usually hides out here." Suddenly the system issued an emergency alert, detected a dangerous, life-threatening situation, the desperate survival skill activated at X rank. Yuria tightened the chain around her hand, the tense atmosphere made him fearful. He hurriedly said, "Sorry for waking you, but actually..." But before he could finish the sentence, Dud, with a panicked expression, was attacked by Yuria swinging the chain. Back then it was only a one-on-one duel with Elia. The attack was very strong, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. The cold iron tip of a sword slid past, making him fully realize the predicament before him. But now, this was a matter of survival. During the fight, Dud more than once tried to explain, "It's a misunderstanding, I didn't mean to do anything while she was asleep," he thought painfully. Even with X-level power, his whole body still ached. Yuria did not answer, but contempt flashed in her eyes, cold and full of suspicion. Not giving Dud time to rest, Yuria tightened her grip. The chain growled through the air like an angry steel serpent. Meanwhile he only dodged and kept saying, "Please." She lunged forward, murderous intent flaring with each movement, and he once again managed to quickly dodge the attack to minimize his injuries. Yuria's eyes widened in astonishment, then without saying a word she launched a storm of strikes. Dud retreated in panic, his heart pounding in his chest. He thought to himself, luckily he knew what to do to avoid being hit again. The sword's tip shot toward him like a lightning bolt, but he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and stood motionless. He held his stance without moving, but strangely the miraculous blade stopped, pausing less than a knuckle's width from his face. Right after that Yuria reeled in the chain, and from his prior experience he breathed a sigh of relief. The range was 3.5 paces, any foe entering that zone would be taken down instantly, but in return she could not advance even a single step. That was the mechanism of Yuria's curse, an absolute limit. Seeing him standing at that distance, she said, "Can you take one step forward?" Dud answered at once without hesitation, "Go ahead and slash me then." Her eyes never leaving him, she replied bluntly, "Yes," but at that moment, Dud realized he couldn't escape either. In the silent space, her stomach suddenly growled. In that very moment, Dud suddenly realized, wait, this is her private area, because she must be isolated from everyone, even teachers rarely come here. He thought for a moment then spoke gently, "Hey, would you like a cake?" Then Dud spread out his hand. In his palm were a few energy recovery cakes he had bought from the system earlier, which would help restore stamina like never before. He basically thought people always feel hungry in situations like this. Yuria saw him act like that and snapped angrily, "I'm not going to be tempted by such petty tricks. Are you really trying to bribe me with food?" Dud didn't say another word, he simply tossed the cake out, yet by instinct Yuria flew out and caught it like a little puppy. The atmosphere eased thanks to the cake. She spoke up, "All right, I suppose this was just a mistake." Dud also thought to himself, she really can't communicate when she's hungry. Dud finally dared to exhale, muttering under his breath, "That was close." Yuria stood obediently behind him, suddenly asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The question made him pause. He thought to himself, to steal things, but of course he couldn't say that. He opened his mouth and answered righteously, "I came to bring you food. Someone I know asked me to look after you." Yuria munched the cake while glancing at him curiously. "An acquaintance. Leaving a small impression now might be useful later. In the game there's no way I would meet Yuria this early," so he added aloud, "Oh right, don't worry, your sister is still fine in the Holy Empire. The current emperor doesn't care about the two of you, but needless to say, for now you'd better stay put, I'll come back." Yuria originally came from the Holy Empire. She had to hide in Elefante because of the Holy Emperor. Yuria's sword was notorious as an evil artifact, and as the sword's binding vessel she was forced to bear the three-step curse. So mentioning her only remaining relative should be fine. She must have been through so much, and had little hope left. Cut to the next morning, sunlight pouring over the scene, a pleasant voice rang out across the open space, "That's the academy building, there's the arena, and over there is the training ground. You can see everything from here, right?" "Yes." The presenter was none other than Principal Ophelia. She was guiding her students. "You will have to choose a major and a minor, production, academics, martial arts, and faith. You already know about these 5 departments, right?" A curious student called out below, "Does our tribe have the same education system as the Holy Empire?" Principal Ophelia smiled, not offended by the question. On the contrary, she seemed pleased. "That's right, we teach much like we're training in the Grand Cathedral. Don't think about transferring away, let me explain more about the departments." Amid the students listening to the instructions, Dud stood silently, his mind sinking deep into his own thoughts. This was an orientation event where he could gather more information about this world, but he couldn't skip it. All the effort up to now would be wasted. Dud grew impatient, thinking, why do they keep asking, when he saw a young man nearby point toward the distance and ask, "Does Principal Ophelia manage that area?" Separated almost completely from the academy, a vast region appeared, shrouded by a shimmering barrier, the faint light like a border between the real and the unreal, between magic and reality. The teacher said, "That's right, but it's a forbidden area, anyone who enters will be punished immediately." In Dud's mind a thought surfaced, the void. It was the remnants of the historic war between heaven and hell. It was here that the divine messengers and the chosen warriors sealed the demons. Though hundreds of years have passed, the aftershocks of divinity and death still collide unceasingly. This area is extremely important in case the demons break the seal. So the Holy Empire, the Tribal Alliance and the Empire established a golden triangle to monitor this area. Elefante and the other academies are also part of that system. Snapping out of his thoughts and returning to the present, the atmosphere of the student orientation came back into sharp focus. Luca, with his striking hair standing out in the crowd, raised his hand, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and excitement. "Principal Ophelia, could we come a bit closer to take a look?" Ophelia replied gently, "Standing at the edge of Seraph's protective shield is permitted, inside it we will be safe." Within the crowd, Dud gave a small pleased smile, quietly grateful. "All right, the plan now is to leave, have lunch, then come back here. I have other things to take care of." The angels, those who can overturn mountains and drain oceans, and the seraph, beings higher than angels, were the ones who formed this barrier. The group of students was now standing right before the barrier, only a few steps from the void. Ophelia raised both hands and spoke cheerfully, "Let's have lunch here." The students smiled happily, resting and looking around at the same time. Although they were standing before one of the most dangerous places, it is only thanks to Seraph's barrier that the academy can exist near this area. Dud clenched the strap of his satchel and looked to Ophelia for permission. "Could I step a little farther away? I feel uncomfortable standing here." She frowned slightly at that and thought, this boy has been the subject of much class gossip about what happened, yet still admonished him, "You can't go far, or you'll get into trouble." Dud answered quickly, "Yes." From afar Talion saw that and muttered angrily, "That country bumpkin is starting to get arrogant, just because he's getting attention, is that it?" In a secluded place, Dud took out an ancient censer, placed powdered Chelan horn, phoenix feathers, and a fan made of coral into it. Everything was ready. The supreme divine relic, a portable censer carrying divine power. At that very moment, a ring of ethereal light suddenly appeared in the air. He stared at it without blinking, wondering if he had missed anything. He had come all the way to use this. The object would allow him to access entities that ordinary people would never dare to dream of. Dud stood before a great explosion but showed no sign of fear. A haze formed, a voice rang out from somewhere. "Where did you say the Allied forces were?" he said, I told them to level the ground, not to dig trenches and leave them. He looked up intently ahead, they said the seraphs did it. Following his gaze, he saw someone digging who said, look, hey recruit, you think leveling means digging holes, well, the thing is the ground is too hard. Someone replied, that shovel in your hand probably isn't any tougher. Wait, just as he finished speaking, Ezer and the man beside him turned to look at him. He involuntarily asked, what's up with that human fellow? He's been staring this way for a long time, but whatever, at least he's quiet, better than those who loiter and disturb people while they're working. Suddenly Ezer stepped forward with a terrifying expression, immediately questioning, why did you suddenly stop like that? Your shovel isn't moving, he stammered. That. A magic circle appeared before him. Meanwhile the two people over there were still arguing. It's moving here, sir, spread out, don't dig down anymore. Then the other shouted in a somewhat frightened tone. A frog jumped out. After a while, a vehicle came up with two loudspeakers. The person in the vehicle called out, hey everyone, the holy mud bricks are here, hurry and unload. An angel wondered, how many? No sooner had he finished than sacks of bricks were thrown to the ground with the reply, a lot. Then a shout rang out. The woman driving the vehicle saw an angel eating a cookie while on duty and asked, why are you sitting over there eating a cloud cookie like that? He replied suspiciously, you're the driver, right, and I'm a soldier too, please conserve your strength and drive off. He stood before the magic circle observing. Ezer urged the other angels, hey, don't you see the seniors are working, hurry up. Upon hearing that he ran off as fast as he could, stammering, Corporal Ezer, I'll do it right away. Suddenly a boy stepped forward and asked the captain, Captain, haven't the supplies arrived yet? The captain replied, sorry, the transport vehicle is delayed, they're fixing it, please wait a little. There was another complaint from over there, Corporal E, it's broken. Hearing that Dud chuckled to himself, thinking, no wonder the angels don't bother to take on a tidy human form. If one had to describe angels they'd be like an army. They have a clear hierarchy with a strict chain of command. This world has its own rules. Meeting angels can only happen from chapter 2 onward, while direct contact with higher-ranking angels would only be possible much later. I know what they want, something simple and basic. Just a moment later, the place where he was sitting was filled with neatly packed food in paper boxes. Dud exclaimed, thank you for the meal. He immediately took the first bite. The delicious taste made Dud close his eyes to savor it. That aroma drew the angels' attention and they murmured to one another, he's still looking this way, what did he bring? Look at him eating so heartily, can we ask for a little? You still haven't met the requirements, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the bricks. Suddenly he smiled and said, dear angels, please eat before you continue working, otherwise you'll become exhausted. With that said, the food boxes were instantly transported elsewhere. The system notification appeared, offering delivery complete. The pastries were brought to the angels who were working. They turned to one another and smiled happily. Ezer said loudly, this guy really is something. Alright, break time, 10 minutes, does anyone have any rolls? There was even steak. What a considerate person. Dud thought to himself, the rules of this world are different from the real world. A single meal for himself was already enough for all of them. As a few more rays of light appeared in the sky, voices rose from the ground. We're full, how extravagant. While we're still doing this, bring it here. The censor next to him, you came to us because you needed a favor, right? Give it here, I will grant you a blessing. Say it, but it must be reasonable, I'll try to meet your request. Hearing that, he thought in astonishment, just like that, already agreed. I had prepared a whole arsenal of negotiation plans. Is there such an easy path in the original? He seemed to read all those thoughts. Ezer's face contemplative. You're wondering why someone as ordinary as you is being treated so well, I know. You think he can see through things, just by observing he can discern the true nature of something. Now it's your turn, his gaze fixed on you. It seems you understand matters quite well, you possess an ability but have not developed it at all. Invest in it now, you'll benefit greatly later. Hearing that, Dud was even more astonished. What, is he talking about that gift? He means my trait, the one loved by darkness. Ezer added, that gift is much stronger than you think, however how you use it is entirely up to you, but it is also because of it that you have drawn the attention of a cruel but oddly friendly monster. He was worried but showed no emotion. Damn it, I knew it, after getting the censor, I'll figure out every possible strategy. I must optimize my path of survival at all costs. In just a second, Ezer transformed into another form, with a tone of praise. An ordinary person hearing those words would immediately panic, but he began to analyze and strategize calmly. I see, a great human being is gradually taking shape. It seems I have nothing to worry about anymore. All right, I've finished bestowing the blessing, he replied. Thank you, sir. Different voices rang out. Sergeant, why did you say those things to a human? Routing complete, almost done. Meanwhile he remained bewildered by his thoughts. Cruel but friendly, what does that mean? And me? A great person, isn't he overestimating me? Before leaving, Ezra still turned back to say his final words. Believe in yourself, I acknowledge you. The conversation ended, the circle vanished in an instant. He sat there dazed for a long while. Dud sighed because he had just accomplished his goal. I was only trying to work hard because I didn't want to die, but in any case this was a warning from an angel, so I'll think it over carefully. When the sensor hovered in the air, the system displayed the Supreme Divinity C+ containing a special power from divine beings of another world. It has 2 ascetic skills, convert all additional stats into stamina by consuming a small amount of mana, cooldown 20 seconds, can evolve through proof of faith, protective shield, spend a small amount of mana to create a one-time protective barrier and gain a stamina effect, cooldown 20 seconds, can evolve through holy wound. He closed his eyes, his mind troubled by vague thoughts. That angel had granted him some rather useful blessings. Physical stats are related to health, so they directly affect survivability. Because my desperate struggle to survive can help me raise those stats quickly, these skills will certainly be very useful, but the most important thing is evolution. In this world, things that can develop naturally improve their performance over time. Getting this so early in the storyline is truly a stroke of luck. A system notification appeared, consumes a small amount of mana, he thought. But the problem is that it's only a distant dream for someone like me, without a single relevant trait. If I still can't use mana now, I'll have to find another temporary substitute. That's also why I came here. The person in front of him reminded him, you're not concentrating at all. Dud replied, I'm still listening. Did you hear what I said? I heard everything. You said we should form a party of 2, right? He said with a somewhat vacant expression, you know what a team of 2 is, so where is your companion? Hearing this, he smiled confidently and replied, she'll arrive soon. He sneered, who would agree to go with someone as unknown as you? Dud said, I'm not lying, this place will be crowded soon. What are you talking about? He glanced at his watch and reasoned, my companion is more than merely famous. He thought to himself, she should appear soon, judging by how things are unfolding. No sooner had he finished speaking than Elia appeared right behind them. Hello, sorry, is this the Monster Research Department? Dud turned to greet her, thinking to himself, actually at first I didn't intend to get involved with the main character, but I changed my mind, especially after hearing that old angel's advice. Elia also recognized him and mumbled under her breath, Dud. Dud turned back to confer with Elia, are the things she said about getting to know each other better still valid? She was flustered, for a moment unsure how to reply. Recalling the past, Elia had said, I really liked that person. But no sooner had she finished speaking than she was hauled away by a warden. The two were separated, others whispered, freshmen are forbidden to date each other. What is the relationship between the two? They kept interrogating them, nothing. What is Dud doing? You said there's nothing between us. Dud offered a friendly handshake. She was flustered, thinking to herself, he's incredible. Dud has no effective method, so now he's resorted to tactics to make people jealous, which I had only heard rumors about. Just how delusional is this guy? The simulated dungeon academy. In the dark space only 4 ruddy red dots appeared. Someone spoke up and asked, Dud, are you sure about this? Dud tried to persuade her with a somewhat unconvincing face. Trust me, didn't you want to be friends with me? Do you remember the first time we met? You were about to hit me, Elia replied, her tone a little awkward. Of course, although I was the one who took the hit. Then he immediately switched to combat mode, his expression utterly serious. Then he shouted, pointing forward, if you really want to be friends with me after that, then do as I say. Now, to the 9 o'clock direction, 3 of them. Immediately that huge monster roared in fury, its sharp teeth as if it could crush enemies at any moment. It raised a fist to attack. She suddenly shouted, huh, she launched a sword strike that swiftly severed the monster's head. Everything happened in an instant. At that moment Dud spoke again, 2 more from the ceiling. They were 2 monsters much like bats, but they had long fangs and deep red, razor-sharp eyes, looking extremely vicious. Using his observation combined with his knowledge and experience, Dud quickly identified their weak spot as the neck. Don't aim for the wings, attack straight at their bodies. Elia reacted swiftly, launching 2 sword strikes into their bodies. At this point she spoke, sounding displeased, Dud, don't just stand there giving orders, lend me a hand. but she only received a curt reply, no. He continued to observe and issue instructions. 2 blades were hurtling in from both left and right, but she only needed to bat them aside. Just hold on for 10 seconds. The blades came at a dizzying speed, but surprisingly Elia moved deftly and avoided them all. Following Dud's directions came a paralytic toxin, the venom sprayer on the right. Destroy it immediately. Elia delivered a decisive sword stroke that cut that venom sprayer in half. Dud kept directing, dodge the 3 arrows coming from behind, stay still, 3 2 1, now, there's an attack from the rear. Hearing that, Elia panicked and spun around immediately. Though caught off guard, she still managed to block the strike thanks to Dud's guidance and her quick reflexes. Faced with the situation just now, Dud giving instructions and her following them made Elia feel annoyed. If he already knew everything like this, he might even handle it better than I would. Working together we'd get through this door much faster. He had only been cheering and giving directions instead of fighting. Hearing Elia say that, he went rigid. I also wanted to help so much, but I couldn't. I was just a worthless character with all stats at F rank. This is only a simulated match with no real danger, so my desperate survival skill won't activate. These are just artificial entities operating according to preset programming. Because desperate survival isn't an all-powerful skill, I have to quickly increase my stats. Suddenly Elia lunged toward Dud, her face terrifyingly resolute. She charged with her sword raised, shouting, Dud. He went pale, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted, his smile was forced. It was so cruel. Elia jumped up and unleashed a powerful slash. That blow severed the head of a large humanoid monster behind Dud. Her face was fiercely combative and confident. Dud, witnessing that, could only gape in astonishment. She had just landed, paper fireworks were launched, the speed was terrifying, she had just broken the previous record. Elia, still not fully composed, asked in confusion, what the hell is happening? I fought alone and set a record. This was supposed to be a 2-person challenge. How did it become like this? His smile was slightly forced. He thought to himself, despite seeming messy, I'm truly a genuine strategist. Then Dud replied to Elia, we're in luck, the next area will be a bit tougher, but let's keep going, good luck. But perhaps Dud couldn't see how furious she was, her brows knitted, eyes squeezed shut, teeth clenched on her lips, so angry she couldn't even be bothered to turn around and curse. It seemed the whole battle had been witnessed by someone through a magic mirror. That person spoke in praise. They did quite well. This is the head of the spellcraft department, named Percy. She put a hand to her small mouth and decided, it seems we'll have to allocate more funding for the simulated battles next year. Then she turned to ask for an opinion. What do you think, Conrad? A man in a military blue uniform placed his hand on the head of someone else, who was just over a meter tall, and asked, was it designed by the tactics department? That person answered, The man in uniform was Conrad. He continued, but more importantly, it looks like we're fairly lucky that the person they targeted performed so well. Then Percy replied, are you referring to that girl? The warrior candidate from the next class has improved remarkably, truly worth noting. But he quickly corrected himself, oh no, not her, him, Dud Campbell. Percy asked irritably, is that imposter really like that? Isn't he just tagging along with the warrior candidate? This is the problem with pentwirling mages like you. Why are we even arguing about this? But Conrad replied firmly, the warrior candidate couldn't have set this record by herself. She was taken aback. What? Then he explained, anyone could see that she was stronger and the main fighter, but he was the key. How he positioned teammates, how he issued precise orders every second, his flawless covering, every one of his actions was the most accurate decision. Conrad assessed silently, everything had been calculated meticulously, as if he had fought on brutal battlefields thousands of times. Then he turned to Percy and suggested, Percy, place your bet, which briefly surprised her. At that moment Dud and Elia heard a mic check announcement, this is Conrad from the Knights Department. I became interested after observing you two. The School of Magic has decided to place a bet. The topic is whether you two can pass your first year. If you two truly succeed, I will grant you a privilege. You may make any single request. Hearing that, Percy couldn't help but be surprised. She showed a puzzled look. Why would the teacher go this far? He went on, if you feel pressured, I won't force you. Given your current situation, this request is nearly impossible. But to everyone's surprise, Dud answered confidently and clearly, no problem. He affirmed, of course we can do this. Elia was utterly alarmed, her face uncertain. Dud. Dud's confidence displeased Percy, look at him. But Conrad, on the other hand, would bet on your success, so let's begin. Elsewhere, what on earth is going on here? Alphonte complained with displeasure, I thought she came here to clear her head. when a voice cut in, "Bring me the water," she went on scolding, "But do you have to make such a fuss?" Elnor lay there writhing. She wearily reached for the water bottle and spoke in a heavy voice, "There's something I want to recall but I don't fully grasp Elnor's meaning." Trying to remember, she opened up, "When I was little my mother taught me these techniques but I don't remember them clearly, so I'm trying to rehearse them. A demon lives in the bloodstream of the Tristan family. This dark rumor has two sides. One is the inhuman, transcendent talent they possess." When asked, "Elnor, are you overdoing it?" she blinked slightly. "The other side is sudden bouts of madness, moments of extreme violence and the decay of reason. That's why although members of the Tristan family achieve countless great accomplishments, their final years always end in tragedy." Then she paused. Elnor opened the bottle cap and drank continuously. Elfonte asked, "It's not that serious, is it?" She sat up and answered, "It's nothing to worry about, I'm not concerned about it anymore." She didn't believe it and asked again, "Really? Then I suppose I can speak plainly now." Elnor set the water bottle down, looking serious. "Why are you being so cautious? I already said nothing can worry me now," the orange-brown-haired girl replied. "About that, the other person told me to report immediately. I heard this from a junior who is currently staying with the warrior candidate of the next class." Hearing that, Elnor turned. "The next class's warrior candidate," she quickly confirmed. "Yes, Elia, the girl who once fought Dud." She mused, "So she's saying those two are cooperating, because the simulation test is conducted in pairs. I see, but it wasn't hard to notice." She sighed again, perhaps thinking about something. The water bottle was now crushed out of shape, water sloshed across the floor. Elnor said, "Guiding me there." Alfonte exclaimed loudly in surprise, "But she just said she wasn't bothered." Dud drew his sword. Seeing that, Elia asked, "What are you going to do? I know you're very skilled, but the thing is, even so, is it really worth attempting to challenge the all-time record?" He replied indifferently and briefly, "HM." Faced with Dud's reaction, Elia, her face smudged, frowned slightly. His confidence was no joke. Does he really have a plan? He adjusted his outfit, thinking to himself, artificial monsters have fixed movement patterns so it's easy to target their weak points, but that's something I can't tell her, so he answered very casually, "All right." "Because she's here with me." She heard that and knit her brows slightly. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "I don't believe you." Conrad then announced over the loudspeaker, "This is Conrad. Are you two ready?" Dud answered without the slightest hesitation, "I'm ready." Hearing the certainty in the reply, he showed some approval. "Perfect, now set the test difficulty, but if you do that, they'll receive bonus points." Dud replied confidently, "Please set the difficulty to the highest level." Percy frowned and said loudly, "I really can't trust these freshmen. It may seem reasonable, but this is too much. The highest difficulty could very well get them killed." He still answered very confidently, "Nevertheless I still believe it's worth trying." Conrad, pleased by his confidence, agreed to honor his request. Elia looked visibly worried. Perhaps she didn't think the two freshmen could complete a mission at the highest difficulty. Dud reassured her, "Don't worry, warrior. The water has already been spilled, it can't be scooped back up." At that moment Percy was enjoying a warm drink and a sweet slice of cake. "I can't believe you, Conrad, you act as if this is the first time. Didn't we do the same with the previous freshman cohort?" She thought something was different this time. He replied confidently, "Wait and see. Professor Percy certainly has reason to be so confident. No matter how dangerous things may become, all we need to do is rescue them." "All right, the slaughter mode has been activated. Prove yourself, freshman." Elia shouted loudly, "Damn it, go for it." Percy could only sigh helplessly. The head of the tactics department had tears streaming down their face. "Our club is done for." Meanwhile, he was extremely confident. Monsters from all sides charged toward Dud. At that sight, the system flashed a glaring red warning, "Danger detected." The threat level was assessed as life-threatening. Gripping the sword tightly, his face calm and focused, Dud swung his sword quickly and powerfully. With a swish, the massive ferocious rhinoceros before him was decapitated. Conrad was ecstatic. He shouted, "I knew it. That's exactly what I've been waiting for." "Percy, do you see?" She was so surprised she spat the tea from her mouth, and the head of the tactics department also stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. Elia, who was fighting back the monsters, also noticed and exclaimed, "Dud, I knew it." A large wolf rushed at him aggressively. Dud showed no fear and ran toward it at incredible speed. Percy could hardly believe what she was seeing. How could this be happening? He's completely useless. No, every swing of Dud's sword was incredibly precise. With just one strike he could take down a monster instantly. Conrad seemed to understand him. He replied, "He's only pretending though." "You can't blame her. if she'd never seen his true skill, anyone would react that way. But over time, the monsters will become stronger, and so will he, which means both sides will grow together. At this moment Elia was utterly focused on her battle. She had consecutively slain 2 monsters and a giant ant. On his side it was no different, the number of beasts killed was the same, they kept bringing down many powerful creatures. Elia gritted her teeth, braced herself and swung her sword, the weapon's silhouette became dazzlingly sharp. After delivering the killing blow to the giant ant, she shouted out, "Now, Dud." He immediately understood and answered, "All right." Then he used Elia's shoulder as a springboard and leapt up. Dud timed his position precisely, preparing for a beautiful sword stroke, Tristan's technique, La Volpe. Countless lethal strikes were unleashed by him upon the giant ant. Then he successfully landed in a very graceful pose. An announcement rang out, "Congratulations, this power is truly astonishing, Dud and Elia." They had broken the all-time record, but it seemed the giant ant from earlier had not been fully defeated. It lifted its sharp leg intending to pierce him. Elia sensed danger and immediately warned, "Hey, Dud." He turned in surprise and saw the attack very close to him. Suddenly a sound rang out, "Dud." A streak of golden light flashed by. Conrad's precise and powerful sword strike. It caused its body to explode into 100 pieces. He still seemed shaken by that dangerous moment, barely standing while the other had already managed to clear the obstacle and landed right in front of Dud, quietly offering congratulations. "It seems this record won't be easy to break." His face was still dazed while the other kept babbling. Who would have thought a freshman could handle Ofante's artificial monsters as easily as brushing aside grass? Although Elia was so exhausted she could hardly breathe, she was still excited. Professor Conrad, in that voice of his, appeared very pleased. "Thank you to the warrior applicants for your efforts." Conrad slid his sword into its sheath, smiling triumphantly. "I won, Percy." Meanwhile Percy's mouth twitched down as if he still couldn't accept it, unbelieving. Not long after there was a result, he and she read the award decision together, both nodding appreciatively. They were allowed to rent an entire warehouse and had the right to ask the Dean of the School of Magic for anything. Elia shouted excitedly, "How wonderful!" Dud, watching, was also pleased. No freshman had ever had this privilege, quite a generous reward. Then she turned to ask him, "Hey Dud, I've noticed this before, but why are you always so calm?" Dud asked back nonchalantly, "What do you mean?" Elia smiled faintly and answered, "No matter what happens he always acts as if he already knows how things will play out, or as if everything is going according to his plan." There was something of that tone in the way he behaved. Seeing her judge him like that he thought to himself without saying it, "Of course because I already knew everything, you fool." Elia held out his fist, signaling he wanted to bump knuckles. Dud asked in confusion, "What?" Her face lit up as she replied, "Doesn't everyone do that with friends? I mean a fist bump." He was rather indifferent, honestly. The moment their hands bumped, the system appeared. Elia's curiosity level 5 was approaching the reliable stage. Dud asked if everything was okay. Elia's cheeks flushed as he gently replied, "Yeah." Then she turned and ran off, leaving him standing and waiting. She said cheerfully, "See you tomorrow, Dud." Someone suddenly spoke up. "I don't know if she's the friendly type or just simply eccentric." Dud shook his head in reply, "My thought so too." Then he suddenly realized the voice sounded familiar. Wait, the student council president. Elnor remained composed, her expression showing no ripple as she asked, "Do you like that freshman?" Seeing he didn't answer, she cleared her throat, startling Dud. He fumbled and stammered, not knowing how to reply. "What? Her?" Then Dud thought to himself, if desperate survival didn't activate then it seems she has no intention of doing anything to me. Wait, isn't that obvious? I'm not her boyfriend or anything. But Elnor still had no intention of letting it go and pressed on, her tone more serious than before. "I'm only saying this once. Do you like that freshman?" Dud hesitated, unsure how to answer, when suddenly the system sounded an alert, "Danger detected," which terrified him. His face went pale, an indescribable feeling flashed through him. He felt like he had to say something. Meanwhile the system kept warning of detected danger. At that, Dud spoke up too, his tone oddly calm. "So what, Elnor?" The student council president was surprised. "What?" His composure didn't last long before he was overwhelmed by her presence and became flustered. "Well." Dud mustered all his courage, squeezed his eyes shut, and told her decisively, "Although I've been training with Elia all this time, I really want to meet you." She stood frozen where she was when she heard Dud's words. Why so sudden? Now Dud let out a breath as if he'd just escaped danger, but the inner psychological battle remained. He questioned himself, "What the hell are you doing?" Dud Campbell was speechless. "This tactic won't work. you idiot. It seemed the corner of Elnor's mouth lifted slightly. She confirmed to him, so you're saying you've missed me all this time? Dud hadn't had time to think before he quickly answered, that's right. Elnor crossed her arms over her chest and turned to question him, why you? He seemed not to have anticipated that this question would come up, so he stammered and couldn't speak. Well, I don't know why either. Deep in Dud's mind the same question also existed. What's this? What's wrong with me? She, seeing that, gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes glanced away, her face revealing a rare shyness. Never mind, maybe this is just some kind of friendship. I get it. It's because I saved you on that train, right? It's just that you still remember the priority list, right? Hearing her say that, he panicked utterly, as if the memories related to that priority list had never existed. The priority list she's talking about, what is that? What's going on here? Before he could answer, she handed him an envelope, explaining, don't worry, I came here only to give this to you. Seeing that, Dud wondered, what is this? He was extremely confused when he received the envelope, because he couldn't guess what was inside. A love letter, a challenge. This wasn't in the original storyline. She shyly looked away. I intended to give this to you tomorrow. Remember to open it when you're alone. Dud still didn't understand what was happening. Scratching his head in puzzlement, he replied in confusion, all right then. Each ray of the late afternoon sun filtered into the room. He felt a little regretful and flustered. He shouldn't have opened it. Does she want him to be her teammate? Tomorrow is the freshman welcome party. He'd forgotten, but then he suddenly thought that becoming her teammate wasn't really a big deal. He only needed to spend time with her at the welcome party. The only problem was the punishment if he refused her offer. Not only would her goodwill toward him decrease, but it could also make someone else hostile toward him. Suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside. Dud opened the door and called out that he knew it was her. Elia was a little surprised. He really did guess quickly. Saying that, Elia handed over an envelope. Here, Dud said in surprise, this again. Hearing that, she pressed him for an answer. What do you mean? Did someone else give you this too? He hesitated. I mean, what is this? Dud thought to himself, I almost died on the spot. Don't tell me she also came here to make a request. Elia pointed at him and winked mischievously. What do you think? I've decided since the mock match, I have to go, like that mess where the student council president had to call a doctor. Then she jumped down a floor over the railing. Elia's face showed clear excitement. She shouted eagerly, hurry and open it. Dud reached out to stop her, but it seemed too late. Why are there so many strange people in the world? I wonder what it is. Maybe it's another request to become teammates. It could also be a challenge if it's from Elia. But she said it was a surprise. And that's exactly what we guessed. The image of Elnor and Elia facing each other appeared in his mind, neither of them gaining the upper hand. Dud cried out in alarm, it's a request to become teammates. This wasn't in the original storyline. Why didn't anyone give me an easier choice? If I choose Elnor, I'll be seen as the villain by the protagonist, but if I choose Elia, I'll make the final boss hostile toward me and I might die because of that damn priority list. So what if I refuse both? I don't know what to do. Maybe this is happening because both of them are still in that troublesome infatuation phase. Suddenly Dud had a bold thought, could I accept both of them? So the freshman welcome party had arrived. The venue was lavishly decorated. Clusters of lanterns glowed brilliantly, casting shimmering light across the room. The place was noisy and bustling. Class B this way. Where's the last person from Class C? Are they in the auditorium? The new students happily introduced themselves. Hey, aren't you a student from Class A? Class A, a brown-haired young man with a center part called out, Professor Ho is here. There were many students at this welcome party. Everywhere you looked there were nothing but people. The scene was extremely crowded and lively. Elia looked incredibly beautiful. She seemed to dislike crowded places and sighed in exasperation. It was really crowded. This place was no different from a pigsty. She turned to the person beside her with a radiant smile. After all, thank you for coming with me. He looked completely different now with a center-parted hairstyle. The two of them went inside together. Back to the scene where he was buying the Welker clone item. $1,000 could create a copy of oneself. All enhancement effects would apply. Dud seemed very hopeful about the item's effectiveness. I had spent all my points. Although it could only stand in for me, it might still help. At that moment the system displayed the double date event notification. You have decided to go on dates with both of them. Do not get discovered until the end of the event. There will be a penalty if you fail. No matter how many people there were, this plan could still fail miserably. If someone saw me and my clone in the same place, I would be discovered immediately, so I decided to use the cold gentleman option to shut him up, and then. Suddenly Dud flinched at an extremely loud sound. It was a monster growling. it bared its sharp teeth, looking incredibly furious. It was locked in an iron cage and being taken away by carriage. There was a warning to clear the road immediately. He regains his composure and breathes a relieved sigh. It's only a monster from outside. It seems they plan to experiment on it and let it escape. That will be when the main incident starts, and all I need to do is survive. With Elnor and Elia by my side, it's probably not so bad, right? At that moment a lapse occurred, the pheromone effect was activated. You are no longer an ordinary boy. He suddenly realized his body was giving off a strangely attractive scent. Elnor appeared. Here I am. Dud flinched. Oh, the student council president. She quickly picked up the scent. What's that? What is that smell? Did you put on cologne? Dud protested. No, the flowers here just smell nice. Elnor still trusted her sense of smell. I know that scent is from you, but this scent is driving me crazy. Dud was trying to brush off the strange scent from his body. He was uncomfortable. What pheromone are you talking about? Please stop it. Elnor closed her eyes as if trying to hide something. The system displayed a notification. The pheromone effect had been applied to the target. The target was doing its best not to be attracted to you. Dud, who was dazed at that moment, heard a sweet call beside him. Dud. Elnor shyly glanced into his eyes. Somehow I only realized now. She went on, but you're more masculine than I expected. Dud panicked and gaped, eyes wide, screaming inside with all his might. He forced a smile and steered the conversation elsewhere, suggesting they go to the event and stroll around the nearby booths. Elnor came closer and replied, you lead the way, freshman. Dud felt a little anxious, secretly thinking that his double might already have met Elia. He had to avoid any encounter with them at all costs. Drawn by the pheromones, Elnor was trying to calm herself and stay clear-headed. She told herself, calm down, calm down. Meanwhile Dud could only hope he wouldn't run into his double and pray nothing would happen. If things continued like this, it would probably be fine, as long as he and his double escorted the two of them. Dud suggested, why don't we stop by that snack stall and grab something to eat? Elnor's cheeks flushed as she gently nodded in agreement. All right then. At the grill stall, seeing the skewers turn golden and smell irresistible over the flames, he said to her, how about trying these wild boar skewers? Inwardly he believed this was definitely the worst choice for Elnor, who always watched her figure. I need to reduce the pheromone effect right away. But contrary to Dud's calculation, Elnor lowered her head shyly and asked, how did you know I like this dish? Could it just be a coincidence? The unexpected remark made him stumble over his words. Yes, that's right. But inside he was surprised. Oh my. Perhaps if she saw that I didn't like wild boar. Elnor still ate the skewer and then turned to ask, which cut off his train of thought. Dud, are you still eating? Not knowing how to answer, Dud glanced away to hide his embarrassment. I need to maintain this relationship but at the same time keep my distance. I also have to make sure Elia doesn't come near us. The farther the better. Elnor walked over to a street vendor. She said with delight, it looks like they sell these accessories here. Hey freshman. Do you need anything? Dud looked at the pretty little items in front of him and guessed that all girls would like them. He said, let me buy you something. His mouth said that but his thoughts were screaming the opposite. Buy a gift for Elnor? No way, I need to lower her favorability. Dud picked out a plain yellow button and asked Elnor, this button looks alright. What do you think? He figured he should give her the worst possible gift. But Elnor's reaction left him thoroughly disappointed. The girl replied shyly, actually I need a button to replace one on my uniform, causing Dud to grit his teeth and scold himself for nothing. After that they both decided to sit down to rest and eat a little. Elnor asked, by the way, have you chosen your major yet? Dud and Elnor chose a table in a fairly private spot. A few appetizing dishes were laid out on the table. In reply to her question he answered, yes, I'm planning to study theology. She was a little surprised and asked again, theology? Why don't you reconsider? With your talent it would be a shame not to join the Knight's Order. But Dud also explained his choice. I have my own reasons for taking this path. It's been part of my plan. It wasn't a sudden impulse. Elnor put her hand on the table and asked seriously, what's the reason? Dud could only reply, to protect what is important to me. I need to learn some things there. She curiously asked, what is it you want to protect? Looking at her, he thought there could only be one answer, my life and your downfall. Sacred magic skills are the key to my survival, they're vital to achieving the outcome I want, and of course he didn't answer Elnor like that. Dud said, since I was young I've had something I wanted to protect. It was the event related to the secret society, an event that will happen in the future. That final boss is particularly weak against sacred magic skills. She frowned slightly and asked, does this have anything to do with why you keep getting involved with me? Dud could hardly answer, only mumbled. About that, Elnor continued bluntly, I know very well because of the Tristan family curse. The curse drives every member of the family insane, but isn't the only way to prevent it to train one's mind. Do you know how to break the curse? To her surprise, Dud gently answered, the blessing of the angels, a miracle in which two archangels confer a blessing on a person, at least that's what people say. Elnor kept a stern expression and said, exactly, you already understand how difficult it is, which is why, no matter how many merits the Tristan family has earned, we have always been terrified, so how can you be so close to me? Why is it that whenever someone tries to assassinate me you always appear in time? So what are your intentions? Dud did not avoid the question but looked into her eyes and affirmed, the one I want to protect is you. She seemed not to understand what I am to him that he would want to protect me. He replied, if I don't protect you, you'll die. That's the truth, I have no other reason. Elnor calmly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, I knew this from the start but you truly are a strange man. He sighed as if used to it, I've been told that many times already. He felt a sense of relief when confessing to her, having laid out the whole truth without a single lie, hoping this would be enough to satisfy her curiosity. Cut to another place, apparently some kind of dungeon. The woman was thinking to herself that he really was a strange man. It turned out to be Elia and one of Dud's clones. Around them were ferocious monsters snarling fiercely and utterly terrifying. Elia walked ahead, silently wondering if he was angry with her and why he was so quiet. Suddenly Dud halted and asked with curiosity, wait, when did we come down to the basement? She turned to look at him, thinking she needed to get closer to him to learn about the Tristan family. She really had no idea what to do with people like him. Actually, I don't know what to do with men at all, it's driving me crazy. Meanwhile Dud's clone focused on observing the surroundings here. What the hell is this place? They're all living monsters. Elia said as she walked, it seems they were used for the Academy's experiments. The professors here are really irresponsible. How could they leave these things down in the basement like this? A monster nearby snarled in furious anger, drawing attention and making her turn to look in surprise. Ha! Elia observed the beast and remarked, even the large monsters are here. Curious, she moved closer to the cage holding the ferocious creature. She said strangely, wait, they're not even chained. Suddenly the sensor used to lock the cage emitted a sound, causing the monster to snarl even more ferociously. Elia widened her eyes in alarm, full of surprise and unable to react in time. A thunderous explosion erupted. Dud quickly grabbed her and shielded her behind him and tried to get away from the blast. Cut to the place where Dud was dining with Elnor. He felt the tremors caused by the explosion. She also noticed that something was wrong. Everyone at the welcome party felt the shaking from that explosion, many even screamed in fear. Elia was shielded from the explosion by Dud's clone. Unable to hide her surprise she asked, Dud, why? He looked at her and replied gently, this is my job. Elia was surprised by Dud's odd answer. She looked at him very strangely. She sat up, puzzled. What are you saying? The explosion just now set most of the dungeon on fire. It freed the monsters from their cages and now they're closing in on the two of you. The beasts bared their razor-sharp teeth and snarled, ready to attack. Looking around, the only makeshift weapons were the iron bars that had fallen from the monsters' cages. Her eyes filled with determination. In any case, thank you for protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. The system announcement rang out. Main quest, monsters have appeared, deal with the situation immediately. If too many people die you will receive a severe penalty in the scenario. Reward, exclusive equipment crafting materials. Upon hearing the announcement Dud left at once. He explained, there's something I need to do. Then he hurriedly pleaded, Guildmaster, I need you to go find one of the priests. Elnor raised a puzzled brow and said, wait. Dud's face pleaded urgently, please, he urged, we must protect the trainees first. Elnor was panting, exhausted. The system updated again, the original's clone has been recalled. At that moment Dud hurried over to where she was and asked, Elia, the monsters have been released, is that all? Elia squatted, holding an iron bar, looked up at him and said softly, you're awake, thank heavens. At the same time the system registered that Elnor's favorability score had risen to a level of curious interest. The system display confirmed that the main scenario had changed. Not waiting long she said that she'd missed a large monster. Hearing that he froze and realized that the bear from before was definitely it. Elia's face darkened and she let out a deep sigh. It must still be somewhere on the first floor. If we hurry we can stop it, she murmured tiredly. I think I need to rest for a moment. Seeing Elia's condition he asked anxiously if she was all right. Elia, he couldn't help worrying. Right now the main scenario is the most important thing. If we fail we'll face a massive penalty. We have to stop that from happening." Everyone looked up now with terrified expressions. The monster's red gaze was horribly frightening. A voice shouted loudly to reassure everyone, "Try to hold on until the professor and the knights arrive. Make sure the barrier isn't broken." It roared, trying to break the barrier. Cracks had begun to appear on the membrane above the barrier. Suddenly a powerful voice rose up. The headmaster, the professors, Conrad were not present at this time. His words were firm. "Even so we cannot use the angel's blessing." Elnor looked displeased and spoke. "You call yourself a cleric. There are apprentices over there." He turned to complain and explain. "You're using overly harsh words toward a professor, Miss Elnor. A high-level barrier like the angel's blessing isn't something anyone can cast." "Wait for the knights to arrive and explain. This is why I tried to stop them from experimenting on those monsters from the start. I know we should never have given that authority to the Tristan family." She heard that and immediately frowned, gritting her teeth in anger. Dud couldn't wait any longer. He immediately rushed out, declaring, "I'll handle it myself." Dud's impatience made others panic and try to stop him. "Wait, someone stop him." But he still lunged toward the monster without paying any attention to the people behind him. He shouted, trembling with anger, "You're only an apprentice. Do you even know what a blessing is?" The woman beside him softly called his name in puzzlement. "Dud." Dud's gaze was sharp and resolute, not a hint of fear. He decisively charged forward. The system updated its status. The supreme divinity had merged with the cleric's rosary. The golden vial opened, blinding light spread everywhere. The system presented an available skill, asceticism. Sacred blanket leaf. The system continued to register. A dangerous situation was detected. The system issued a warning, life-threatening danger. The EX rank desperate survival skill was activated. At the same time he slid past the monster's flank. He noticed and raised his voice to stop them. "Hey, wait, why aren't you running?" he shouted urgently. "I'll buy time. Evacuate the trainees immediately." The ferocious monster lunged forward to attack. The system's voice sounded, asceticism skill activated. All secondary stats will be converted into physical attributes. Holy shield. He stretched out both hands. A golden cross appeared in his palms, shining brilliantly. A pair of angel wings manifested to protect him from the monster's powerful strike. He gritted his teeth and tried to endure. Everyone who witnessed the scene gaped in astonishment. Is that an angel's blessing? How could an ordinary trainee possibly cast it? The priest behind him tore at his hair in envy. That fool, does he know that even an ordained priest must pray thousands of times before using it? Elnor fell silent and calmly reflected, after all that has happened, I'm not surprised anymore. I've seen him hide his true strength countless times. At that moment he still couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, how could that stupid monster not break such a simple barrier? He demanded, and that barrier was erected by a trainee. A calm voice rose, laying it bare, are you really a professor? You didn't even do anything. Elnor turned and asked, and you? Elia struck him, her face impassive, the student council president, he was clearly useless to us, let's just ignore him. Then she asked the other person, why were you late? The person trembled and hurriedly explained, I passed out in the basement, I just came up here. Forget about that guy, could he really cast a blessing right there like that? He's not even a battle priest, they say it takes at least 10 years of training to use it, how could this happen? Hearing that, Elnor was briefly surprised, she fell silent. Holy energy can only be used after 10 years of training. Then Elnor remembered his earlier words. If I don't protect her she'll die, I have no other reason. She sank into thought. A vacant gaze. Elia glanced over with admiring appraisal. Even if it was a stored blessing there must be limits to how much could be controlled for her. Elnor looked up and asked, what are you talking about? Her chest heaved. Elia closed her eyes and gently explained, he did all of this for the Tristan family. And for her. Otherwise there would be no reason for him to do all of this. Elnor gradually realized but wasn't certain she had sensed it from the start, however. She sat hugging her knees in the dark, her eyes listlessly staring in one direction. A light was emanating from there. Elnor's eyes widened to look more closely. At that moment she raised her sword toward Dud. Thinking about him, he really is a strange man. The attack grew increasingly powerful. Dud had great difficulty facing it. Elia exclaimed in bewilderment, Chairman. Everyone opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Elnor's gaze was steadfast. She wasted no hesitation and charged at the monster with her sharp sword. Elnor leapt up and struck the monster's nape with her sword. The pain hit so suddenly that it roared. For a moment the monster was slammed hard into the ground. He gaped and cried, Elnor. It howled in fury. Filled with rage the monster rose and hurtled toward her. She decisively raised her sword toward it. A power radiated from it that stunned everyone. He froze with wide eyes watching Elnor. It was a true Tristan sword technique. She skillfully stabbed her sword into its body repeatedly. A stream of radiant energy kept issuing forth and shot straight at the monster's body. Elnor's eyes remained completely unshaken. The monster was attacked so relentlessly that it couldn't counter and could only endure. She spread her legs. In a flash, Elnor appeared right in front of it. In another instant her sword would touch the monster's neck. The arc of her swing created a shockwave. It struck the monster grievously and sent it flying, producing a massive explosion. She solemnly smoothed her hair as she watched. Elnor intoned the incantation, Tramontana. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Elnor looked on calmly. Dud was still astonished by her power. He marveled that it was on a completely different level from the copy he had used before. Wait, is this right? In the original Elnor was never involved in these events. The system appeared, recognizing the main quest, eliminate the monster, current casualty count none, an astonishing achievement, system notification reminder, time until the night appears 30 seconds. His gaze shifted to the right as he silently speculated that all the professors who had supported experiments on living monsters were backers of House Tristan. If Elnor participates herself, it means she is implicitly admitting her family's mistake. Elnor stood before the sea of fire without a hint of fear, her posture full of pride. But Elnor had never been interested in politics, so why is she helping us? I can't understand. Never mind, let's quickly complete the mission first. We'll deal with that later. Outside the flames flared violently, a voice shouted, "Everyone get out, is anyone still trapped?" A confirming shout answered, "No, everyone has escaped." She said nothing, her indifferent eyes, she slipped the sword into its scabbard, her bearing radiated nobility. Elnor sighed in relief, "It's over." Dud frowned as if he had discovered something serious. Behind the monster that stepped out of the flames it swung its arm toward her. He immediately warned, "President, behind you." Elnor strained her eyes, sensing the danger. She had just turned around, saw that he was there using the angel's blessing to stop its surprise attack to protect her. The monster's fur burned off, revealing a bony skull. It roared and launched repeated attacks on Dud. Elnor was surprised by what he had done. He, exhausted and dazed, coughing up blood, slowly collapsed. His vision blurred. Long after, Dud suddenly woke with a start. A voice said he was awake. He mumbled groggily the words monster and Elnor. Atalanta answered that the monster had been destroyed. He recognized the person before him, the Chancellor, Atalanta. She closed the book and cheerfully announced that of course all the students were safe. "Are you very surprised to see me? I didn't have a chance to speak with you after the freshman match." Dud regained a calm expression and replied, "It's fine, I'm okay." He wondered why Atalanta, an immortal who had lived for over 1,000 years, would come to see him. Could it be because I used the angel's blessing? She then went to the main point. "I'm here to give you bad news." "No, bad news and an even worse one." "Which would you like to hear first?" Dud replied without hesitation, "The bad news first." She began to explain that he was receiving more attention than ever in the Academy's history. No student had been involved in as many accidents and incidents as he had, and based on my experience with your bad luck this will continue. Dud frowned thoughtfully. "I didn't want this to happen anyway," he asked, "so what about the worst news?" She narrowed her eyes slightly, questioning him. "What do you know about demons?" In the room at this moment light was coming from the lamp, lighting up the entire space. Atalanta chuckled softly. That was a rather interesting reaction. Dud showed no sign of worry even though the Academy president had just mentioned it. Dud hesitated. Well. Dud, sitting on the bed watching her, went on, "I can't tell you everything I know. If I did I wouldn't be able to guess what you're plotting." Atalanta asked with curiosity, "Plotting?" Dud replied calmly, "I'm the only one who hasn't been reassigned and can't attend any classes." "I see. Are you upset about this situation?" "Due to recent events I've had to deal with quite a few problems. Did you notice, the dominant powers no longer have much control over this society. It's a terrible time. They'll do whatever it takes to recruit talented individuals, even if they have to drag them up from hell." Dud looked away and said, "The coup in Paitat, the changes in the Holy Empire's structure, and even the struggle for succession, aren't they all connected? That's the cause of all the recent upheavals." She glanced at him, thinking to herself, "Look at him." Then she immediately replied, "Yes, you're right. Right now the Golden Triangle, though the outside may seem peaceful, deep inside the struggle to seize outstanding talents is still ongoing. Most students don't care about these matters, but its effects have spread across the entire continent. Its impact affected both the Elfonte Tribal Council and the Holy Empire, causing all three powerful empires to quietly mobilize for a great war." Dud stroked his chin and commented, "All the events I took part in must have come under their scrutiny, yet they still haven't made a move. This can only happen if someone is controlling the flow of information. She said nothing, only folding her arms and smiling in satisfaction as she thought, he is even skilled at politics. He frowned seriously and asked, so does that mean it will be dangerous if we come under their gaze? Atalanta replied softly, that's right, the world will be destroyed. Dud, hearing that, immediately jolted in alarm and pictured the continent ablaze with fire and explosions and humanity being wiped out in raging flames, imagining how horrific the apocalypse would be. She produced a sheet of paper stamped with the mark of the false purifiers and showed it to him, then asked, do you recognize this seal? This is exactly why I asked about the demons. Dud looked at the mark on the paper and felt a chill, the seal of the false purifiers. She saw his slightly astonished expression and was herself quite surprised. Did he know about this too? The false purifiers are an organization that worships demons, operating in the shadows. Their sole goal is to summon demons to destroy the world. Both the failed assassination of Elnor and the monster outbreak were caused by them. Both of those incidents were aimed at the Tristan family. And there's no guarantee there won't be a third time. Dud fell silent for a moment and asked, why are you telling me this? She summoned a black card with white cracks across it and replied, although I can't say why, I want you to take this. He took the black card, astonished, thinking it was an interspace key, an item that upsets the balance of power and can open a door to other worlds. Seeing Dud's expression, Atalanta immediately understood, look at his face, I suppose he already knows what it is. Keep it safe and show me what you can do. If you satisfy me, I'll give you more gifts. With a boom, a small explosion occurred overhead. Everything around returned to the room as it had been at the start. Atalanta poured herself a cup of tea and said, this conversation must be kept secret. He heard that and immediately agreed. Then she asked, how are things going between you and the warrior candidate and Miss Tristan? Dud immediately scowled, screaming inside, why would she ask that? He said aloud, still fine. Atalanta, sipping the hot tea in her hand, smiled knowingly and said, I hope everything continues like that. He, curious and puzzled, asked again, do I have to maintain relations with them? She still smiled and simply replied, that's right, otherwise the world will perish. He immediately covered his head and shouted, not again, imagining scenes of bombing, storms and fires because the world would perish. Dud groaned inwardly, why is this world so easily destroyed? Seeing his pained expression, Atalanta laughed and said, I'm not joking. She added inwardly, the ultimate goal of this plan can only be achieved with 3 people. The scene suddenly shifted outside the academy, somewhere a sigh rang out. Holding the interspace key in his hand, Dud, fated to destroy the world. He stood in the corridor, repeatedly despondent, thinking he'd deal with it later, but he couldn't believe she had given him this, an item players weren't supposed to possess. There was definitely something wrong with the main script. Suddenly a voice called out, you're here. Hearing the voice, Dud was immediately astonished. Professor Conrad, the night headmaster. He smiled and said, I've been looking for you, Dud Campbell. He quickly hid the key behind his back and calmly asked, why are you looking for me? He replied, even though you haven't been assigned to a class I can't let you skip school forever. This will be your temporary assignment. Starting tomorrow you'll study with these people. Then his expression suddenly froze. The person mentioned in the letter was Class President Elnor Tristan, and Vice Class President Elia Crixinax. Imagining those 2 girls made Dud break out in a cold sweat and shout, the end of the world is coming. Outside the academy classroom window sunlight stained the entire wall golden. Inside a lecture rang out, that is why the sword can be regarded as the most basic weapon in any situation. As we said before, what about situations with obstacles? A voice suddenly cut in, Professor, I have a question. He stopped when he noticed someone speaking. Go ahead, Miss Tristan, Elnor said haughtily, do you think you're delving too deeply into theory? I don't believe this knowledge will be truly useful in actual combat. The professor immediately turned around in surprise and asked, what did you say? Seated in the lecture hall among thousands of other students, she spoke with an air of arrogance. In combat, even a seasoned knight can be felled by ranged weapons. Her words immediately embarrassed him. That can indeed happen, Elnor continued haughtily, unless you intend to train your swordsmanship to the extreme, supplementing it with archery or throwing techniques is necessary. Elia squinted one eye and gave a sidelong glance as if still unsure, but I think the professor has a point. As long as you make use of the surrounding terrain, a swordsman can entirely dodge an arrow or a rock, but if an opponent closes in, am I supposed to fight bare-handed? So when there's no terrain to rely on, what will you do to make up for the attack range? Isn't that precisely why we're studying close combat? You surely understand the difference between theory and practice by now. the lecture belongs to the professor, if you feel forced to be here then you'd best remain silent. He was caught in the middle and could only remain silent, his face full of fear at the smoke-free but intensely fierce battle between the two women. On the other side, Elnor also raised a brow and repeated, "Are you being forced?" Then the two directly faced each other in a challenging manner. Elnor growled, "As student council president I have a responsibility to ensure the quality of education my classmates receive." Elia also refused to back down, gritting her teeth she hissed, "Then don't interrupt the professor anymore. Why do you keep butting in like this?" The professor, seeing this, immediately weakly spoke up wanting to make peace. "Should we end the class here?" Elnor frowned contemptuously and said, "Don't tell me you actually believe these theories can be applied in real combat." Elia replied irritably, "At least they're more useful than sitting and listening to you talk. I truly believe that. It's unbelievable that a warrior candidate can't tell the difference between advice and an insult." Dud at this point tried to clear his throat and asked, "Can we continue the lecture?" Elia clenched her fists with a mocking, triumphant smile, "I agree, so I've won. I knew Dud would side with me." Elnor sighed and ran a hand through her hair as she heard Elia boasting, then spoke up, "It's only one loss, Professor, please continue." Seeing the situation settled, he hesitated and tried to straighten the class. "I understand, then study on your own today." At the same time Talion turned his head, furrowed his brow, and watched them. Dud operated the system screen and thought to himself, "They've been like this the whole time. Because of them all the other students are starting to look at us strangely. I'm sitting between a warrior candidate and the heir to a noble house. Never mind, just focus on our own business." On the system now is an image of Elnor Tristan, Trust level 5, Favorability 1, Reward ready to claim. He murmured, "Not bad." Next are the new skills. First is Basic Tristan Swordsmanship, Proficiency 58%, the legendary swordsmanship of the Grand Duke Tristan's house. The user can effectively utilize this skill with any type of weapon. And secondly is the Basic Deep Breathing Technique, a breathing method that increases endurance and physical strength to the maximum. This skill has high compatibility with Tristan's swordsmanship. Dud stroked his chin thoughtfully. Both of these skills complement each other. Based on his physique this could be the most powerful combination. And the only person who can fully exploit this combination is Elnor. This is also the reason she becomes the final boss. Besides, the system screen changed again to an image of Elia Crixinax, Curiosity level 5, Interest level 1, Reward ready to claim. After that the system issued a new rule called the Law of Evil. Use your influence over the righteous linked to you. The following individuals will be compelled to accept a request from you. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. High favorability with righteous individuals will bring greater rewards. If you can make some righteous individuals turn evil, the rewards will be even larger. Dud stared at the information on the screen in bewilderment. What the hell is this? Can I receive a reward for turning good people into bad ones? The scene shifted in an instant. At this moment the Academy group was walking through a vast forest. Conrad raised his voice and announced, "Welcome, my little chicks. In the survival class you're on your own. We will practice survival skills. If you don't want to die in some dungeon or ruin you had better learn to survive starting now. Today's task is very simple. Go into the forest and bring back whatever you think I will like. You have 10 minutes. Everyone began to panic in confusion. No scoring criteria. He explained calmly, "I already said that. Everything depends on me. The student council president and I will grade together, so good luck." Elnor heard that and said nothing. She only let out a soft huff. Everyone began to groan. "Too vague, Professor." Elia suddenly smiled wickedly amid Conrad's screams. "Life is an experience, you little chicks. Will begin in 5 minutes. While everyone behind him was gathering into groups, Dud sat alone on a rock staring at the system screen, endlessly pondering. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. How should I use this? How can I turn a good person into a bad one? Suddenly Elia appeared from behind him, leaned down and asked, "Dud, do you want to cooperate?" Dud turned and replied, "You should work with your own friends." She still wore a friendly, inviting smile. "Come on, I'm your friend too." He didn't answer but told himself, it's best if she goes back to her main group. Elia kept trying to persuade him, "Why don't we work together?" Dud thought to himself, "If so I'll only be a thorn between the two of you." She put on a cute, concerned expression and asked, "Are you okay, feeling unwell?" He turned his face away and answered, "It's nothing, we're not that close." Elia, hearing that, opened her mouth to say something but couldn't find a word. After that her face went completely stiff. Then she turned her face the other way and pouted. Elia, having been thoroughly embarrassed by Dud, immediately turned and walked away. "Is that so? What a pity." "Fine then." Trisha called out anxiously, Elia. He glanced over and felt a pang of guilt. Was he being too cold? She seems uncomfortable now. Talion watched the entire scene from start to finish, then suddenly spoke up, making Dud Campbell curious enough to look up and see who had arrived. Talion stroked his chin and demanded, "What's your relationship with the warrior candidate?" Dud thought in astonishment. Talion Armand, the second strongest in the class after Elia, who later even becomes a sub-boss in Chapter 1, what could he have against me? But outwardly he only answered, "I just happen to know her." He said gloomily, "Someone as powerful as Elia has no reason to be involved with you at all." At that moment the system also displayed, "Law of evil, a decent individual has been angered because of your influence." Talion grabbed his collar threateningly, "There are many rumors surrounding the suspicious outcome of your duel. Why do you keep trying to approach her?" He suddenly realized something. Status notification. It seems I triggered a personality condition by making him angry. Talion ground his teeth and hissed, "Tell the truth, that match was just a staged performance, right?" Dud paid no attention to that hateful remark and only thought to himself, "Later he will become a sub-boss, perhaps I can exploit him and trigger the law of evil for later use." Talion yelled, "You can't hide the truth from me." He stayed calm without resisting, only gently moved close and whispered, "That match wasn't fake, but perhaps you wanted it to be fake. Seeing your target defeated with a single blow, do you feel the distance between us?" Elia had seemed to have left earlier, but now she was quietly watching him the whole time. Hearing those taunts, Talion became furious, his face contorted and he bit his lip hard. "So why don't we place a bet? Let's bet on who will score higher in this exercise. What do you think?" Although he looked a little displeased on the outside, it seemed everything had gone Dud's way. "All right, perfect." Elsewhere, Conrad called to Elnor, "Hey, student council president. The teacher asked me to help grade the students. Don't you think it's a bit arbitrary for me to be doing this?" She replied seriously, "From the start." Conrad disagreed and asked sternly, "Really? Then explain. Why is there a full score when the assignment hasn't even been submitted yet?" Elnor dismissed it, saying, "Because he deserves it." Conrad was utterly shocked on hearing that. "What did you just say?" She squinted and said, "It seems the teacher is not happy with the way I graded." Conrad couldn't help but raise his voice. "Why don't you try putting yourself in my position and think?" Elnor pushed back, "If so then why don't you observe him a little to verify for yourself why he deserves a full score?" Then Elnor turned to leave. "I'll be right back." But she was grabbed by the shoulder and stopped by him. "Wait, I know you're trying to get close to him," though she wouldn't admit it when that hit home. "Of course not, I just don't want him to be alone with the warrior candidate." After that, Elnor immediately found an excuse to leave, saying something might happen between the two of them and asking, "Please let me check." But he quickly shot back that even if he didn't allow her to join, he could still kick her out completely. "What do you think?" Moving elsewhere, Trisha is currently very worried. She watched and quietly assessed, "Elia seems different today." At that moment Elia used her brute strength to deliver a punch to the monster in front of her, and a kick to the one behind at the same time. Luca shouldered his axe and asked, "All the strongest monsters are gathered here, could there be something unusual nearby lately?" A blonde, freckled guy answered, "You're right, this is an area of rare mineral deposits." The glasses-wearing man on the other side added, "If we can get a few gems we'll probably avoid getting low scores." Another person also spoke up, "Okay, stop hunting monsters for now, Luca, help move the mineral deposits." Then he called out for help. A round black mass was coalescing in front of someone's chest. That thing appeared on Elia while she was still busy fighting the horde of monsters. Trisha also noticed that suspicious thing and grew very worried. The color of the darkness, the dense emotions, I can sense it all even if she doesn't show it outwardly, but she's very angry. Then she went over to check on Elia, who was sitting on top of a monster. "Elia, how have you been lately?" She didn't seem any different, then turned back and smiled radiantly, speaking cheerfully. These days nothing special," Trisha said with concern, and added that if anything was troubling you she could help. Although Elia appeared fine, the dark thing on his chest proved otherwise. "What are you saying? Nothing happened," which made her even more worried. "Despite what you say I'm afraid your emotions may overwhelm your reason." Trisha continued to advise, "I know something is bothering you." Elia could no longer bear it, so he sat down at the base of a tree and sighed. Elia said sadly, his voice gentle but clearly tired, "Is it that obvious? I could never lie to you, Trisha." After a while, Trisha summarized what Elia had just shared. "Dud, he keeps his distance from you and all you want is simply to be friends with him." Elia replied somewhat irritably, "Even though we've been through a lot together recently, I don't think it's necessary to set such boundaries between us." Trisha then asked, "Could it be that that's not Dud's true intention?" Elia was surprised to hear that, not his true intention. What do you mean? Then she immediately explained, he is just a young man from a minor noble family. If you as a warrior candidate were seen walking with him there would certainly be a lot of gossip. Elnor realized the problem immediately. Is this how he tried to help me? Trisha said, yes, he might be worried that he could cause unnecessary misunderstandings. She forced a smile, although he keeps his distance now, once his reputation is established he'll surely still regard you as an important friend. While Elia began to reflect, do you think so? Moved on to another place. Dud was running frantically as if something were chasing him. He ran while watching over his shoulder as the system kept notifying. Talian's rage was reaching its limit, you have made him suffer the utmost humiliation. A sharp spear was flying toward him. The system continued, your negative effects have become permanent. The system announced again, you have activated the rule of evil and received a command reward. Talian, spear in hand, charged like he was on a slaughter and yelled, you bastard, I'll kill you. He shouted angrily, I'll skewer you. Immediately Talian thrust the spear in a series of strikes toward Dud. He had to run and dodge, because of the successive strikes, but they did not hit the target, which made him even angrier and he shouted loudly, don't run, fight like a real man, why do you always take the finishing blow after I've dealt most of the damage? Then suddenly Dud turned back and reached out his hand, wait, stop. One foot stopped just in time. He called Talian, who froze in confusion. Dud, with a sinister face, asked, do you want to split the spoils in half? When Talian heard that he was so furious he broke the nearby tree and shouted, you bastard, while Dud took the chance to run away. He immediately took up the spear and gathered bolts of lightning ready to launch, Mille éclair. Talian then hurled the spear, but it was blocked by the sword and split in two. The two men couldn't help but be astonished. It turned out that Elia had used her sword to chop the spear into many pieces. She growled threateningly, don't touch my friend. Elia frowned in warning, stay away from my friend. Talian was astonished to see her appear. He spoke in surprise, Elia. Then he thought to himself, the warrior candidate. Then he added, long time no see, this must be the first time we've met again since the monster escaped. Then she quickly rushed forward. Elia pressed her sword to Talian's throat and replied coldly, you're wrong. This is the first time since you lost to me. At this moment Dud was also extremely surprised by her appearance. He scowled, where did she come from? With a sword at his neck, he was sweating with fear but tried to appear calm. It's so good to see you again. Elia didn't hesitate to ask, what did you just do to Dud? Talian stammered, Dud, she cut in, don't tell me you're harassing him. He tried to justify himself, Elia I'm just. But before he could finish explaining, Elia swept Talian's leg, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. She stepped on him and thrust her sword down, her face furious, saying, I don't want to hear your excuses. He panicked and blurted out, I know, I understand. But why do you keep defending her? Someone as talented as you, Elia wouldn't care, you don't need to worry about who I befriend. At the same time, Dud at the back tried to cut in, hey Elia, but she still refused to listen. I hate people who think they're better than others and then get angry at them. Then suddenly Talian shouted, but he's deceiving all of us. He's doing this just to teach us a lesson. He's not the cruel, unreasonable type. Dud isn't like that. Dud was confused. What? Elia glared and said, do you want to be taken down in one blow like last time? Talian went blank as he remembered the scene of being hit through the wall. What is that? Is that really his true self? Could I have died then? Then he sank to his knees on the ground. Talian sincerely knelt and bowed respectfully, sorry Dud, I will not come near you without your permission again. Let's try to get along with each other. Then she nonchalantly swept past Dud, leaving him bewildered with a swirl of thoughts. Truly a warrior candidate, she's excellent at teaching others a real lesson. I wonder if we can still be considered friends. At this moment I suppose we're still friends, at least for now. Wait, that's not important right now, I still have to get my grade for the assignment. Just as Dud was about to leave, a voice called after him, Dud. We've met before, haven't we? I'm Trisha. Dud also recognized her and said, she's a friend of Elia's, I remember. Trisha began, I have something to ask, but Dud looked very sullen, in both the original story and now she always drags out the conversation. She hesitated, well this might be a bit troublesome, but Elia. Before she could say anything Dud had already left, he only left one sentence, let me receive the points first. She could only accept it. As if realizing something, Trisha frowned and thought, he had forced Elia to fight Talian. Usually she would try to talk things out rather than draw her sword immediately. You're the problem, Dud. When he stepped up to receive the points the place was already shrouded in smoke and dust. And the sight before him alarmed Dud. what the hell is going on? Conrad and Elnor had a fierce battle, resulting in her lying on the ground unable to get up. While he remained seated firmly, seeing him he spoke slowly, "Damn Guildmaster, he insisted on going into the forest so I told him he had to get past me first, as a result I won." Dud had nothing more to say, inwardly he was deeply judgmental, this place is really insane. Even so Conrad praised her, "She's better than before, hey are you planning to play dead?" while he just wished they'd go ahead and punish her. Then Dud perked up, "Right, I'm here to receive the points." While Elnor still lay there, the teacher and his student chatted happily with each other. He said, "That's right, we're still in class, let me see, why did you bring back so many?" He replied, "It's nothing, it just took a little time because I wanted to make sure to pick the best ingredients." Conrad looked at the bag full of minerals and was delighted, "Perfect, you've really outdone yourself, I'm sure Percy will love these if you give them to her." He immediately asked, "You've already arranged the wish, so why not take this opportunity to score some points with her?" Dud tied the bag and answered, "Alright, I'll do that." Then Trisha suddenly appeared urging, "Are you finished yet?" Conrad gave his instructions before leaving, "You can go home now, class is over, but Trisha, please take care of her." She agreed, "Okay." Trisha turned back and, using all her strength, spoke in one breath, "Dud please take care of Elia, but don't be too good to her, every time she mentions you she seems to lose all reason, I'm worried it will only get worse later." Hearing that, Dud couldn't help but fall into thought, "I'm grateful for the warning but at the same time I'm a little scared." Before heading off he waved to accept the other's words, "Alright don't worry Trisha, I'll do my best." Trisha, still thoughtful, used her healing power, "You should do the same if you want to survive this." She healed Elnor. "Just recalling the face of my close friend left me pensive, she might not notice but I do, with a single misstep she could cross the line." Cut to an afternoon at the magic department. Percy sat cross-legged, sipping his tea, and asked, "You want to use your wish already, so soon?" Dud immediately answered, "That's right, I need something from the goddess of magic." She then asked, "Can't you wait any longer?" Meanwhile the others were annoyed waiting. "It's not just you working to complete this requirement, everyone needs to do something if you don't use your wish." He glanced at the people behind him and began calculating, "But to get through the upcoming battle with the purifier, I must prepare everything I can." She added, "I have orders from the dean to assist you as much as possible. As long as it's not used for other purposes, I'll do it. What do you want?" He pursed his lips, not answering immediately. Meanwhile the system updated with new information. "You received a reward of 500 points from Elia, you obtained an evil seed, you can exchange it for a special skill in the point shop, the list of purchasable skills has been updated." Elia's serious face appeared. "Elia Crixanax applied a negative seal once, you can use the evil rule once. Talion applied a negative seal once, you can use the evil rule once." Dud sank into thought, the special skills effect is far better than any item, that's fine for the moment, but there's still so much to prepare. Dud Campbell is still too weak to withstand the purifier's varied attacks, that's why he needs it. Dud cleared his throat but insisted seriously, "I need a cannon. A cannon that could blow away this entire academy." Making Percy show no change in expression and merely say, "You're crazy." She jumped up angrily and scolded, "Are you out of your mind? Creating it is one thing, but where do you intend to use it?" He then raised his hand to offer an opinion. "Oh wait, Professor." He produced the agreement paper so Percy had no room to argue. The agreement clearly stated that the master must carry out any ordinary request. Something as simple as this certainly couldn't trouble the head of the Department of Arcane Studies. She said helplessly, "You want me to manufacture a weapon, that's not an ordinary request," he retorted, "but a promise is a promise, right?" Then Dud said, "I won't use it to hurt anyone, I just have something that needs to be destroyed in a single blow, otherwise it will be very troublesome." Percy shouted, "That's exactly why I'm even more worried about it, you fool." But then she sighed and agreed, "Fine, I'm sure you have your reasons. And because you've also helped deal with the recent monsters, I'll make the cannon for you." Dud replied, "Thank you, Professor Percy." Then Percy continued to ramble, leaving him puzzled and unable to believe that not only did he have as many as 4 people in his harem, but he also made others believe he would save the entire world. Dud asked again, "A harem?" She was startled and panicked, babbling, "Wait, what's wrong with my head? I'm getting distracted just from talking to him, it's all your fault, Dud." He reassured her, "Please calm down, you still have another request in your wish." Professor Percy, after calming down, scratched his cheek and asked, "Another request?" Dud folded his arms and said, "You promised Elia and me that you would give each of us an item from the phantasmal repository, can I receive mine now? He left after accomplishing his objective. Right now I'm holding the agreement from earlier and reading minds, but I bumped into someone, great, so I've been granted permission to build the cannon, now I just need to gather the materials to make it. I can obtain all these materials with the interdimensional key. It seems everything is going according to plan. The man with orange hair, leaning on a cane, walked over. He inquired, "Hey kid, your name is Dud Campbell, right?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." Galdra spoke up, "I didn't expect to run into you here, what a coincidence." Then he introduced himself, "I am Galdra Riverback, I run the Purifier's charitable fund." Dud bit his lip in silence but cursed inwardly, what a farce, that fund is nothing more than a front for money laundering. Galdra, the chapter's final boss, the Purifier, he is the leader of the Flame of Wrath. Galdra handed over a business card and said, "I've actually heard some rumors about you, you single-handedly stopped a monster from escaping. That's not something an ordinary person could do without courage or extraordinary skill, impressive, and you still show no expression." Galdra said slyly, "Whenever I meet an extraordinary student like you, I always wonder what their future will be. I would very much like to have dinner with you, are you free? I also look forward to talking with you." Dud immediately shut that down, "I think that's enough talking for now." He immediately became wary of Galdra, just like in the original storyline. This guy was supposed to approach Elia and bother her, but why is he coming to me? Don't tell me this system regards me as the protagonist. No, no way, no way. Then he scratched his head and replied, "I'll think about it." Then he left and named the place, "Meet me at the Eye of Dusk in 3 days, I'll wait for you." Dud listened and cursed inwardly in anger, "I said I'd think about it, damn, the Eye of Dusk is an upscale restaurant just outside the academy." The business card in his hand dazzled him. Alright, I'll go, right, he thought, realistically there's no way for me to avoid this main event. Previously, everything could only be either yes or no. What I could do, what I knew, what I didn't know, all the relevant factors and risks. If I consider everything in this situation, defeating the Purifier is not impossible, but I still don't understand why I had to take on Elia's role. Maybe we messed everything up from the start. For now let's just focus on the present. We'll deal with everything else later. Then Dud mustered his courage and knocked on the door. After knocking, his face looked even more strained. As soon as he finished speaking, Elnor stepped out to open the door. "Elnor, are you there?" she asked from inside. "Dud, what are you doing here?" He replied quickly, "There's no need to come out, I just have a small matter to discuss." Elnor, standing inside, called out, "Go on." Dud coughed a few times and then said with difficulty, "Because of this." She kept listening intently, "Are you free in 3 days?" Elnor asked again, 3 days, a figure behind her spoke up, "Ah, return the books on time, chairperson." The bespectacled girl said angrily, "You haven't even read a single one, you just let them gather dust, did you rent them just to admire the covers?" Before the bespectacled girl could finish, she raised a finger to stop her, "Am I supposed to pay a late fee because of you?" Both fell silent to listen to Dud speaking on the other side of the door. "Yes, chairperson, that day I want you to take some time to come with me to a place." Elnor immediately asked again, "Just the two of us?" He answered, "That's right." She called out from inside, "Where to?" Dud answered immediately but was cut off halfway by a shout, "There's a place called Sunset. Do you know it?" The girl wearing glasses spoke loudly but was cut off before she finished. "That place is known as a popular dating spot, Elnor told me, so why do you want me to go with you?" He said, "I'll tell you when we meet that day." That made her blush with embarrassment. Then Elnor, standing a door away from him, asked if he was inviting her. A voice called out, "Elia." Under the vast blue sky and the fields of flowers stretching beneath the mountains, the call of Elia echoed again and again. Finally the person found Elia and asked if she was here, but she only turned her back and, sulking, said, "Shut up." Caliban pleaded, "Hey, I said I'm sorry, I won't tease you anymore." Elia frowned and turned back, her body dirty and scratched, tears still welling in her eyes. She said in a frustrated voice as she looked at him, "You liar." Elia shouted accusingly, "Do you think pushing me to roll down the hill is a joke?" Caliban scratched his head awkwardly but still spoke boldly, "Well then next time I'll attack you while you're still on the ground." Hearing that made her stamp her foot in anger even more. "Stop bullying your little sister," he burst out laughing, "I'm only joking." Caliban protested, "I just want you to be stronger, you dummy, I don't want my sister to be beaten by anyone." Elia shouted angrily, "I don't need that." Seeing his little sister's mood still unsettled, Caliban produced a fairly full small brown bag. "Here, try some cookies I brought from the Viscount's house." The backlit silhouettes of the two siblings were clear on the hill. She leaned forward and opened the bag to look. did you steal these things? Caliban put his hands on his hips and looked down. Hey, don't say I only took the leftovers. Elia greedily stuffed the pastry into her hand, eating as she listened to him recount it. Thanks to the Marquis he might be promoted to squire immediately. She asked, and then what? Caliban replied nonchalantly, he'll go to the battlefield. The brilliant late-day sunlight gradually disappeared behind the high mountains. Across the vast fields his voice rang out with excitement. He'll have the chance to experience new things and explore this world. Who knows, he might even earn the title of a guard. Elia chewed her pastry with her cheeks puffed in contempt. Keep dreaming. How could someone who bullies his sister all day become a guard? Caliban quickly retorted, hey, who knows, is there any law that says a person must stay stuck in the same place forever? The sunlight grew ever brighter, the sky took on a vivid orange hue. Would he die if he went to fight? Ah, if unlucky it's possible, but he's pretty good so that probably won't happen. Elia puffed out both cheeks, glancing sideways in a sulky rage and scolding, I hope you get unlucky and just die. Go on, go, you always tease me, bother me, you never listen to our parents, you spend all day swinging a sword and fighting. Still he only smiled affectionately at his little sister, continuing to listen to her curses. I hope death is already waiting for you. The silhouettes of the two siblings sitting side by side grew small against the vast expanse of hills and the blazing orange sky. Caliban made a promise, if he became a bodyguard he would always be there to protect her. Time and the scenery changed, she vaguely woke amid the insistent calling, Elia, Elia. Elia's face still not fully awake, she stepped forward and opened the door. What's the matter? It was Dud. He stood outside the room awkwardly scratching his head, not daring to look her straight in the eye. Oh, sorry. Because I'm from the countryside I'm still not used to things here. What I said about not being friends with you, I'm sorry. I brought some cookies from the kitchen, they look pretty tasty. But Elia's response surprised him. Why apologize? That's not cool at all, we're friends. Anyway, go to sleep. Dud hesitated as he tried to stop her. Wait, I need your help with something, could you come with me for a bit? Dud urged, it's urgent. Elia frowned in annoyance and cursed inwardly. Is he crazy? The scene changed again, a slender hand nimbly wrote each letter onto the page. Elnor sat up straight and set her pen down, thinking of what the other person had said, so we have finished processing all the teaching materials. She examined it seriously, I'll also review the club's fees. Elnor's brown-haired close student gently lifted her glasses to review the report, the rest concerns the transfer student. I've heard we'll have a student from the Tribal Alliance, she belongs to a sect that collapsed after a coup. She's likely the daughter of one of the tribal chiefs, now basically exiled. There will be many retainers accompanying her, but in reality her whole family is seeking asylum here. Her name is Lilu Garuda, have you ever heard of her? I've heard she's quite famous. An image of Lilu, strong and fierce, launching a shield-like kick forward appeared. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing ruby pupils, I suppose. On the note board crowded with writing, for items had been checked off, only the last one was left with a question mark. The silhouette of the saintess holding a scepter high stood before countless followers of the Holy Order in the report, and next semester, a real saintess from the Holy Empire will arrive. Elnor asked softly, is she coming in person? The brown-haired student, removing her glasses, said a little anxiously, they say an entire envoy will accompany her, but given the way things are being handled, the headmaster has probably used some of his influence. She sat up straight in her chair, leaning against a desk cluttered with books and papers. Elnor fell into thought, a saintess and the daughter of a tribal chief. She slammed her pen down onto the page covered in writing. Elnor closed her eyes, convinced this academy is definitely plotting something. First is Lilu, with her striking blue hair. After that was a mysterious holy maiden with jet black hair. Next was Elia with a cold, beautiful face. Finally there was the boy Dud, always like that, the guild leader. She startled and realized, oh, I forgot. She held the notebook in her hand, puzzled by Elnor's behavior. Why is she so worried about that? She's only been here a day or two. Elnor remained silent, staring intently into the void. Her soft voice rose beneath the pitch-black sky lit by the moon and the stars. It's just that I'm in a bad mood. Everything reverted to Dud. He cheerfully looked up, surprised there was even an observatory at the school. Dud was still admiring, the night sky was so beautiful. Elnor frowned and glanced over. Dud, do we really have to do this right now? He held the controller in his hand trying to persuade her. We have no other choice. This is the only way for everything to fit perfectly. Alright, wait a moment. This massive contraption is his plan. With the catapult we took from the treasury, I can get to that spot. Even though this area is reserved for high-level players, I have the secret card the director gave me. She still couldn't grasp his intention. what exactly does he intend to do in the middle of the night? Dud answered Elnor's doubt with just 2 words, okay, let's go. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous explosion rang out, flames shot up everywhere. He solemnly tucked his hands into a flying pose and took off, and Elia panicked, flying and screaming. Her face was now distorted into a pitiable expression. Dud cried out anxiously, Elia, focus, open your eyes. The space suddenly tore open, forming a bizarre circular red rift, and the 2 of them flew straight into that blazing red expanse. He held up the black card, grinning smugly. This is the location of the spatial link gate, we're about to step through. Don't worry, Elia. Caliban's familiar smile appeared again. Hey, why are you crying? What are you afraid of? Look at me, Elia. At last her face relaxed its panic a little. Dud kept reassuring her. It might be a bit dangerous. The 2 small dark silhouettes gradually advanced deeper into that strange space. Everything around seemed warped and distorted. Finally the rift disappeared, leaving only a streak of blazing red light shrinking in the pitch-dark sky. Everything fell silent again. As Elia flew into this region she squinted uncomfortably against the blinding light. She clenched her teeth to endure it. We don't have much time left. By contrast Dud was full of excitement, looking around. This is the interrealm space. Try not to touch anything. They could be very dangerous. He leapt up, arching his body to glide along the hovering fragments of rock. She clung to a boulder and turned to scold him angrily. Dud, what are you doing? Yet he floated along cheerfully. Don't worry, the gravity here is unstable. Anyway, we still need to get a little higher. Elia frowned. What are you looking for? He winked mysteriously. She'll find out soon. Just jump. The rock has been pushed back there. Waves of ethereal bubbles drifted through the colorful space, but her screams echoed. Are you crazy? You'll surely die if you fall. Elia hid behind a rock in fear and looked around. Dud urged, we won't die, just jump. She finally leaped off the rock. Her body fell freely through the air. Elia, panicked, squinted one eye and opened the other, trying to endure. Elia couldn't control herself, her face contorted with fear. Am I falling? Elia flailed and struggled in the air. She screamed in terror. Her mind drifted to a moment when a voice called, Elia, Elia. In the crackling flames she tried to answer, I'm here, brother. Caliban's voice rang out in the blaze. It's very dangerous here. We have to run out the back door and get to the grain store at once. Little Elia trembled. Her clothes and face were stained with blood. Her hand gripped a sharp axe. Are we going to leave mother and father behind? He stepped in front of Elia and snapped, we have to go. I'll take care of mother and father. The fire grew ever stronger. Caliban warned, if you see any descendants of the apocalypse just run and hide. Her small hand clutched the hem of his coat. What about you? Caliban turned back tensely to look at Elia. She was covered in blood, couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed like rain as she stamped her feet and cried, Mother and father are dead. I'm not stupid. Mother and father are already dead. It's just the 2 of us left. If you die, what will I do? That's why we have to run away together. He turned to face forward, leaving only a large back blocking Elia, who was clutching Caliban's coat, his voice resolute. Fool, if you go with me we'll be in even greater danger. Moreover, before being your brother he was also a guard. Don't think about anything, don't worry at all, just run as far as you can. Don't worry, as long as you reach a safe place, we'll meet again on the hill where I used to practice. Her small hand tightened as Caliban urged, answer me, Elia. Elia, crying, let go of his coat, sobbing quietly, yes. Caliban's deep blue coat billowed before her, all right, stay calm. Everything will be fine, now run, little sister, I'll be right behind you. The memory was cut off. Dud had seized her arm. A reproach rang out, where is the gravity you mentioned? He clung to the cliff with one hand while pulling Elia with the other, but still smiled teasingly, you're falling very slowly. She was so terrified she lost her composure. You should have made it clearer, I almost died. But Dud remained unruffled, gently reassuring, calm down, Elia, you'll get used to it. Look up, I've found our target. He and she sat upright on the rock's brink, suspended together, observing everything in this interrealm space. A bizarre, rainbow-like object hovered and threaded its way through layers of bubbles, the ghost of Gregory's pavilion. Dud tossed a sack to Elia, leaving her bewildered. He eagerly grabbed a sack as well. All right, take this one. The ghost of Gregory's pavilion was gradually drawn into the bag, causing Elia to panic. What is this? What should we do with it? Dud quickly tied the mouth of the bag tightly. In a moment we'll have to run, we'll use it then. She didn't understand a thing. Run away. He turned back excitedly and asked, did you see it? The magical pink and blue sky had a faint dark shape. Dud slung the bag over his shoulder. he hunched and floated in the air. Elia clutched the bag dazedly standing on the rock's edge. It's just the sky. Suddenly the space turned pitch black, freezing both of them in place. A set of razor-sharp teeth gaped open and attacked toward them, making them both start in terror. Dud frowned in fear and cried out, "A creature of the interrealm space, it seems it's time for us to leave." Elia widened her eyes in alarm. The monster with blazing red eyes lunged like a blade, opening its mouth wide and baring its teeth to bite. He hurriedly said something incoherent. "We need to make sure it will let go." She didn't understand a thing. Elia gritted her teeth against the wind and opened the bag, releasing whatever was inside. "Like this, is it? This is so unpleasant." Danger looming close, the giant monster's razor-sharp jaws were only inches from them, waves of spatial energy rippling. Both passed through it and landed hard on familiar ground. Dud exhaled in relief. As he'd calculated, it worked perfectly with the card's duration. He asked with concern, "Elia, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Their hands clasped tightly together. He, sweating profusely, glanced over. "How are you doing?" But Elia, soaked through, coldly snatched her hand away from Dud. She said wearily, "Don't tell me you planned all of this from the start, including the escape." He grinned brightly. "Of course, everything went according to plan. The early grind tactic, Gregory's Phantom, is a pretty easy trick for a veteran player like me." But Elia asked a question that left Dud stunned. "How did you know we'd come to the Interkingdom sector?" He jumped, eyes wide. I thought you wouldn't follow me here." She hoisted the bag and set it down beside him in Dud's bewildered stare. "I'm sure I can trap it. I can't believe you woke me up just for this." Dud watched her retreating figure and then hesitated. "Thank you and sorry for not telling you beforehand, sorry." But the familiar blue notification panel suddenly popped up. System notice. Elia's favorability rose rapidly. Interest level 4. He was completely dumbfounded, still kneeling on the ground with the two bags beside him. Unaware that she was actually leaving while smiling to herself. Dud couldn't make sense of it. Wait, why had her level of fondness increased? But looking back to when the two held hands and flew through the interdynastic space, Elia couldn't take his eyes off his handsome face and radiant smile. In that moment she hurriedly looked elsewhere, but the flush on her cheeks had already given away Elia's feelings. Atalanta had just finished training. Tiny beads of sweat dotted her ageless, graceful face, a hair tie still caught at her mouth. She looked at Dud suspiciously and asked, "Is this the thing in the bag that was brought here, the very thing we thought?" Dud didn't answer directly but replied gently, "I don't know what you imagine, but it's a spiritual entity." Atalanta nimbly tied back her still sweaty hair and asked curiously, "So does that mean it has entered the interrealm?" Dud, unsure of the situation, only answered, "That's right." He held up the black card in his hand and asked her, "Isn't that why you gave this to me?" Atalanta looked at him with an embarrassed expression and hesitantly asked, "I didn't expect you'd use it so soon. More importantly, what happened to your hair?" With his hair standing on end, fluffy as if he'd been electrocuted, Dud frowned, gave a resigned smile and said, "Percy hit me with lightning." Ignoring that embarrassment, he moved on to the main point. "They're in the process of transporting the spiritual matter we took from the interrealm." Hearing this she fell into thought and then said, "A spiritual entity, Percy will surely be surprised. Although she's a witch she's rather timid." Pointing at the brown bag he had brought, he asked, "Is this enough?" Atalanta didn't answer but replied in turn, "Enough. You said you'd give me another gift if I made you satisfied." Seeing the gift's value, she looked at Dud and asked, "The arcane tower would spend a fortune for it, so why did you give it to me?" Understanding her question, he explained that it wasn't so much a gift as a request. "A spiritual entity is the consciousness of great figures with extraordinary achievements. I want you to merge an entity into an item." Atalanta hesitated and said, "If I do that, the consciousness inside it will gradually awaken and grow stronger." A truly bold decision. "Dud, you've chosen well." Seeing the request might be accepted, he spoke up to ask further. The item would be. Before he could finish, Atalanta cut him off and asked, "Before that, let me ask a question." Atalanta looked at the young man before her with curiosity as if trying to see into him, then she slowly asked, "Why did you do that? You defeated an assassin with a single strike without a weapon, you held the monsters at bay alone. Why are you so focused on becoming so strong?" In response to her somewhat personal question, he hesitated and said, "Because the worms appearing in the main plot are all Demon Lord level. This story will ultimately revolve around Elnor and Elia, and I have inadvertently become entangled with both, and in my heart I knew I couldn't tell her those things." Hesitating but not answering, Dud asked back, "Then I also have a question. Why do you favor me so much?" Atalanta lifted her large, beautiful round eyes to look straight at the young man and asked in return, "What do you mean?" Dud answered seriously, "Surely you have a lot you want to ask me, how I know the location of the interdynastic realm, how I know about spiritual entities, how I can defeat Elia, or how I can stop the monsters. I know things that an ordinary student could never know, not to mention I'm only a freshman. But lately I feel like the whole academy is revolving around me. I know saying that might sound like I'm showing off, but in truth I feel that both my studies and my daily life are being influenced by you, headmistress, as if I'm being guided to do what you want. What exactly do you intend to have me do by favoring me like this?" Atalanta, hearing his confession and question, was somewhat displeased and spoke in a cold, admonishing tone, "Talking to the headmistress like that, student? I don't much like that attitude. But it seems you are aware of it yourself then. You ask why I give you such special treatment. The truth is, perhaps simply because you're cute." Dud, both embarrassed and puzzled by her attitude, could only scratch his head and wonder to himself, I hadn't told her anything at all, so why would she? After all, she did agree to help me fuse a spiritual entity into an item. If I increase the synchronization rate the spiritual entity will awaken, and if I continue to nurture it later it will be extremely useful from Chapter 2 onwards. But before that the main mission of Chapter 1, purge the imposter and deal with the impending incident at the Eyes of Dusk. First I have to finish this task. While glancing around, suddenly a voice called from behind, "He's here, Dud." He turned toward the voice and replied, "Ah, President, did I keep you waiting long?" Elnor calmly touched up her lipstick on her beautiful lips and said, "No, not long at all. Only about 6 hours." Looking at the stunning, alluring girl in a rose-red dress standing before him, his gaze couldn't leave her as he asked, "She looks completely different from the freshman welcome ceremony." In Dud's heart he silently regretted, 6 hours means she must have been here even before sunset. The girl gently tucked a few stray bangs behind her ear and came over to him, saying she hadn't been to a place like this in a long time, so she took the chance to find a suitable corner. Hearing that he thought to himself she was excessively considerate. Elnor asked him gently, "This is your first time outside the school, right? You're a freshman, aren't you?" He replied shyly, That's right." She moved closer and chided him softly, "Why don't you look into my eyes? It's the first time a girl has done this for you." Dud was too bashful and embarrassed to speak, though inside he was screaming, "After all, this is the first time I've gone out alone with a girl outside school. Honestly, this doesn't resemble the freshman welcome ceremony at all. Isn't this a date?" Not trying to be difficult or actually needing the answer, Elnor suddenly took his hand, and Dud, still stunned, was pulled along as she said, "Come on, the line is very long." In front of them was a noisy crowd, full of complaints like, "Oh my God, don't push, why won't this line get any shorter?" The two standing at the back holding hands looked at each other and said, "It's more crowded than I expected." Looking at the long line ahead, Dud said hesitantly, "Can we get inside?" At the ticket booth Talion shouted angrily, "Number 27, if I have to call number 27 one more time I'll cancel ticket number 27, fine, remove it from the list. Next up number 28, please come in." Dud stepped forward and, seeing the blonde young man checking tickets, asked in surprise, "Oh Talion, why are you here?" Seemingly even more surprised, he replied, "Oh wow, Lord Dud, you still remember me. I'm working part-time here because my family doesn't send me an allowance. So the student council is here too." Elnor listened silently to the two of them chatting. Talion widened his eyes and looked at Dud, asking curiously, "Lord Dud, may I ask something? What is the relationship between you and the council president that you two came here together?" Just then the guard behind called out, "Number 29, please come in." Hearing the question he turned to her and, appearing to ponder, answered, "Our relationship, huh?" Then he inwardly twisted in confusion, almost thinking, "Right, why am I walking with the council president? Isn't this a date?" Elnor didn't answer and instead asked, "Part-time staff, can I enter under the authority of the student council president?" Talion quickly replied, "Of course you can." Dud suddenly noticed something on his friend's neck and asked, "Wait, Talion, are you wearing some kind of necklace?" Talion produced the necklace and said, "A necklace, huh? Yes, I'm wearing one. It's from the Order of Purification, you know, the one tied to Marquis Riverback." Just then the system popped up a notification that the authority skill had been activated on the person he was speaking to. Dud pointed at the necklace and warned him, "That's the one, don't wear it today." Talion, puzzled, asked, "Huh?" But he continued, "I'm serious, don't wear it today." Talion looked at him in confusion but still agreed, got it." Dud began to ponder, after raising Elnor's and Elia's favor the main plot had changed. Now I have to redirect Marquis Riverback's goodwill toward me. The chance for me to simply eat and leave is zero, the story has already taken this turn. Suddenly a cane struck down in front of him, cutting off his line of thought. A deep hoarse voice echoed, "Oh, Miss Elnor and Student Dud are here too." Looking at the man before him, he thought to himself, then at least I have to prepare a counter-move. The screen displays a notification, "Main quest, a villain is trying to lure you, skillfully escape this situation." Count Galdra stood with his cane and solemnly said to Elnor, "My lady, I would like to borrow Student Dud for a moment, I have something to discuss with him." Hearing that she was slightly taken aback and asked, "What?" But a second later Elnor immediately refused. "Who gave you permission?" However, before she could finish, Dud hurriedly interrupted from behind, "It's fine, President." With his agreement the old man quickly continued, "Please proceed to the private VIP room." Dud at that moment also took the chance to whisper something into Elnor's ear, causing her to frown in thought. She turned to look at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. He reassured her, "Miss, it will only take a little time. It seems you are quite close with Tristan's daughter, Student Dud. If your conversation is finished, please follow me." Cut to the scene where the two are sitting and talking privately. A glass of water is placed in front of Dud. Count Galdra began the conversation, "Perhaps you know why you were called here, don't you, Dud?" Perhaps not wanting to waste much time, he calmly asked back, "Ah, you're going to rabbit on about that nonsense of resurrecting demons, aren't you? Public order will weaken during the full moon festival, so you intend to take advantage of this opportunity to carry out a massacre. You will use that blood and death to absorb a strong source of dark magic. By releasing monsters in many places he will keep the knights pinned down by ambushing assassins. His plan is to sow chaos and terror, with the aim of awakening the demons sleeping in Tristan's bloodline. From the very beginning the assassinations and the horrors caused by the monsters were his doing. But I wonder, I've already reported this entire plan to the headmaster, so what are you going to do now?" Galdra's eyes widened as he shouted, "What?" Galdra didn't know why Dud understood his plan so well. Remembering what the other man had said, he thought to himself, "Now I understand why the prophet is interested in him." Outwardly he seemed harmless, but inside he was extremely cunning and calculating. He was no ordinary man. He looked at the face that appeared simple and youthful and muttered, "I can't believe it. My men have already subdued the young lady. You certainly didn't account for that, did you?" As soon as the words ended, Elnor burst through the door with her sword, refuting his words. Seeing her blood-soaked state, he couldn't believe it and stammered, "What, Tristan's daughter? How could this be?" Remembering minutes earlier when Dud followed Galdra, someone had called to Elnor, "Miss Tristan, come with me." She had somewhere else to be. At that moment she suddenly remembered Dud's whisper, "The chairman is about to send a group of dark cultists to attack her. Lately you've been having trouble with the madness, haven't you? No matter what happens, every so often just let it out." Elnor said coldly, "According to imperial law, after dealing with cult followers, reporting is no problem." Behind him one of his henchmen gripped her ivory shoulder and jeered, "But can you handle them?" Suddenly the man's face went rigid when he saw a powerful murderous aura erupt from Elnor. She replied only quietly, "I'll try to hold on." Elnor's mental state changed rapidly. In an instant her eyes flashed a brilliant red in the darkness. Only the man in the back, still unaware, rattled on with threats, "Hurry now, we must take you alive." He was still speaking when suddenly a hand reached out and seized his head. Immediately the whole room flinched when they saw Elnor. Using only one hand she slammed his face down onto the dining table and knocked him unconscious. The remaining henchmen around them gritted their teeth, drew their weapons, and cursed as if about to surge forward all at once, "Bastards." The men surrounding Elnor murmured among themselves, "Don't kill her. Stick to the plan, a minor wound is fine." They rallied and then all charged at her. In the deep darkness only Elnor's blood-red gaze flashed, full of menace. Amid the chaotic melee she fought alone, beating those men until they were calling for their parents. The more she fought the madder Elnor's eyes became, the red in them seeming soaked with death. Her sword seemed to merge into a deadly symphony, gliding gently through and stealing the lives of these men. Galdra's men couldn't react in time and could only scream in despair, slaughtered one after another like reapers, her petite figure cutting through the room as many drew their swords and cursed, "Damn it." The clang of weapons rang out. Anyone who confronted her head-on met only one fate. Their blades cracked and shattered like the lives of those who dared cross her. With the scythe in hand, Elnor frenziedly danced a deathly waltz that wiped out the entire squad without leaving a single one alive. Seeing the massacre before him, Galdra's face was still stunned and he blurted, "Impossible," while Dud anxiously asked, "Is your chairwoman okay?" She wiped the blood still clinging to her sword and nodded, replying, I feel quite invigorated." At this moment Dud's screen also displayed a notification, "Elnor's affinity level has reached, friend. Her madness has improved thanks to you." She turned her head and glanced at him, speaking softly, "But with the situation like this, our appointment, no, our little outing, has been ruined. You'll have to come with me again, okay?" Dud received another notification, "A special mission unlocked. You have caught Gideon's attention." Hearing the alert, instead of rejoicing like before, the message this time made him jolt. Why would Elnor's father take an interest in me? Well, for now I have to finish the mission first. It couldn't end there. Galdra, though he knew his painstakingly prepared plan had failed, produced an ancient-looking gem and snarled in anger, "I didn't expect to have to use this." Hearing those words and looking at the stone in his hand, Dud thought in surprise, "Why is the dark essence appearing now?" He immediately reacted and shouted, "Chairman, stop him before he absorbs it," which made her look over in stunned confusion. The warning came too late, because by then Galdra had already placed the gem in his mouth and whispered, "I will receive the god's grace." Under the full moon, the scene outside the restaurant remained quietly ordinary, but moments later a grotesque surge of dark energy, brimming with an ominous presence, suddenly shot out from inside the restaurant and everything exploded into a heap of wreckage. A hand reached up from the chaos after the sudden blast. At that moment Dud was dragging his battered body out of the building's ruins when a loud, mocking laugh rang out overhead. He forced his head up and squinted toward the voice. It turned out to be Galdra. Not only his voice but his entire form had changed. He had fully transformed into a demon. "I hadn't intended to use this until the prophet finished dealing with it. Dud Campbell, can we deal with this?" Based on his past experience and the information he knew about this game, a demon that absorbs the essence of other demons can use a portion of their demonic power. From the very first chapter a demon appears. This world is insane. The game system issued a mission notification to him with a reminder, "Defeat the purifier. Failure will occur if there are too many casualties." Above, Galdra sensed a tremendous power within his body and howled with delight like a wolf under the full moon. From now on it is the moment of purification. Dud looked around carefully and couldn't help but groan in frustration. Damn it, the problem wasn't just that guy. The man-eaters of the demonic cultists that Elnor had dealt with had been resurrected. From his point of view, the bodies of that old man's followers had also transformed into demons with bloodthirsty eyes as if under control. They all charged toward him. Reacting swiftly, Dud shouted and unleashed a beam of blue light that struck the man-eater monsters and blasted them away, the finishing move being Dud's penetrating thrust. He frowned in confusion at the sight. Loud laughter rang out overhead. Dud. The scene lay desolate on all sides. Talion approached with the guild master. He scratched his head in surprise and kept firing questions. "What's going on here? What are those monsters? And where is Count Galdra?" Dud replied with a joke, "Oh, so you noticed my technique. I'm eager for feedback." Then Dud explained, "All of them are your comrades who have been transformed." He looked at the monsters and continued, "If you wear that necklace you'll become like them too." Hearing that, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. "What?" Talion looked to Dud and asked, "Could this be a situation arranged by the Count himself?" He nodded in answer and said plainly to him, "That's right. If you don't want to witness true hell, then from now on obey me." Quickly grasping the gravity of the situation, Talion hurriedly nodded in agreement but still asked, "I understand, but what about you? What do you intend to do?" Dud replied, "I have to go handle another matter. I must protect the civilians and stop the Count." His words made Elnor turn her head in awe and admiration. Dud's fighting ability even in a disaster. He urged hastily, "Anyway, let's go." Talion heeded the urging and realized that if he stayed here he could do nothing to help the two of them, so he ran off at once. "Understood." After he left, Elnor glanced at Dud and asked, "Do you know where the Marquis went?" Dud wiped his mouth and coughed as he considered the answer. "Well, I have a guess." Looking at the throng of man-eaters brimming with energy under the moonlight, Dud voiced his conjecture. "The goal of those demonic devotees is always the same. They spread despair and chaos everywhere. And to bring pandemonium, the demon realm, into this world. There is only one place he will target." At the same time, Galdra flew up to a yellow energy barrier. Looking at the enormous barrier before him, he had no confidence he could destroy it. Though he couldn't break the entire protective ward, at least he could inflict some damage. With that, Galdra quickly began compressing dark energy into his palm, forming a spherical orb. In an instant the black sphere swelled, giving off an oppressive aura that made anyone nearby tremble. Suddenly Dud's cold voice rang out from behind, "All right, stand still." Hearing this, Galdra was visibly astonished and couldn't hide his surprise. He turned back and asked, "Dud, how did you know? Are you a dragon?" Dud flashed a mocking smile at his surprise. "It's obvious. Your actions are far too predictable. You have received demonic power yet intend to leave the place where evil is sealed." Because of the emergency, Dud, who was being carried on Elnor's back, hurried forward. Standing and watching the two battered figures run to Galdra, he was not panicked but rather glad. Thanks to you I won't have to bother searching for it later, we only need to kill them all and protect the princess. He glanced at her, then whispered in her ear, no matter what happens we must survive, understand? Elnor nodded, and a bold idea took root in her heart. Until now the level of trust he has in me has been truly hard to get used to, but I must be worthy of that trust. That is Tristan's pride. Looking at her like that, Galdra didn't understand what she intended and could only blurt out, Princess. Next, Elnor channeled her strength into the sword and lunged straight to confront the demon, while the two of them clashed in midair. Then below, Dud seized the opportunity, ran up to the net and shouted, Chairman, this way. Seeing the direction the man below ran toward, the demon Galdra flinched, concentrated dark energy in his hand, hurled it toward him and shouted, don't you dare touch him. He up above couldn't leave him be, so he continuously launched spheres of accumulated dark energy to attack. But it seemed Dud managed to dodge them all. His eyes widened at failing to hit him even once, and he exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? While he was still astonished and focused on Dud, Elnor's blade kept striking relentlessly and had nearly pierced Galdra. With the situation critical, the old man quickly regained his composure and swung back. The two powerful strikes collided and sent both of them flying apart. The streams of black energy from above kept pelting down, forcing Dud to do his best to defend and run as fast as he could to that spot. Galdra, seeing him focus on running, chased close behind and taunted, come on, show me what you've got in a fight. Behind him Elnor also stuck close and would not let go. Growing increasingly irritated by the chase he shouted, don't just keep running like that. Galdra, watching the pursuit from behind, felt truly annoyed. He thought to himself, what a troublesome princess. Forced into a position where he had to deal with the two before him, he drew inward and began to release an extremely powerful source of energy, knocking both Dud and Elnor away. Not stopping there, Galdra concentrated power into a sphere at his chest, causing it to blaze ever redder. Seizing the moment while Dud sprawled on the ground, he directly unleashed shadow fangs and claws. It shot like a gigantic arrow formed from countless black shafts of darkness carrying destructive power aimed straight at Dud. He shouted loudly, I will definitely finish you off. An energy sphere bearing tremendous power began to show signs of cracking. Dud widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, stunned by the scene before him. Immediately the black fragments rushed into the golden protective barrier, making him let out a very loud cry. The cry drew Elnor's attention and made him turn his head to look. As a result, Dud absorbed a full blast of energy, and the yellow protective barrier around him shattered. This direct strike caused him such pain that his eyes rolled white and his face contorted. He was flung out of the air with a ghastly scream. Finally his whole body slammed into the ground from the momentum, his body covered in wounds causing him to moan helplessly. Galdra above saw the scene and laughed loudly, there are more people here than I thought, it seems you have run out of tricks, haven't you? Elnor bravely stepped between Dud and him to protect him. Get up, I'll buy time, go ahead quickly. Seeing her resolute face the old man was exhilarated and sneered, you two are really stubborn, Miss Tristan. He wore a smug expression and smiled sarcastically, honestly, you two really are a perfect match. The old man's words sent her into a brief reverie for a few seconds. Until now I've only known how to take and never to give. She suddenly recalled the moment Dud rushed forward to shield her. The next memory that surged back was when he helped her fight back against the traitor. The image of him throwing a punch to shield her before her eyes under the protection of the yellow barrier, isn't it at least time for me to repay him once? After a moment's thought Elnor finally turned and urged him to hurry. At that moment a notification also appeared showing the life chain to increase durability. Health was restored. She slowly stepped forward with her body corrupted and the hand gripping the sword also emitting a few red sparks. I will believe you until the end. In the darkness Galdra, witnessing the moving sight of the young couple, suddenly felt playful and snuffed it out, moved, so your little strategy meeting is over now, right? Elnor, without any fear, looked up at him and issued a challenge. Marquis Galdra, let me ask you one thing, tonight in your eyes, do that person and I make a good couple? This unexpected question made his face go rigid and he fell silent for a few seconds. But just as Galdra was about to answer, suddenly a fierce, storm-like attack from nowhere struck him. He lost momentum and was sent flying to the ground, kicking up a billowing cloud of dust. In the sky a dark silhouette appeared with tremendous power, delivering direct blows to the earth that produced thunderous impacts and advanced toward his body. After being struck by that attack Galdra spat a mouthful of fresh blood and cursed, bastard Dud. He refused to accept defeat despite his wounds, rose to his feet and muttered a curse, the rats have all fled. Elnor's eyes now blazing red, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. No. Galdra screamed in furious rage and lunged straight at her. You hit him, didn't you? An unexpected scene unfolded toward the group of man-eaters in the city. At this point Conrad and the others had eliminated them all and brought the chaos under control. He looked at the man-eaters who had been wiped out, rested his sword and nodded. It seemed everything was almost resolved. Not far away Elia kept chiming in. Thankfully all the department heads were present. If even one had been missing we'd be in serious trouble now. Percy, hovering in the air, also frowned in agreement. It's lucky we listened to Dud and accompanied Master Conrad. Conrad suddenly fell silent and analyzed the situation seriously. That man only said he went out for dinner recently, but if we hadn't come things would have been much worse, right? In the middle of the night under a full moon shining brightly in the sky his words still echoed through the quiet space. Could something this terrible really be just a coincidence? Over here Dud was struggling with his newly restored body, forcing each step with difficulty. Good, Talion placed it exactly where it needed to be. Suddenly something that looked like a bell caught his eye. Seeing it he quickly grabbed it like a straw to clutch at for survival. It hurt like hell, honestly. Dud reached out with a glimmer of hope that if Elnor could hold on a little longer, just as he thought that he saw Elnor's figure sweep across his vision. Galdra looked at Elnor lying helplessly on the ground and couldn't help spitting out some cruel words. Calling it brutal wouldn't be an exaggeration, Miss Tristan. Then he suddenly glanced over at Dud, making him break out in a sweat. Well then, student Dud. The old man began to raise his hand, gathering a black orb of dark mana. Do you still have any other plan up your sleeve? If not. After saying that, he launched a fierce black beam of energy like a sword that pierced the body that had only just recovered a little, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Galdra's voice for a moment still echoed in their ears. You will have to die. The event happened so fast that Elnor, though she had managed to stand, did not have time to react. In that terrifying moment she seemed to turn to stone. The surrounding space suddenly froze, leaving only black and white. Galdra was still grinning gleefully at the feat he had just caused. The trees on both sides were suddenly rocked back and forth by a violent gale. Though the strike caused him pain, it was the crucial moment that allowed him to gain more energy. The system received the signal and notified that the critical enchantment had been activated. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and flared with killing intent. The system's voice continued to ring out. The target has begun to show signs of turning toward you. As if sensing something, Dud hastily looked up and saw that Elnor's demeanor had completely changed. A pair of demon horns had sprouted from her head. The aura around her was entirely different. Perhaps the vicious demon inside her had awakened. In the darkness the birds took to the air in chaotic flurries. Loud noises kept erupting from within the forest. A large monster roared. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. At the large mansion, Dud was pierced through by something and the system notification appeared. The direct threat situation became. Elnor, with a grotesque smile, he tilted his head and glanced over. The system displayed an evaluation notification. Part of the system was disabled, the skill was stripped. This is the being currently incarnated in Elnor's body. A shard of the Grey Demon. The fatal charm easily attracts the goodwill of those with evil tendencies. The more extreme it is, the stronger the effect. Elnor stepped closer to him. As her hand was about to touch him, a surge of dark energy suddenly appeared. It surged in to envelop both of their bodies. On his chest a flash of light appeared bearing a very strange character. The system registered a corruption sigil. The corruption sigil's effect caused him to stare in astonishment at the mark on his chest. My wound had been reversed. For someone of unrivaled power in this world to behave so friendly toward me is truly strange. He quickly crawled over and frantically operated the system's screen. The future is uncertain, but for now use everything you can. The system displayed a notification to use the skill copying right. Elnor kept that creepy smile as she looked at him, a terrible pressure that made his brain feel like it would explode. A sensation as if flesh were being corroded. Relying on the connection with Elnor, I will copy a skill right now. A skill that is important now and will also be indispensably necessary later. Her body shimmered like an illusion, appearing and disappearing so he couldn't take his eyes off it. Before disappearing she didn't forget to greet him, leaving him staring in astonishment. See you when we meet again. I'll definitely be there then. Galdra suddenly lunged in, thrusting his hand to attack at dizzying speed. Die. A bolt of lightning shot from his hand, as if piercing the sky. He squinted, trying to look downward. The enormous force from him had created a huge crater in the middle of the forest. Seeing the spot he'd just attacked empty, he couldn't help but wonder, where the hell did that bastard run off to? He tilted his body, sensing that something was wrong. Suddenly a large dark shadow streaked by. A massive bolt of lightning appeared. He was struck and fell, followed by an explosion. Below in the forest, plumes of white smoke slowly dispersed. He glanced around, still unable to understand what had happened. What the hell is going on? Unexpectedly, Dud descended from above and landed on the ground. The system continuously displayed danger alerts. A direct threat to life had been detected. The life or death situation was assessed as EX rank, activating Pandemonium's new king skill. For 5 minutes, an absolute advantage against all enemies of the demon species. The monster glared at him with contempt, sneering, "A vermin like you possessing this." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately he charged forward at dizzying speed. It screamed in panic. The celestial messenger hadn't mentioned this, but as soon as it finished speaking, it took his full punch. Dud punched it forcefully, sending it flying. In a moment it was immediately knocked away. Dud looked ahead and then spoke. "Round 2, the second bout has begun, get in there." Under the quiet night sky, the monster lay motionless on the ground. It continuously let out low growls. Dud's ferocious silhouette appeared in the distance. The monster slowly sat up and turned its eyes toward him, thinking, "Why is that?" Its eyes narrowed as it looked up at him. "Why can he control a higher grade version of the very ability I possess?" Suddenly it braced a hand on the ground. Blood kept pouring from its mouth. It slowly stood up and looked at him, thinking that which I had to struggle for years to attain. What right does that nameless bastard have to be able to use it? So unfair, truly unfair. It slammed its foot hard down on the ground. The system displayed a notification. Dark Operation emits demonic aura from the demon crystal to amplify the blessing power of the black soul. The body, enhanced by the demon crystal, gains greatly increased physical resistance. Then the monster kept roaring toward him, "You bastard Dud, die for me." Seeing that, Dud wasted no time. He deployed his mana and lunged straight at it. It did not fall behind and simultaneously surged forward. The two of them, with their two sources of power, attacked each other directly. He frowned, his eyes then flashed a red light. A wide reflected shockwave revealed his silhouette and the monster facing off. Both of them slid away at the same time. It thrust its hand forward toward him. "You bastard, die." He quickly activated a technique. A brilliant golden power enveloped his body in protection. Not stopping there, it shouted, "Holy power." Hearing this, even a witness like him couldn't help but be astonished. How could it use holy power as well? But before it could counter, he lunged forward and drove a kick straight into its face. This sent it flying hundreds of miles away. Its body kept slamming into the large rocks behind it, accompanied by piercing screams. The sight before it left it somewhat puzzled. A source of power came rushing in from somewhere. Dud raised his fist and surged up, appearing right before its eyes. Its gaze followed him in alarm. He clenched his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. His eyes widened in undisguised astonishment. The skill's duration had ended. From above they fell onto the firing device. The monster blurted out in surprise, "What is this?" while he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he hadn't handed it back. Then he reached out and pressed the button on the controller. The launcher propelled the monster high into the air. As it was flung away it cursed, "You damn bastard." A gun barrel suddenly emerged beneath the muzzle. It looked down in astonishment. He raised the weapon at it and asked, "No cooler last words?" Its gaze followed him in extreme panic. The gun barrel, with terrifying force, fired a blast toward it. Before vanishing, it couldn't hide its suspicion, not to mention that everything up to now had all been part of his calculations from the very beginning. The system displayed a notification of main mission completion, awarding 1 demon crystal, 1 hero shard, and 5,000 points. Dud sat and glanced downward, thinking to himself that there really was a whole pile like this. It seems the rewards were scaled up with the difficulty. At first you could only choose one of the two. Anyway, I now have 2 extra items that could distort the storyline. Atalanta stepped up behind him and said, "One of the 2 you'll use right away." "Right, Guildmaster Elnor is still safe." "But you're ruthless, Dud." "I'll listen to the entire story you went through with the Grey Demon." He heard that and immediately asked, "What do you mean?" To his question she immediately asked back, "Even though I already suspected it, I'm asking anyway. Hey, are you involved with the demon?" Elnor lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Beside her the nurse's voice was still rising. "Is the transfusion finished yet?" "Not yet, but it will be soon." Her blood pressure is below 50 now. Around her body countless tubes and lines were plugged in. Suddenly she woke up, and there was a voice beside her, "Damn it, where is the priest? Why is he taking so long?" Turning back toward Dud, Atalanta looked and began to explain, "One of the Grey Demon's powers is corrosion. That phenomenon spread from the student's area into an extremely large radius. The Heresy Court and the Holy Kingdom will certainly step into this case. You've become the center of the storm. You knew this would happen and still did that." Dud fell silent without answering. he thought to himself, I've long given up the dream of being an extra, especially in a situation where I'm directly entangled with a demon like this. A few minutes later he looked at her and spoke, I must say I'm still rather lucky, Atalanta, sitting opposite, added, among the pandemonium the strongest is the grey demon. As I suspected, he chose Principal Elnor as his vessel. He heard that and immediately asked, Principal, did you know about this beforehand? She answered, sorry about that. She explained, first of all, thank you for fighting for the school and protecting Elnor, relax, but now please focus and listen closely to what I'm about to say, it's top secret. His body suddenly moved toward her, and he rested his head on her thigh. Atalanta glanced down at him lying beneath her thigh. Since the last hero sacrificed himself, the demon fragments have scattered everywhere. If any one fragment were to manifest in this world, the other fragments would gather around that one. Yesterday the grey demon awakened for a moment, so soon the remaining fragments will also be drawn to the vessels of the other demons. After hearing her story he thought to himself, in the original these kinds of vessels always cause disasters. The vessel of the red demon once turned the city of Gitch into a living hell. The Elia family was swept up and vanished without a trace, and because the shard vessels are random, the game system will choose randomly each time you play, except the settings for Elnor and Elia are fixed. Atalanta frowned and added, the Holy Nation's intelligence is very strong, they have narrowed down the candidates for vessels, Elnor is among them. I'm trying to gather all the candidates into this school. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder, gathering all those dangerous people together is frankly brilliant, but isn't concentrating the dangerous ones in one place going too far? Atalanta continued, there was one time, a demon vessel fell into true love. As a result the demon shard was completely destroyed, love had wiped away the seed of destruction. Hearing these details, Dud frowned with a weary expression, it sounds unrelated to me but it's so much like a romance novel. Suddenly her voice rang out, the grey demon seems to have feelings for you, Dud, leaving him visibly astonished. He heard that and panicked, asking in disbelief, what? No way, Atalanta placed her hand on his chest and explained, I saw it clearly, it healed the wound and even applauded you. Dud still tried to make excuses, maybe it just felt sorry for me. Atalanta paid little attention and added, whatever the reason, the key point is here. The image of Elnor sitting in a seductive pose reading in the forest suddenly appeared. She continued, the demon has been overly friendly toward you, Dud, I've verified your judgment, knowledge, and ability to act over time, so I really want to ask you for a favor. Go flirt with the vessels. After hearing that, Dud immediately sprang up and yelled in her face, what? Cut it out, I'm not playing peekaboo, Atalanta declared confidently, I'll provide you with every resource to make flirting as smooth as possible. Dud, seeing she had misunderstood, kept protesting, it's not a resource issue. Not wanting him to worry, she repeatedly reassured him, don't worry, at the moment all the candidates are female. This is a godsend, you even got the grey demon to applaud, conquering these mortal hearts will be a surefire thing. Dud thought to himself, if it were that easy I wouldn't still be single. She frowned slightly and said, at all costs, you must flirt with every one of them and eliminate all the demon shards, then the world will be saved. Dud, hearing that, couldn't help but panic, but hold on, is this supposed to be true love? How many people are you planning to have me be promiscuous with? He also thought to himself, I actually find this easier. Atalanta, upon hearing this, remained unconcerned and said, it's not easy, because there are demon worshippers targeting them and the vessels are no joke. Atalanta's voice grew low and her eyes looked sad as she continued, but even so, I beg you, please, save humanity. He glanced at her and immediately felt displeased, I want to log out of this world so badly. He frowned and asked, hey, headmistress, I can guess the answer, but what if I fail at flirting? She replied, well, I did mention it in episode 14 already. Humanity will be annihilated, the world utterly ruined, and demons will establish an evil empire. Hearing those words, he could only curse inwardly, I really hate those screenwriters. Soft sunlight filtered through the window. Elnor slowly woke up. She sat up slowly on the bed. With a slightly weary look she asked, did you win? A voice rang out, you mustn't barge in like that, student, she even came yesterday and skipped class to visit. The girl at the door opened it and stepped in, after all, isn't it still early to be up, hey you? Elnor glanced over with a touch of contempt and said, you dared skip school. Suddenly the girl leapt onto her bed and yanked the blanket back to Elnor's astonishment, what the hell, this damn haircut. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Oh my god, I thought you were dead, how on earth did you end up fighting like that? Elnor recalled the scene from last night. Then she looked at her and asked, calm down, what about Dud? The girl was a little puzzled. He was discharged from the hospital a long time ago. Elnor asked suspiciously, discharged? She gently pushed up her glasses and replied, actually she wasn't seriously injured, you were the one horribly hurt, I really thought you were done for. Elnor, hearing that, asked again, am I like a living corpse? And Dud was completely unscathed. She remembered how the girl had been unconscious for several days before. Then she looked at her and said, it's been 2 days and she's still lying motionless like this. If this person doesn't wake up then Dud Campbell. I swear I'll deal with him myself. Dud took the bouquet from the table and prepared to leave. Don't worry, Senior. Chairwoman Elnor isn't that weak, I'm sure she'll wake up in just a few days. She heard that and was a bit puzzled. What makes you so sure? Dud replied, because I'm still here, alive. Someone like me that she would risk her life to protect. The Tristan family isn't as weak as people think. Back in the present, she held the book and smiled at her. Well, put him aside for now, Chairwoman. Are you still able to hold a pen? If you're awake then sign these documents for me. Elnor looked up at that and sighed in frustration. I'm still the patient here. She opened the notebook in her hand and began to read. Yes. But there's breaking news about 2 huge figures preparing to appear, Chairwoman. The first is Saintess Lucian. Elnor put her hand to her chin, her expression a little pensive. Isn't she supposed to enroll next term? She replied, well initially that was the plan, but it's changed, she'll enroll next week instead, they over there decided so. It seems that because of the scandal she caused, the Holy Kingdom and the heretical order are starting to get involved. As for the second person I was going to keep secret but can no longer, upon hearing that she immediately turned and asked back, who is it? She hesitated slightly, soon, recalling the figure of the man with that immense power. After a few seconds, she finally answered, soon Lord Gideon will arrive. Elnor wasn't very surprised. My father. Cut to the expansive grounds. Somewhere in the area, a shadowy figure peers through the window frame, surveying the surroundings with admiration. This city is so lively and brimming with life. Lucian shifts his gaze over, his expression plainly displeased. Please close the window, the light is too glaring. The man standing in front speaks up, interesting. Is the Saintess suddenly averse to light these days? The Saintess answers, spend your youth in dim chapels and you'd be just like me. Seeing that, he asks again, why suddenly turn to gloomy matters, Saintess? Lucian sighs wearily and orders, close the window for me, guardian knight. Suddenly he turns his head and states his wish, I want to savor this bit of peace a little longer. Lucian hears this and feels somewhat perplexed. Peaceful, a Saintess and a demon worshipper sharing a room and calling that peace. He smiles and replies, I thought we'd be a little closer by now, the initial tension when we first met would have faded. Seeing that, Lucian's eyes reveal clear displeasure. I'm cooperating for a purpose, not to become friends. Do you really think that's enough? He looks at the Saintess and asks, even just a little. Lucian replies, those who hold her chains and the fate that is strangling my life, they're actually no different from each other. Think whatever you want, at least I still have someone to protect. My beloved son, summer is almost here too. Father has heard that summer where you are is much hotter than at home. Remember to take care of your health. Father has sent some fruit. Remember to share it with your friends. I've heard there's going to be a parent-teacher meeting, but our household is preparing for the harvest so my parents will probably have trouble attending. Instead, Father will send Herman over. If you need anything just tell him. Things at home are still fine, don't worry and remember, don't try to draw attention. A group of students striving forward. You've always been clever so I'm not too worried, but absolutely do not cause trouble, just live quietly for me, understand? If you happen to have a girlfriend, bring her home to meet the family during summer break. This father also wants to see his grandchild, doesn't he? In short, take care of your health, your loving father, Armin Campbell. Luckily father couldn't make it. After reading the letter, Dud lifted his head, looked toward the friend before him and asked, so you're Herman, a junior butler or something? Herman adjusted his glasses and smiled, replying, yes, that's right, sir, young master, if there's anything, please feel free to instruct me. At his words another man spoke up, hey you, that insolent attitude is blatantly too much. He put the bunch of grapes in front of him, saying, these are the Lord's grapes sent for the young master. Dud brought one to his mouth and asked, are the grapes seedless? He answered honestly, they must be very sweet, right? At that moment some other students passing by glanced at him with judging eyes. That guy goes from one trick to another, now he's even dragging his butler to school, trying to play aristocrat here. Looks like he's going to eat everything by himself. He wiped his mouth and pushed the bunch of grapes toward the butler. Herman, we need to pretend to be close like friends for a bit here. If I tell you to do something then do it. Finish off what's here for me. his sudden request left him a little flustered, bowing. As he grabbed the bunch he complained, "Yes," Dud chimed in, "you'll probably be an apprentice butler your whole life." "Fine, now is not the time to indulge," the principal's words are truly beyond imagination. In his head Atalanta's words appeared, "Seduce all the candidates for demon vessels and save humanity." The system flashed a notification, "Elnor Intimacy Level Phase 1, Mission Activated, the inherited curse will appear in 7 days. Gideon Tristan, Curiosity Level 1, Mission to activate the inherited curse has 7 days remaining." At the same time he thought to himself, "Put world peace aside for now, these immediate tasks are the ones to worry about, things won't stop there." The system appeared again, Main Mission Chapter 2, the King's passing will occur after an unspecified number of days. The boss fight in Chapter 2 is the real problem. I also have to plan ahead my moves for the boss fight. Wait, in the original I never even met Gideon, what should I do now? Back in reality, Herman glanced up at the sky with an expression of utter satisfaction. "Young master, it's unbearably hot here." Dud didn't pay it much mind, a few other thoughts kept circling his head. In the original, he appeared already dead, though he wasn't a close father to his daughter. But a father is still a father. Originally, Gideon's death was the spark that triggered the awakening of the Grey Demon. But I woke it up during the Chapter 1 boss fight instead. Damn it, everything's a complete mess now. Gideon's being alive means the script I know can change without limit. At the same time, a man's words popped into his head. Why does Dud look so miserable? Could it be because of that guy? He thought to himself, all right, Elnor's father, I'll meet him. Not to avoid him at all costs, no, I should avoid him, but if we accidentally run into each other, I have to get something out of him. Only that way will there be any chance of dealing with the Chapter 2 boss. Dud looked at Talion, who was pinching his steward's cheek, and, a little confused, asked, "Hey Talion, what are you doing to my steward?" The question left him awkwardly flustered. "A steward, really? I thought I saw someone being bullied or something. Can someone like this really do the job?" Dud pointed directly at his face and said irritably that, since he had laid a hand on my steward, "Today I must borrow your sword for a day." His sudden change in attitude left the man somewhat astonished. Why?" But immediately he knelt before him and offered up his sword, suddenly bestowing this honor upon me. "Lord Dud, please take it and use it." He couldn't help but awkwardly explain, "No, I will return it." Elnor looked toward him, her expression betraying obvious amusement. "Interesting. You enrolled in the theology department and yet you want me to teach you swordsmanship?" Dud gestured aside and began to explain. "After the incident with the demonic man I realized many things. I found that relying only on divine power leaves me at a great disadvantage in physical fights. So I want to learn Tristan's swordsmanship even if only the most basic." As he spoke he thought to himself that, thanks to the innate trait that increases goodwill toward villains, Elnor would remain attached to him for a long time. She lowered her head slightly and smiled with contempt. "For the first time you've said something that actually sounds pleasing to the ear. If it's a constructive suggestion from a junior, I'll help a little and see how it goes." Seeing her drawing her sword, he thought he should seize this chance to copy her sword techniques as fully as possible later on, so he could more easily cultivate a relationship with Gideon. Perhaps there is no path left other than swordsmanship. Suddenly a voice rang out, "This is a rare sight. The student council president, busy with 100 tasks, actually has the leisure." Elia stepped closer from afar, to give private tutoring. Elnor glanced and replied that Dud had asked me. Hearing that she immediately looked toward him and asked, "But the president specializes in single sword technique while Dud uses twin swords." He raised a hand and forced a smile, explaining it's fine, single sword or whatever works. At that attitude Elnor glanced with eyes full of killing intent. "The type of sword isn't important, who teaches you is the core issue." Elia sighed softly, "Exactly, so you've had experience as a trainer, teaching would make much more sense." Upon hearing that Elnor's face immediately darkened as she looked toward Elia. It sounded as if she was saying my swordsmanship is far superior to yours, Junior. What, how could I possibly beat the president? Elia, having heard this, touched his sword and stepped forward slowly. They faced each other and kept exchanging words. "But I was certain Tristan's swordsmanship had a flaw," Elnor replied. "Oh, then show me that flaw, can you?" Elia added a condition. "What if the condition is not to use strength?" Seeing the situation was unstable Herman suggested, "Young master, isn't this what people usually call a duel, right?" Elia held his blade out before him, eyes utterly resolute. "The Tristan family's power must not be used as a condition, student council president." Elnor sat opposite, her cold stare fixed on her. I also wanted to see how far this would go. Dud, hearing the two of them, couldn't help but be alarmed and said he was just teaching me. But why did the two of them start fighting like that? Herman beside them only forced a smile. It seemed the two had been at odds for a long time. Elia lunged forward with her sword. So, show me what you've got. Despite her haste, Elnor paid it little heed. She glanced up at the unnecessary movement. When the sword was about to touch her neck, Elnor still didn't react, only observing in silence. A cold flash lit Elia's eyes. Unexpectedly, Elnor raised her sword to block Elia's strike. Elnor braced her arms, trying to hold firm as best she could. After gaining momentum, Elnor quickly lunged and shoved Elia away. Witnessing this power left Elia a little stunned, thinking to herself, too fast. Not only fast but also very powerful. Elia instinctively defended herself. What are you doing, Elia? Are you going to let a demon overpower you? Suddenly, Elnor's gaze was filled with astonishment. Elia was no longer at a disadvantage and immediately pushed back. Elia swung her sword behind her, her gaze extremely wary. Elnor's clan was a demon clan. No matter how noble the blood she carried, it would sooner or later be taken over by demons and driven mad, whether you wanted it or not. At the same time, images she had witnessed as a child came back to her. Seeing the devastation before her, Elia seemed unable to accept the reality. Back in reality, her gaze gradually grew cold. After all, she was only a sacrifice to the demon. Her feet slid back to gain momentum. She unleashed her power, a blazing red flame enveloping her sword. After gathering momentum, she immediately lunged forward to attack. Seeing the sparks hurtling towards them so rapidly left Dud and his steward astonished. At the same time, a huge question mark seemed to appear in Dud's mind. Elnor remained perfectly calm, watching her movements, which were truly hard to control. The so-called emotion, immediately after Elnor appeared before Dud and swung down to intercept the incoming attack. The flame, cleaved in two by the strike, also seemed to subside. Elia looked toward them, her expression both surprised and remorseful as she apologized. But Herman was so terrified that he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Dud was utterly shocked, looking on and assessing whether this could be a human reflex, even faster and stronger than before. Could she have already begun fusing with the fragment, Elnor? Seeing they did not respond, Elia tried to explain that she had gone too far and apologized to the chairwoman. Elnor glanced at her and slowly advised that her swordsmanship was not bad, but as a candidate warrior she needed to train in things beyond swordsmanship as well. You can't let your teammates get hurt, right? Realizing she was completely wrong, she stopped being stubborn and bowed to accept the blame, saying, Dud, I'm sorry. However, upon seeing that even Herman had regained consciousness, she was astonished. Where had she gone? In the large forest. Seeing Elnor's condition, this was not the time to delay. If she stayed so careless it would all fall apart. I had to risk everything to grow stronger. After all, I had no intention of becoming a pure swordsman. To survive, divine power was essential. Not only swordsmanship but also divine power had to be raised, and to do that, Yuria was intently eating an apple when suddenly his voice rang out from afar asking how she had been living lately. You still look okay. She stared at him in astonishment. He is Yuria Greyhoundsher, the saint's biological sister. Now it's your turn to help me. In the deadly silence a strange voice rang out. There was still a longing for someone to come and save her, or the hope that someone would become a companion. But that only made her suffer all the more. She had to realize that soon. Hope was merely the overture to despair. Accept it, just like her sister. Each drop of bright red blood fell straight onto her face. Everything around, before her eyes, gradually dimmed. It seemed as if Yuria was falling into a deep pit of despair. A cold gaze looked down at her, and a voice declared that she was merely a cursed sacrificial victim, destined to be solitary until death. That was the way to protect everyone. And it was also Yuria's mission, as if a dark void were gradually engulfing her. Yuria jolted awake. After the nightmare her sweat was soaking, she found herself lying on the white cloth, her face still clouded in fear. From above, a shaft of light shone down on where she lay. Yuria reached out and plucked an apple from the tree. Then she slowly ate it. Her basket now appeared full of red apples. While chewing, she glanced to the side. Dud stepped forward from behind and asked how she had been lately, remarking that she looked healthy. Hearing his voice, she immediately turned her head. A chain suddenly appeared. Yuria seized it and quickly attacked toward him. Dud raised his sword and then swung it down to block her attack. Why did you step into my attack range when you clearly knew it was dangerous? His expression turned smug as his sword slowly revealed itself. Not stopping there, Yuria twirled the chain, skillfully directing it. Dud was no less skilled. He leaned to one side to dodge. Seeing she still refused to stop, in his head he kept begging, please step back. I told you to step back. He used his sword to shove the chain away, then slid along the ground. Dud glanced to the side. The chains suddenly snapped back toward him. Startled, he immediately fell. Dud sighed wearily and looked at Yuria with a rueful expression. Seeing her flail like that made it clear she was still full of vigor. Yuria stared at him in surprise. His voice rang out once more. I told you I'd stop by sometimes to bring you meals. It's not that you didn't recognize me, it's that I didn't know what you liked, so I prepared all kinds of things. With this amount you can eat comfortably for 2 or 3 days. But living apart from everyone like this, don't you feel lonely? Sometimes I'll come and keep you company like this, you won't mind, will you? His attitude left her momentarily stunned. But, then the cold, hard voice suddenly surfaced in her memory as if reminding her that she had to realize that soon. You're just a cursed sacrificial object, doomed to be alone until you die, accept it. Back in reality, Dud looked toward Yuria and tried hard to dissuade her. Help yourself to the food, I'm off. That memory resurfaced again. He stood in front of Yuria and spoke words that extinguished her hopes that someone would come to save her or that someone might become a friend. That would only make her suffer more. Yuria stared blankly at the pile of food before her. Then she slowly picked up a piece of bread. At the same time she also tossed her weapon to one side. Yuria held the bread in her hands as if it were a treasure. Tears of humiliation slowly fell onto the bread. It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt at all. A system notification appeared. Critical attraction. The villain's favor increased sharply. Yuria Greyhouncher's interest level reached phase 1 and rewards can be claimed. Dud sprang up from sleep in alarm. What is this again? We've only been with her a few days and she's already at phase 1. Then check the rewards first. The system popped up again. The B-rank swordsman's focus skill increases reflex speed and accuracy in combat. He slowly turned the tab open. Not bad. If combined with Struggle X it'll be very effective. Meanwhile he thought to himself, wait, that kid Herman is still sleeping. He's really uselessly idle. Noble and royal parents and merchants will all attend. I've been practicing diligently with Yuria for today. On the system board it shows Tristan swordsmanship, not restrictive about weapons, can parry at a low rate and may bypass defenses. He turned his head to the side to rouse his steward. It's late now, Herman replied slowly with a sleepy face. Let's depart, young master. Dud quickly fastened the last cloak clasp, his face full of excitement. Today he only needs to impress a single person. Meanwhile he thought to himself, Gideon Tristan, the sword genius, does not appear in the original story. At this moment in the town, the armored warrior looked toward the old man and offered, Master, if the ground is uncomfortable please step onto me. The old man replied, it's fine, sometimes one should take a walk in the countryside like this. Nearby a few people stepped forward with eager faces. They said even the Holy Empire is coming this year. Could it be that the splendid cavalry from earlier was? Oh my, so it's true, the Holy Kingdom is really participating. Our son is taking part in the Battle Royale. He entered the school as the second-ranked student, so how could he not participate? On the center of the stage, after seeing everyone gathered, the MC began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, parents who did not spare the long journeys from all over to come here. Our Elefante Academy is the Empire's premier educational institution. We are immensely honored to welcome you to this observation session. The traditional Battle Royale welcoming event will begin shortly. A man stepped forward slowly, his expression couldn't help but show astonishment. Wait, could that person possibly? The two people sitting nearby were no less astonished. Hey, are you kidding? Why would he be present at a place like this? The man who is said never to appear unless there is war, why would he come to a school observation session? Pest, his daughter is the student council president here, that's true. But there are rumors he didn't even attend the entrance ceremony. Is that really so? People say that man is cold-blooded and knows nothing but the sword, so no one dares go near him or start a conversation with him. Gideon narrowed his eyes slightly and looked toward the group of people whispering about him. Conrad hurriedly stepped over from the side and asked, Isn't that you, sir? What wind brought you here? He said with his arms folded and a composed look, Senior Balthador, don't you ever get tired of teaching the kids? Conrad quickly sat down beside him. Not that you'd be bored. What wind blew you all the way here? Training. Is the effort to catch up with First Duke Tristan going well? Gideon folded his arms and sighed in frustration. I'm training so I just stepped out for some fresh air. I'm still training according to what's written in the texts. They say you must make the wild mountains your own. Hearing that made him a little curious and he asked, That's strange, how exactly are you carrying that out? His face gradually darkened as he answered, First I hacked at the mountain summit. It was indeed a crude and brutal method. From below the MC's voice rang out again, Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention, the Battle Royale will begin shortly. The students taking part in the match are all volunteer freshmen. Conrad glanced down and then explained, the contest will take place under the supervision of the faculty and professional medical staff. The MC smiled at the audience and continued, every kind of weapon anyone might want has been prepared in wood. Now, contestants, please enter the arena. Immediately the crowd erupted. Come on, our youngest daughter, Edward, you must make the top 10. Dud slowly climbed onto the stands, thinking to himself, damn it, I'm shaking like this just before going out. Would my character have felt the same back then? Damn it, I wouldn't have participated if I'd known. Did it really have to catch Gideon's eye? Talion at his side smiled and said, in this match Dud and I will have the final duel. Elia withdrew because she's the champion candidate, so it's not impossible. The MC's voice rang out, those contestants who need weapons please come forward to collect them. Elia looked ahead and thought to herself, why is Dud so stubborn about taking part in this match? Is his hobby to occasionally toy with the weak, or could this be his own kind of noblesse oblige? Stay calm and choose, there's 1 minute left before the match begins. At that moment a figure in a tank top lightly placed a hand on the lever. She carefully reached out and flipped the lever on the engine. The MC continued to announce that all contestants had stepped onto the arena. The aim of the match is only one. That is to become the last survivor. That student will receive special points. Those who make the top 10 will also be awarded points. Herman below shouted up to him in encouragement, young master, I think you only need to make the top 10. Dud sighed to steady himself and thought inwardly that Gideon must be sitting somewhere. Right, look at me, look at me. Elia was no less nervous. I'm watching, so don't worry, Dud, I trust you, but if anything happens I'll help. Across the way the woman in the purple cloak smiled softly. The MC began to speak, and all the contestants bowed to one another. Elnor stood high above, silently looking down. In the audience, Gideon glanced upward. She announced that they should prepare to begin. As soon as the MC's voice cut off, all the contestants on the arena floor seized their weapons and charged at their opponents, attacking in rapid succession. Talion swung his sword at him, telling Master Dud that he wouldn't go easy. His strange action left him a little puzzled. Why does this guy keep targeting only me? However, there was no time for him to ponder. Dud reacted quickly and blocked his attack. Dud looked on with a very smug expression. This is a parry, brat. Gideon in the stands watched silently. Dud raised his sword into a ready stance to attack. He frowned slightly at the sight. Those two look amused. The system suddenly displayed a danger warning. Lilu rushed forward and delivered a kick at him from behind. The sight of her arrival surprised him. Lilu. She smiled smugly at him, asking what he was doing and telling him to jump in. Lilu Garda, the second daughter of the great chieftain of the tribal alliance, a character who will appear in chapter 5. Talion was attacked, his eyes shut tight as he cried out. In his head he thought, and above all Elia looked ahead in confusion and asked who she was. Lilu stepped forward with an extremely proud expression. If you won't come then I'll come. He looked at her and thought to himself that she was a sadistic little girl who liked beating people. Magic is the technique used to strengthen the bodies of the tribal alliance. Even I, having activated Struggle X, wouldn't dare be sure of winning. At this moment she is certainly stronger than Elnor. Talion sank to the ground, his body too pained to stand. Did you protect this weakling, Lord Dud? Did you go and shield an opponent who is fighting you? Dud fell silent, sighed, and looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, why would this girl Lilu enter an event like this? This is a time when she is still not widely known. Unexpectedly, his attitude turned a full 180 degrees. I will definitely make you rank 1 today. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel powerless. If you have time, then run. Talion rose and stepped forward to block him. Hey new face, if you're aiming for this side you have to get past me first. I'm Talion Armand, the freshman who placed second. Can you handle that? Lilu looked at him and asked. You're the runner-up. In that case I won't go easy on you. She suddenly pointed straight at his stomach. A system notification appeared, the swordsman's focus activated, reflex speed and accuracy increased. Dud looked on, visibly astonished. Lilu smiled brightly and asked, don't die on me. Lilu moved like a flash. Talion opened his eyes wide in terror. With a single simple move, he was blasted far away. Dud planted his sword in front of him to defend. A few others standing nearby were also knocked away. Talion was struck until he bled from the mouth. He positioned his sword in front of him and tried his best to block her attack. It was clearly parried, but the impact still drove straight through. Seeing that power, the crowd in the stands couldn't help but stir. Wow, is that a freshman? Alphonte is really something. Lilu looked at him with satisfaction. What is that? I thought she was just someone unremarkable. You're holding back too. If you can withstand this blow so well then I'll use my full strength. He looked at her and thought to himself whether he could win with his current stats. Unexpectedly Gideon and Elnor exclaimed in unison. No way, Even in a dream that's too ridiculous, Lilu rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of kicks. First legs then hands, she threw a barrage of punches at him. Dud tried to keep his sword in a defensive position. Now is not the time to show off pointlessly, he suddenly shouted, wait, I give up. Lilu was astonished to hear that. Everyone above kept whispering, what a coward, a noble with no pride. Your classmate said to give up, he replied honestly, yes, I'm coming down now. Elia, standing nearby, observed and remarked, that's a wise choice, Dud. Dud took a few slow steps down to the arena floor. What are you shouting about? Do you want to come up and fight yourselves? You wouldn't dare even if told to. The MC felt a little embarrassed. Now, it seemed the winner had already been decided. Oh no, that's not right, there were still contestants on the field, so continue. Lilu didn't seem very pleased. It's only just getting interesting. She clenched her teeth, her face showing clear outrage. You damn imperial bastard, who the hell do you think you are? The system flashed a notification that critical allure had sown the seeds of an explosive infatuation. Dud turned his head, saw how terrifying her power was when she was angry and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, running away was the right decision. Who's stopping you from quitting? Suddenly a plastic bag appeared out of nowhere and covered his head. When it was removed, he found himself in a different room. A strange voice sounded beside him, Dud Campbell. What is your relationship with my daughter? Hearing that made him panic inwardly. He thought, wait, I'm not mentally prepared. Dud sat up straight with a slightly worried expression. Elnor had helped him a lot during school life. They were just friends. Gideon sat nearby, leisurely sipping tea. Did you learn swordsmanship from him? Dud widened his eyes in astonishment and looked on. Stay calm, that's the only way to follow the plan. Then he replied, no, sir. The man added, so where did you learn it? Tristan swordsmanship. He thought to himself that, as expected, Gideon had noticed. Then he spoke up, so you've noticed, then. In response to your question, he asked back, how could I fail to recognize the very foundation of the clan's swordsmanship? Answer me, who did you learn from? Dud frowned, calculating carefully. He must not show any sign of nervousness. The man before him was a drawn sword. Any exposed weakness would ruin everything. He then answered cautiously, he is someone even the High Lord knows, the Sword Emperor who has always been uncanny. To the point that he even sought out a baronial family in the countryside like ours, and in his head he silently begged, please trust me. Hearing that, he suddenly interjected, my master taught you. That's an amusing boast, go on. The best way to hide a single tree is to create a forest. A small lie must be covered by a bigger one. Dud looked at him seriously and affirmed, it's true, he even had a personal favor to ask of me. Hearing that, he asked again, ask a favor of someone like you? He nodded to confirm, yes, in fact he entrusted me with a mission. Lord Tristan, please learn swordsmanship from me. Gideon slowly turned his head to look at him and asked, and this is at my master's request? He answered, yes, that's right. At his affirmation his face darkened immediately. Can you be held accountable for those words? He answered without hesitation, I can. Gideon, upon hearing this, no longer refused and immediately agreed, very well. Being held responsible, I really don't know, I can only rely on the power of the original work. After all, this is also the first time I've met him. Of all the players, I alone was the first to meet Elnor's father. Rumors are countless but his strength is unquestionable. He is evaluating me. An appraisal is justified. Suddenly popping up out of nowhere and spouting those absurd stances, I can fully understand. But this meaningless silence is really irritating. Gideon pointed straight at his face and asked, didn't you block it? He was stunned to hear his question. Huh. His eyes narrowed and a cold, murderous gleam flashed. You're dead. The wooden table and the teacup on it suddenly split apart. This is an invisible sword, a skill that unleashes a primary slash without a physical blade. The ultimate skill in the knight's skill tree, and it's used this effortlessly. Seeing this sight, his eyes widened in astonishment until he was speechless. Gideon pointed at the table, he's dead again, that's terrible. Against an opponent who can't even react, what could I possibly learn? He recalled the earlier scene in his mind, thinking that the knight's swordsmanship is indeed the Empire's strongest, the one said to have pierced dragon scales, but it's not perfected. Dud pointed at the ground and asked, truly as formidable as Lord Gideon is rumored to be, but if it were a perfected technique the movement itself would have to be omitted, wouldn't it? Hearing your question like that, Gideon was a little taken aback. What do you know to dare say that? In his mind he quietly recalled, he only spoke rashly because he knew everything. The diary was found after Gideon's death in the original story. It recorded the entire process of how he became so powerful, including details about his master. his family, and also, a worried, uneasy look appeared on his face as he glanced toward him, the goal he wanted to achieve. I heard there was such a thing. At his remark Gideon frowned slightly in thought. He added, to break the family's curse there is something that must be cut. At the same time Gideon remembered his master's admonition to him, my disciple, it would be easier to cut the sea. Then I'll start with the sea. Back in the present his voice sounded, rotational force is the key. At the moment the visualized path of the sword forms, the rotational force must be drawn out perfectly. Try channeling a bit more into it. Gideon did not reply, he closed his eyes in silence. Actually I don't know what this thing is either, I'm just recalling what Gideon wrote in his diary, advice that his future self sent to his present self. The rest is up to him. Suddenly large cracks appeared in the ceiling, a brilliant golden light flashed in the air. Gideon looked up at the source of the light in astonishment. He stood facing him, his eyes showing clear suspicion. Who exactly are you? Dud paid no mind, he smiled and replied, I'm simply someone who wishes Lord Gideon to become stronger. Meanwhile he thought to himself, that way Lord Gideon won't die and Elnor won't be corrupted either, after all it's already secured. The Tristan family's death exemption pardon seal, whatever he does he won't be judged by the law. This is a one-time authorization document personally written by Gideon. Gideon is currently the Empire's executioner. He handles the royal family's dirty work in the shadows, his status is no better than that of a chained dog. Anyway this pardon will be very useful when proceeding to Chapter 2, the system displayed notifications, critical attraction, number of villains with favorable disposition increased, gift enhanced gift according to attraction, the more villains acknowledge the fate the more diverse the rewards will be. In the room Dud pointed at the letter with a somewhat astonished look. This can be enhanced too. The system kept appearing, receiving guidance from Gideon, his butler was still sound asleep. When enlightened, awakening a villain's ability grants you a similar ability, the added ability can be used exactly the same for a time. Reading these system messages made him a little puzzled. What kind of skill is this? Gazing at the light through the windowpane he murmured inwardly, perfect timing, it truly is an ability that will lend wings to what I'm about to do. A while later Dud looked at the letter with a slightly flustered expression. After finishing his plan he immediately closed the book. The upcoming plan of this scale should be enough, right? Dud smiled with satisfaction. Although it wasn't an easy matter I had already said I would take responsibility for Gideon. The Tristan family. I will definitely protect everyone. In class the instructor lectured energetically, so within the bodies of all humans the divine creations already possess holy power, this operates in a completely different way from magic. Why? Because everyone can use it without being chosen, however. Reaching the level where one can actually use holy power, ultimately. The instructor looked around the classroom, saw many empty seats and couldn't help but be dismayed. Is that kid here to sleep or to listen to the lecture? Why are the empty seats increasing like this? Haha damn it. It's all because of that bastard Riverback, whether he brought monsters into the school or brought zombies, to hell with him, worshipping demons like that is going too far. Moreover these students this term are unbearable, they're all rebellious so it's no wonder, some even dared to hit the professor on the head. Right now no one knows that things between me and Riverback have gone bad, she should endure a bit longer than quit her job. Yes, just quit already, after all here. Dud spoke up and asked, do you have a question? How does one cultivate holy power? This made him extremely furious, that bastard. Seeing his students' lack of interest in studying, he felt a little annoyed and spoke up, whether it's holy power or whatever, using it continuously will increase proficiency, is that even a question? Dud propped his hand on his chin and answered casually, questions are fine though, Professor. Hearing that made the lecturer furious and lose all composure. Today's lecture is over. Looking at the stack of papers under the desk made the lecturer increasingly enraged. That bastard is definitely him. Why has he been such a thorn in my side all this time? He frowned in annoyance and thought to himself, so I must quickly grab this cache of confidential information and find a job elsewhere, that way I won't have to see those damned students, nor that stupid principal. I'll leave this damned empire for good, fine. Suddenly there was a loud knock at the door outside. Professor. He heard the call and immediately stepped toward the door. These students are truly annoying pests. I'm about to leave so I'll be your professor one last time. He opened the door and grumpily warned, the door's about to break, you lot. But the moment he opened it a burst of force rushed in and sent him flying. A voice outside added, still haven't run away. He turned around and shouted angrily, are you crazy to kick a professor? Elnor lifted his foot in front of the professor and answered coldly, that thing just now was the door and the professor is this now. You people are insane. One of the two voices rang out, what are you saying, sir, professor of theology? When he regained consciousness he found himself bound to the chair, my head. Seeing the two people before him he couldn't help but panic. Huh, what is this? Dud glanced up calmly and spoke, this is not a joke, we are detaining you now. The more he heard it the angrier he became. What nonsense are you barking about? Detain me for what? That's wrong, what right do you have? His voice rang out, you are a spy. Hearing this made him freeze instantly. What? Elnor went on, complicity in the demonic beast's escape, I have already reported it to the headmaster. Would a professor leave the Empire's students to die? There is only one conclusion. His purpose was never education. One more thing. Letters exchanged with you were found in the Marquis Verbeck's house. When exposed he still refused to admit it and argued stubbornly, nonsense. What does that pathetic devil worshipper have to do with a priest like me? I was merely cultivating a relationship. I am also a victim. Dud raised his watch to check and then ordered, it's too noisy, we don't have time, so confess quickly, starting with the names of spies like you in the school. He heard that and spoke irritably, ask your mother about that. But as soon as he finished speaking, Elnor immediately lunged forward to attack. Now you'll talk, so begin. The wounded man's face trembled as he replied, Guard Barrymore. Chef Anne. Dud suddenly placed his hand on his head to heal him. His pronunciation was poor, pomedium. Seeing himself gradually recover, he immediately looked up at him. What are you doing, you bastard? Dud looked up at him with a very cold expression. I'm restoring your health, master, using holy power. You yourself said that using it more would increase proficiency, so when I have the chance I have to try it right away. Seeing him about to leave made him panic. This lunatic, where are you going? Dud replied sullenly and coldly, this isn't something that will end just by naming a few names. Elnor standing nearby added, search the desk, something will turn up. He begged, please don't. At that moment his body emitted a pink energy as he tried to break free from the bindings. Dud held the folder in his hand with a slightly surprised look. What is this, master? You teach in the theology department and yet you even know the Empire's military roster. If that's the case then you might as well enlist. He panicked and immediately rushed forward trying to snatch the folder. You lunatic, give it here. Elnor wasted no time and quickly swung her hand to attack. He turned his head and saw it in time but couldn't react. A single simple move sent him flying immediately, his back smashed hard into the wall. Atalanta below heard the commotion and couldn't help but be curious. What was that sound just now? An earthquake. Watching the papers slowly drifting down, he smiled faintly. Sir, is this everything? It seems that's all. Now hand them over to the school's night squad. And he is lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly he spoke up to stop them. Wait, senior, I'm still a freshman, I want to learn a bit more about holy power. He lay on the ground, his breaths coming extremely labored. Right, now I know why I dislike that brat. Last time he was like the one I met with Riverback. In his mind he recalled a scene from his past. He knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. O pioneer, this is my first time meeting you. A strange voice echoed down from above. If you ask about me you'll die. If you reveal that you saw me you'll die. If you forget me then dying would be a relief. He looked down, his expression somewhat pensive, thinking to himself, it must be that strange, capricious feeling. The voice of one of the two rang out, now begin the treatment, sir. He looked toward him with a slightly panicked expression, thinking, as if something was commanding him to go. Inside the house a voice called out, thank you, senior. Thanks to you my holy power has risen to the point of affecting even my soul core. We've caught a rat disguised as a professor. Senior, did you manage to relieve some stress? Elnor stood behind him and spoke. Tra, I don't take pleasure in tormenting the elderly for amusement. The system displayed a notification. Elnor's fit of madness had shown improvement. He thought to himself, she had clearly already vented. Oh well, senior, this isn't something you can resolve with reason. Suddenly she spoke and asked, hey, don't you have anything to say to me? He was looking at the keychain in his hand and replied, no. Suddenly she stepped closer and asked, you met my father, didn't you? What did you meet him about? Elnor leaned in, curious. Why did you meet that person? Dud flinched, sweat beading. Me? What's the matter? She had to repeat, I'm asking you that. He stammered in reply but still insisted clearly, yes, the meeting did happen, but I never revealed it to anyone. Elnor still looked bewildered. Huh? Dud was frantic, trying to encourage himself. Damn it, something unexpected has come up. Think of something, you idiot. She went on to ask, did he do anything to you or not? He quickly denied it. Your father? No, nothing like that, absolutely not. Eventually Dud thought up a story to tell back. Last time, during the match, I used the sword technique you taught. He was just curious to see who this kid was, so he called me over. it wasn't anything serious. Elnor's face full of doubt. He called you out of curiosity, the Grand Duke Tristan. He trembled as he tried to explain. The move I learned from a senior happened to come out really well, and besides, almost nobody uses Tristan's sword technique. Finally she decided to turn away and leave. Maybe that's his limit. Anyway, you handle it yourself. After all, he's not the sort of person who'd be idle enough to teach swordsmanship to a new recruit, and it's not something I should interfere in. Dud didn't forget to remind, but maybe we'll keep running into him from now on, Grand Duke. He said in a very firm voice, because he's family to you, I had no choice but to protect the senior. Dud, having just spoken, turned to question himself. It's true you guys talk a bit bluntly. Why do you keep saying, protect over and over, you idiot? Elnor gently reminded, hey Dud, have you noticed when your way of addressing people became so familiar? He turned back, bewildered and not understanding. Huh. She pulled her hood down, blushing, and reminded, before you try to protect me, mind your manners first, call me the guild leader. Herman, trailing behind with a complaining tone, said, young master, did you just go out with Duchess Tristan again? Honestly, the Viscount told you to try not to attract attention. Dud turned back, cheerfully stressing, hey, I only have 3 friends at this school, one of them is Duchess Tristan. Herman, hearing that, looked worried. Young master, isn't that a bit socially awkward? Dud immediately clarified, actually they're relationships that are hard to call friends. Dud then changed the subject and asked, and you too, compared to a butler you're pretty conspicuous, where did you get that? Herman, holding his half-eaten ice cream, explained, they were handing them out for free outside to cheer on the midterms, there were as many as 31 of them. Dud suddenly remembered something important, right, it's the midterm survival exam, the soul linker, the epic, the holy hero fragment of power has met the conditions for fusion, it can awaken the soul's consciousness. He turned back and ordered, Herman, the order is this, now go taste all 30 remaining flavors and then report back. Herman promptly obeyed and left. Okay, boss, he briefly thought to himself, that kid might not actually be the butler. Dud sat down in his chair, brooding and thinking, now I can awaken the phantom of the Gregory Manor. He recalled the important detail, thanks to the increase in holy power when healing that priest. Dud sighed and tried to find an answer. Anyway, when you awaken a phantom, the soul of a great figure who helps the player mature will appear. But it's random which of the greats will appear, it's always an event. What worries him most is not finding a suitable person. If an incompatible person appears, Dud squinted tensely, then that's also a loss. Then he immediately performed the ritual. Open, what's this? The damn gotcha card is here too. In the stands, flags flew up alongside the cheers of encouragement. So cool. Looking at the warrior with his cloak billowing, standing tall before him, Dud went pale, sweat pouring as he examined. A knight, who is it? Lancer Frederick, Tanker Johann. He tried to rummage through his memory. Who is it? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, at least he doesn't seem like a bad person, that's enough. Who is he? That person turned his face, Guardian of the Dawn, Calivan Crixinax. Dud suddenly realized in alarm, it's Elia's older brother. A scene of devastation unfolded, someone called out, this one has completely collapsed. In the ruined scene Elia Crixinax stood dazed and alone, voices around still echoed, hey, are you just standing there, come help, this is truly hell. Elia shed tears, the Scarlet Knight tragedy was caused by the Chain Demon's vessel, and Elia's brother rose, Guardian Calivan, who sacrificed his life to stop the Scarlet Knight tragedy. Calivan Crixinax became a great hero. He became a hero through that sacrifice. The image of his father. The image of his mother. Elia cried without stopping, you said you would come back, you said if I waited you would return. From that event Elia followed in her brother's footsteps. However, every death was only a tragedy for their family. On the day they lost all their relatives, Elia decided she would follow her brother's path, becoming the demon slayer who had turned her into an orphan. Cheers rose up, hit harder, the one who stands first among you will fight Elia. When she came of age Elia was granted the title, the sole elite warrior of this national defense training session. Everyone give Elia a round of applause. The Empire's official investiture, the candidate warrior rank, would also be bestowed. From then on she became a warrior. The teacher is announcing their exam. The midterm will be conducted fairly in a 4-person team format. The Empire's main enemies are the demonic beasts and the devil worshippers. That's right, Elfonte is the agency established to oppose and fight them. Survival ability is a primary criterion for grading in the midterm. Dud turned and asked, so, Calivan, my sister here, is she still doing well? Calivan Crixinax, appearing incredulous, asked again, so you mean that girl, my sister, is now a warrior candidate of the Empire? He reaffirmed, yes, officially. Caliban Crixinax chuckled with amusement, that brat was only a snot-nosed kid not long ago, Dud emphasized, now Elia is an adult too. Caliban Crixinax suddenly blurted out something strange, it's worth it. Dud looked at him in bewilderment. What? Caliban Crixinax felt his heart swell with happiness. It's nothing, it's just that being reborn as a spirit and seeing my sister grown up feels a bit unfamiliar. Dud turned and stammered, hinting, hey, so, anyway I resurrected you, right, so, Caliban, you mean I have to cooperate? Yes, could you help me, please? Alright, but don't tell my sister about my business. Dud also said respectfully, yes, thank you, Caliban. Caliban Crixinax turned and smiled brightly to ask a favor. The intuition of someone who has died once is telling me this. I don't know which rules you have mastered that I don't, but hey, I feel you are a good person, please keep watching over my little sister, I'm counting on you. Dud stammered, scratching his neck awkwardly. For now, my goal is to keep anyone from dying. He called out her name, Elia. She turned back. Dud. Dud coughed a few times and made a suggestion. About the team for the midterm, if you still haven't, decided on a team, would you like to team up with me? Elia froze in surprise. Elia, a bit skeptical, asked hesitantly. You want to team up with me? Dud answered candidly, yeah, I really hope we can be on the same team. Hearing that, Elia exclaimed in surprise. You said before we weren't that close. Dud hesitated and then answered honestly. I already apologized for that, didn't I? She started thinking it over again, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and continued thoughtfully. Saying it like this, you are planning to order me to do weird things like last time again, aren't you? At the same time Luca walked up, cheerfully brushing aside the obstacle and grinning wide. Hey, just say yes, after all that girl is studying you day and night to win. Then he casually added, it's Dud this, Dud that all day, don't you notice? Hearing that, Dud could only smile awkwardly and avert his gaze as he replied, then I won't be polite, let me borrow her, please. Luca continued, they're counting on you here, please join our team. Before he could finish speaking he was punched, which made Trisha beside him flinch and cry out loudly. Though he was punched and driven headfirst into the ground he still tried to speak, and it's not really that bad, is it? Elia, a little embarrassed, rubbed the back of her neck and said, let's take this chance to interact and grow together. It's fine if you separate from your friends, really it should be okay, each member of the group is fairly capable. Dud, naturally, also understood one thing in his heart, he told himself, that goes without saying, after all it's the protagonist's party in the original work. Seeing him fall silent, Elia winked, snapped her fingers and pointed at Dud, so then you and I, a duo after so many days apart. Dud leaned back and decisively looked at her, refusing, no, we're forming a team. We need one more person. Outside the luxurious palace an astonished voice was heard, Headmaster. He regained his composure and, hesitating, said, to be shown such generosity, I'm truly grateful, sir. Atalanta merely sat calmly in the presiding chair and replied, it's nothing. Her expressionless eyes glanced down at the person below. It's truly strange that the Saintess brought a knightly guardian and came here on purpose. I cannot fathom His Majesty Credo's intentions. Credo smiled naturally and replied sincerely, what scheme is that? Lucian can't be kept locked up in there forever, right? And taking advantage of this routine diplomatic mission, the girl will gradually step outside. The Saintess also needs to learn about the world, Atalanta thought to herself, although she is called the Saintess, according to my investigation. She's also one of the candidates, a vessel for a demon, so I have been quietly preparing for the day she might be able to come to Elfonte. Bringing her twin sister, Uria, out was the first step, yet they proactively sent the Saintess here. Why, Pope Credo? Credo opposite noticed the skepticism on her face and explained, Lucian is a symbolic presence for both the Empire and the Holy Papal State. Let me say in advance that this was a bold decision and not an easy one for us. Hearing that, Atalanta suddenly realized the hidden motive. Is the reason for such a breakthrough move the recent demonic artifact incident? Credo, seeing she had understood part of it, cheerfully replied, that incident did occur, and a priest from Elfonte was also discovered to be a spy. We've been paying quite a bit of attention to that matter. Finally, how the headmaster felt was unclear, he only heard her ask, so won't this chaotic situation be bad for the Saintess? In her heart she schemed a little, it's bait, take the bite. Credo replied, no, on the contrary it's better, which left Atalanta somewhat surprised. In Credo's cold gaze there was indifference, he gritted his teeth and said clearly, if she is truly a saintess of the Empire, she must have the courage to face justice without flinching where evil runs rampant, otherwise we hope Elefante will entrust the task to Lucia. He added, I hear the school is currently in midterms, so hopefully the girl will help with the students' training. Atalanta, puzzled, asked again, what do you mean by that? Credo was not at liberty to disclose everything. He closed his eyes slightly and responded, we'll convey the specific details privately later, only hoping you understand that all of this is for the purpose of eradicating the evil spreading in Elefante. Atalanta, a little annoyed, replied, Holy Father, are you being sarcastic right now? A loud laugh rang out, evoking Lucian's cold stare. Atalanta began to lose patience. She coldly reproached, even if you intend to order Lucian, no, the Saintess, to do something, can't we just refuse and be done with it? Credo showed no anger. He said indifferently, if the Saintess volunteers, then the matter will be different, won't it? At that moment he only smiled gently, the image on the globe gradually disconnected, and before it vanished he said, certainly, that girl will be useful. When he vanished, Atalanta rubbed her forehead in impatience and sighed, damn it. She silently cursed the Credo family for 8 generations, how inhumane, Pope Credo, that old man is as cunning as a venomous snake. Then she gently took off her glasses, still unable to believe it. I didn't expect I'd be able to meet the saint this easily. But Atalanta still harbored doubts about the unequal condition he proposed, and yet the condition is to become a puppet for the Empire. So, I sincerely ask you, please seduce the demon vessels. The more she thought, the more irritated she became. Atalanta instinctively took out her lipstick, yet inwardly she scolded herself, hypocrite, Atalanta. At present Atalanta showed no emotional cracks, her gaze distant and unreadable, forcing others for the sake of my goals, I'm no different. Cut to another scene. Yuria was washing a cloth by the stream. But Yuria wasn't concerned with the present, she stared thoughtfully with a pensive look. Why hasn't he come? Around her there were only plants and flowers, the space strangely quiet, in contrast with her impatient anticipation. It's been days already. Yuria pressed her lips together, restless beyond words. He usually comes around this time, that person. In Yuria's memory there was now only the image of Dud wearing a mask, always cheerfully saying, your defense was great today, well done, I'll come again tomorrow so wait for me, what will I bring tomorrow, steak, donuts. His image seemed to invade her entire mind, gradually corroding her emotions. She sadly told herself, no need to bother bringing food everywhere, just. It turned out that for her right now she only needed Dud to come and stay with her. A silence settled in Yuria's mind, her eyes staring ahead vacantly. The space seemed to be telling her that it was bored with you. Yuria, bored, the answer is simple. Each word seemed to eat away at her will, she felt as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Yuria Greyhouncher, the solitary of Elefante, has betrayed the Holy Empire. But in Yuria's small mind a familiar voice rang out, when you grabbed your sword and fled, hadn't you already steeled yourself? That damned fate that forces you to cut down anyone who comes near. Couldn't you shoulder it? That voice planted a resigned thought in her head, a hidden hatred. This is the cursed life you chose, Yuria. It was an emotion stirred by a fleeting illusion, while reality remained unchanged. Yuria's small body fixed in the void, each sentence seeming to want to swallow that tiny form. You are alone. It seemed to overwhelm her current unrest. You will always be alone. In a panic, Yuria finally broke free, clutching her chest as she tried to draw each breath. Questions kept echoing in her head. When left alone in an empty forest like this, who will you look for, and who will come to you? It left Yuria devastated, those beautiful eyes brimming with tears. That voice kept hammering in her mind. Someone who can't even cry out for help like you. It was trying to steal away the small tenderness Dud had given her, and it might succeed, when at that moment a familiar voice sounded. Why are you crying? It was Dud. He looked quite tired, clearly having rushed here, holding a packet of snacks in his hand as he asked hurriedly, did anything happen while I wasn't here? Ah, the cookies you mentioned aren't available. Seeing Dud, all those emotions vanished, and Yuria ran to him with joy immediately. The indicator showed Yuria's interest level soaring from 1 to 4, she looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and stammered, you don't hate me, do you? You aren't tired of me, are you? Dud tilted his head slightly, wearing a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? On the contrary, I'm here because I wanted to ask you a favor. He was saying it was something that required him to leave, when suddenly Yuria sprang up, making him freeze. Are you okay? However, instead of answering, Yuria broke into a radiant smile, and as if controlled by some invisible force, she swung the chain in her hand forcefully, knocking away the packet of cookies Dud was holding. Whatever it is, I'm fine with anything. He stood there dazed like a deer, staring at the torn bag of cookies in his hand. Yuria, eyes streaming with tears, pleaded, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself, you won't hate me for doing this, will you? Please, I'll do anything, please don't do it. At that moment she sprang up, yanking the chain as she rushed toward Dud. Don't go, please. Dud was panicked now, sprinting forward as fast as he could, shouting, it's you who's making me have to leave. Yuria, feeling hurt, kept choking out, I'm sorry. Scene shifts to the academy, a slow voice announced, from today Elefante will begin the midterm exam. The task is to set out from this great plain and reach the target location. Encounters between students during the test are free competition. The more collars you take from other students the higher your score will be. Elia looked at the person before her with a judgmental gaze. On a day as important as this, Dud, I have a lot of questions about the current situation. Dud, who had been running like in a marathon to get away from Yuria, was now gasping for breath as he tried to speak. Ask me later. She cut him off. No, I want to ask right now. Elia could no longer hold back, angrily pointing at Yuria, who was being dragged away by Dud with a chain around her neck. Is this a hobby? No. What kind of messed up situation is this? Dud, sweating, stammered an explanation. There are reasons for everything, of course. From a certain viewpoint it does look like I'm a major pervert, she shouted. You know that too. At that moment, Yuria hurriedly spoke up, embarrassed to defuse the situation. It's my fault, I suggested moving like this because it feels both more comfortable and much more secure. Hearing those words, Elia looked as if struck by lightning and gaped. What on earth is this for? Is that way of interacting supposed to be part of the concept? Where has human dignity gone, you perverts? Caliban glanced at him in his spectral form, his eyes as if they could burn, reminding him, look, I don't know what your relationship with my sister is, but it seems we need to resolve this misunderstanding before moving on. Dud suddenly switched to serious mode. Elia, I don't know how you'll take this, but... His next words directly shook Caliban, leaving him frozen for a few seconds. Dud sincerely stated, I hope you'll absolutely not leave my side, and I also forbid you from getting close to this friend of mine. She frowned. What kind of perverted arrangement are you asking for? Dud affirmed firmly, it may sound like that, but this is entirely a strategic request, so trust me. It's true, this friend needs to keep his distance for personal reasons. In Elia's head, a jumble of dozens of unspeakable images flashed by, but she calmly replied, I know, but don't you dare think about putting a collar or anything similar on me. If no one else shows up then let's set off. After that, Elia urged, her cold voice ringing through the air, let's go, Yuria. While walking, she grew curious again. Hey, what's your specialty? Dud shouted in despair, I told you not to come near, Elia. She wasn't to be outdone and shot back, I'm not going anywhere, you pervert. Elsewhere, a figure hobbled over, a hoarse voice causing the rabbit grazing nearby to leap away in fright. That was a close call, I almost died. Talion, drenched in sweat, panted, is everyone okay, is anyone hurt? He sighed as he looked at everyone, for now we're safe. The man sitting by the tree struggled to speak. Talion, you couldn't stand up to that transfer student from the Tribal Alliance, could you? Talion raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, his tone edged with sarcasm. If it weren't for me, everyone's protective magic would have shattered and they'd have been eliminated. The other man stammered, that's true, but that girl really did mean to kill someone. The black-haired guy beside him suggested, maybe we should play it safe and go after the small fry like Dud first. The man next to him, eyes half closed, agreed, fine, that con, let's crush him while we have the chance. A country bumpkin who got into Elefante already rubs me the wrong way, or let's just storm him now. But unexpectedly, Talion flatly refused, I'll pass. This left them all taken aback. What's the matter? Go on, you hate that guy too. Talion shook his head, I used to, but not anymore. The black-haired fellow, full of suspicion, said, what, you've been won over by Dud too? Talion's pendant swung gently in the breeze, his next words answered with a philosophical tone, it's just that my perspective has broadened, there are so many powerful people in this world. On the other side, after felling someone, Lilu looked up mockingly with soulless eyes. This world has far too many weaklings. She frowned, showing obvious irritation, why is there not a single one worth a damn around here? After standing up, Lilu lifted her leg high, battlefield, combat, a life-or-death duel. Her face seemed to sink into shadow, her voice icy, I can't find it at all, in the end how is it being maintained? Lilu spat a curse, you damned imperial bastards, then raised her foot to stomp down on the unconscious person on the ground. Just as she was about to, a flash of light flared up. Elnor arrived in time, the sword in her hand blocking Lilu's foot as it was about to come down. The moment she saw Elnor, the corner of her mouth immediately curled into a pleased smile. Well. Elnor responded with a cold look, her eyes glinting with inquisitiveness. Suddenly a slash was unleashed, sweeping the opponent's leg aside, white light and black streaks of lightning interlaced, erupting into a sonic boom. The ground was pitted with cracks now. Elnor warned coldly, a transfer student in hiding is drawing too much attention, Lilu Garda. Lilu's eyes were bloodshot, veins flashing with battle, like a predator that had found its prey. Got it. Inwardly, she assessed her opponent. She's a feisty one. Elnor kept her aloof stance, pointing her sword at Lilu as she reminded, excessive violence is something I cannot overlook in my role as supervisor, so restrain yourself in the future. Lilu sneered derisively, her voice full of provocation. Don't like it? So what? Elnor held the sword steady and said, if this were a battlefield your head would already be pierced through, but since it's not, I'm only issuing a warning. Lilu, indifferent, stepped up to the tip of the sword, nearly pressing her forehead against the steel. No matter, to me this is the battlefield. Go on, stab me, try it. The blade brushed against Lilu lightly, but she continued to taunt, her tone coquettish and venomous. If you've drawn a sword you should see blood, right? Can't even do it with it right at your lips. Elnor's hand on the sword tightened. Lilu, like a madwoman, kept spitting out insults. Imperial women all end up the same, types like you show up in my tribe sometimes. They have strength but lack decisiveness, fools who, even when their lovers are taken, only know how to cry and do nothing. Elnor's eyes narrowed, her gaze cold as a blade. Lilu strode forward arrogantly. Whenever I see them, I can't stand it. She smirked, a challenging smile spreading across her face. On the surface, Elnor remained composed, but deep within, the demon had quietly awakened. Suddenly, black bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, causing Lilu to widen her eyes in astonishment. She froze, her father's admonition ringing in her mind. Lilu, the tribe is not everything in this world. The stronger you become, the broader and more powerful the world will be. Inwardly Lilu admitted, that's true, father. Watching the black lightning surge toward her, her eyes narrowed in delight. This is massive. Lilu Garda leaped up and launched an attack, her face grim and full of murderous intent toward the opponent before her. Meanwhile, Elnor maintained her cold expression, watching Lilu's movements. As Lilu closed in, Elnor's tone turned severe, forced teleportation. At that moment, Lilu's eyes had turned completely black with terrifying blue pupils, a triumphant smile still playing on her face. As Elnor had expected, when Lilu's foot drew close to her face, there was a flicker and she began to fade. Lilu widened her eyes, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, Lilu vanished. All that remained was a gust of wind and Elnor standing with a sword watching. Lilu was teleported back to the hall. She fell from the air onto the hard floor. It was painful to watch. She squinted and let out a soft groan, tch. Among the scruffy people sitting in the corner, she muttered to herself, what, I got eliminated, just for arguing. She sighed, so that's how this is played, student council president. Then she suddenly froze. Wait a moment. The image of Elnor immediately flashed into her head. You can't simply chalk this up to a skill gap, it feels like she was born different. Lilu bit her nails and thought on, but why did she suddenly break her composure and reveal such murderous intent? Student council president, what did I hit? Was it because I said the empire was indecisive? The two who'd just been roughed up broke into a sweat at the sight and whispered to each other, hey, we're not getting beaten here anymore, are we? Despite the surrounding chaos, Lilu sat with her legs apart, grinning wickedly as she thought, or maybe, because I said that even if someone's lover is taken you can't do anything about it, who would that be? Elsewhere, Yuria had switched into killer mode, her eyes darkening, a notification appeared, Lilu Garda has started to take an interest in you. Dud ran off muttering, wondering why, since that day he hadn't seen her even once. Then another notification popped up, Elnor, affected by you, has unlocked the skill Wrath of the Descending God. Behind him was an explosion, people were thrown everywhere, the one who caused it was none other than Yuria. Elia gritted her teeth as she ran off, but she still turned back to scold, what is this again, Dud, what are you muttering to yourself? Over here, all they could see was Yuria rampaging wildly, curses echoing everywhere, you fraud Dud, Elia, we'll save you, wait up. Elia paid it no mind and turned to Dud, Dud, maybe we should stop for a moment to clear up this misunderstanding. Dud shot her a disapproving look, no, absolutely not. He grabbed the chain around her neck and pulled Yuria away from the blast, I'm still busy keeping Yuria under control right now. He ran while dragging Yuria along, and over their loud shouts could still be heard, hey, we were just trying to rescue her from that pervert. Yuria curled her legs in and widened her eyes in stunned bewilderment, looking super cute. Dud drowned in his thoughts, we really need to deal with this scammer label, all of Elia's obsessive fans are charging at me alone. Then suddenly Yuria flew out from behind, smiling vacantly to his astonishment. Elia saw Yuria and rushed forward, no, Yuria, this exam, can we finish this decently? Before she could get there, Elia was blocked by the blue-haired fanatic and his stone monster. He shouted happily, Miss Elia Crixanax. He then stuck out his tongue like a pervert and professed, from the very first day of enrollment, I've always admired your fighting strength and radiant looks. Seeing Elia's tense expression, Dud asked, Elia, do you have this many fans? On this side, the green-haired, puckered-faced kid was whining, for some reason you were captured by that perverted conman, but I, who ranked 10th on the admissions list, will rescue you and invite you to a meal at Pupil Sunset. Hearing that, Elia said to Dud, that place was wrecked by the guildmaster already. Dud corrected, no, it was actually Count Riverback. Then Elia, visibly annoyed, said to the puckered-faced man, hey, you there, first of all I absolutely was not captured, and besides, this person is not a swindler. The other guy still wouldn't let it go and asked again, so he's a pervert then, right? Elia raised his sword hesitantly, that, Dud cut in, hey, why not just answer no, then? The green-headed man saw Elia take a fighting stance and panicked, I didn't mean to fight you all. Dud and Yuria listened with their mouths agape, thinking, the night faculty, the dark arts faculty, the theology faculty, all of them uniting and charging in like this is indeed a perfect condition for trait development. Thinking that, he activated the ring on his hand and it lit up. He relayed the message to Calivan Crixanax, who was drooling in his sleep, bro, wake up. Calivan replied, what's up? Dud spoke into the ring, I need to ask you for a favor, please come out just once. Calivan, snoring lazily, answered, why does it sound so urgent? On this side, in Yuria's view a crowd was approaching, they shouted, my lady, heroes, please wait a moment, we will rescue everyone right away. A notification popped up, dangerous situation detected, applying 1,000 pounds hanging by a hair, rank A. Dud, seeing no signal from Calivan, angrily asked, what is it? Why do you just reply and not come out? But what answered him was a letdown, it's just kids fighting, who do you think I am, a guardian deity? Seeing that, Dud immediately used his final move, honestly, right now your sister is fighting a stalker. Hearing his sister mentioned, Calivan suddenly snapped to attention. He, boiling with rage, demanded, Elia has a stalker, who is he? Then a blinding light appeared in the sky. It was Calivan, his anger radiating as he unleashed his power, skill, world-scale presence, activated. The buff will be shared with party members in the nearby area. Share skill, 1,000 pounds hanging by a hair, rank A, receiving power. Elia charged at the blue-haired guy. She shouted angrily, we don't need fans like you. The blue-haired guy, about to be attacked, still warned her, wait, this is a stone golem, your sword will break and you'll get hurt. Immediately after, the unexpected occurred. She sliced the stone golem in half. The blue-haired guy gaped in astonishment. Yuria and everyone around were also stunned into silence. Dud, witnessing the scene, felt his heart skip a beat, oh wow, that's dangerous. After that slash, Elia couldn't believe she had done it, she was stunned. How did I do that? Dud, excited, said, amazing. However, Calivan also realized, the only drawback of this skill is that it uses up a small amount of his holy power, so the buff will end after only 2 or 3 attacks. After finishing that strike, she suddenly heard a commotion. It turned out they were rushing forward together. Even if he's a hero candidate, I won't allow anyone to cover for someone like that. At that moment, the chain-whipping strike streaked through the air one after another. It was Yuria who was striking back. She unleashed graceful kicks at them, leaving them unable to respond. When she finished, Yuria said innocently, sorry everyone, I only meant to nudge lightly. As for Elia, annoyed, even though I'm not a hero, you didn't even bother to listen to others or try to find out. Moreover, Elia angrily shouted, how could I possibly stand that? Afterwards she drew a long line on the ground with her sword. At the same time she chanted the spell, Guardian Burst. They were defeated once again. Dud, astonished, said, isn't that far too strong, good thing all my stats are F. Calivan Crixanax was also startled, what, that kid has become that strong already. Elia breathed a sigh of relief as the system reported, a party member has achieved progress in combat. Dud, shaken with his hair all tousled, was also relieved. Luckily no one was injured, the system added, the proficiency of the attributes has increased. She blushed and said, I'm not worried about you, then pretended to change the subject. Oh, where did he go? Elia sighed, not again. At the same time she thought to herself, teaming up with Instructor Dud is more interesting than I expected. Meanwhile, someone on another team cheered, that makes 9 including this one. Luca praised, well done, everyone, if this is what we get on the first freshman midterm, that's probably a perfect score. The brown-haired girl agreed, definitely, we work well together and things have gone smoothly. Trisha wasn't pleased, smooth, sure, but we're not first place. Someone on the team was confused, what, how many does first place have? Another answered, for now, second place has 15 necklaces. Hearing that, Luca scoffed, about 5, we could catch up quickly, but does this map actually work? The brown-haired girl asked, is there a problem? Trisha said, second place isn't a team, it's just one person. Gathering 15 on your own without forming a team, isn't that absurd? On the other side Talion mentioned a name, has anyone ever heard of Fainal Ripek? They immediately replied, not at all, how did our cohort end up crawling with monsters like this? Luca wondered, wait, so how many does first place have? Trisha panicked, 1, 100, 111, the whole team shouted, what, which group is that after all? Meanwhile, Dud's team received a system notification, attribute detected, anomalous wind element, if a block is timed precisely, it can reflect damage. After moving for a while he shouted, we're here. Looking at the cave before him, Elia asked suspiciously, if we take this position first, will the test end? He replied indifferently, why are you asking me that, you're the top student in the whole school. She snapped, honestly, that's harsh. Yuria listened to their bickering and couldn't help but smile as if sensing their friendship. Dud thought to himself, in the original story, this part was a random event. At the same time he wondered, what will appear here, a monster even more terrifying than the demonic beast last time, or what? While Dud was quietly assessing the surroundings, Elia cried out, what is this? Even if it's an exam, this seems a bit over the top. Yuria was also rendered speechless by the scene before her. She stammered, sis. Sitting before them was Lucian, motionless. The system announced, Main Quest Chapter 2, The Young King. It read, Prevent the owner's rage, the Severance Curse, protect the targets, Lucian Grey Houncher, Yuria Grey Houncher. Elia stepped closer with suspicion, this person, providing sacred power to this entire great plane all by himself. Elia continued, the blessing of the necklace, even the teleportation, while Yuria still hadn't recovered. She doubted, no, this isn't how Elfante would do things. But she remained silent, showing no reaction. Elia declared, hey, I'll save you right now, but a voice intervened, don't do that, student. A streak of light flashed before Lucian. A warrior warned, service, the Saintess's voluntary act, are you going to obstruct it? This man was Klein Garrison, the high combat priest of the Holy Kingdom. Elia asked, voluntary? Klein Garrison frowned and answered, this is a voluntary act the saint herself chose to undertake. He ignored Lucian, pointed his sword at Elia and continued, out of respect for her noble wish, I think I should not intervene. Isn't that so? Did anyone force her to do it? To Yuria's astonishment, Lucian said, ah, no. Lucian stammered, I did it because I wanted to. Elia, irritated, demanded, voluntarily doing such horrific things yourself. Klein observed Lucian and continued, do you dare oppose the will of the saint? Such an action is no less than opposing the will of the entire kingdom. Someone regarded as a hero candidate should understand that. Yuria opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Klein called out by name, Elia Crixinax. She declared, I do not oppose, I just want to save those who are suffering. Klein coldly questioned, if you maintain that stance, must I beg you to stop? Dud gripped his sword, frowned, and thought, I didn't expect to meet you here, Saint Lucian. He recalled, one of the 3 hegemonic powers, the Holy Kingdom. Dud pondered the corruption of the Holy Kingdom. Their upper echelons are a mad force, contrary to reason, capable of unpredictable deeds. Especially the Pope, he cares about matters of demons no differently than that Atalanta. And Saint Lucian is the Holy Kingdom's most precious asset, the Pope's puppet. He wondered, Yuria and Lucian are only instruments to carry out his grand design. The system seems to be pushing Yuria into rebellion in this situation, attacking a rebellious host. Are you insane? Dud spoke, I'm standing in the number 1 position, I think His Holiness should rest now. Klein replied, she will remain until the 2nd and 3rd teams arrive, please wait until then. Dud murmured, if you're wondering why they arrived so quickly. He guessed, perhaps it's because of Elnor. Dud clenched his fist and recalled, the monster attack drew their attention, the purifier incident made them more certain. He thought of Uria's rampage and wondered, they believe Elnor is implicated because she was at the center of both events, if Uria also goes mad. Dud frowned, realizing, the Pope will begin to intervene in Elfonte. He told himself, no, hasn't Uria already been discovered, if so there's no other choice, when a glove suddenly flew into the air. The glove was thrown toward Klein, he frowned and asked, what's going on? To Uria's astonishment, Lucian, together with Elia and Dud, said, ah, it seems you don't understand what this means in the Holy Kingdom, it's a challenge to a duel, you bastard. He patted Elia's shoulder and said, come here for a moment, she asked in surprise, Dud is challenging. Klein demanded, a fight, why should I accept it? Dud walked toward Klein and said, step aside and face me, Elia, assist the saint and take her to the infirmary. Klein cried out, oh my God, this again. He raised his sword into a guard and then threatened, if you take another step, this could turn into an international diplomatic incident. Dud said, then I'll report what you've done to the saint. Klein arrogantly asked, may I ask, what is your title, student? Dud calmly replied, title, I'm just an anonymous provincial count, is there a problem? He looked toward Lucian, who was panting wearily. Klein introduced himself, I am a high priest, so I cannot casually challenge anyone. Dud sneered, oh, then why did you draw your sword? Dud continued, hero candidate Elia is over there, why are you so wary of me? Dud thought again, to break this stalemate, I need a bold move. He put his hand on his sword and taunted, look, I've drawn my sword. Klein lifted his great sword and replied, with such a rude student, perhaps outside intervention is needed. He raised his sword high, aiming straight at Dud. Dud seized the opportunity and drew his sword from its sheath. Now, then he launched a beautiful slash forward. Klein was wounded, Dud quietly rejoiced, excellent, counterattack activated. After his assault, Klein was sent flying backward. Elia and Uria were also astonished by the move. Meanwhile Atalanta's voice rang in his ear, I want to know what you were thinking, Dud Campbell, you said you'd do as you please, so do it. She chided, I don't recall telling you to provoke the Holy Kingdom, this isn't a brawl, it's an official challenge. That man was provoked and rushed forward. She warned anxiously, he's not just an ordinary priest, he's a high combat priest, a Campbell student. Dud produced a paper and reassured her, it's fine, I have an exemption letter from House Tristan, the royal family will take responsibility for whatever I do. Atalanta sighed, to be honest, student Dud, the saint belongs to the Holy Kingdom, so I must accept it. She asked, but a sudden challenge, are you sure? Dud replied calmly, you told me to secure the demon hosts, and among your candidates, Uria Greyhounder, I persuaded her up to 50%. He explained, the thing is, Uria was present with Atalanta. Atalanta asked in surprise, what? No, why was she there? Dud explained, you brought her here to secure an overwhelmingly dominant number one position, to draw the host's attention, you have to make it obvious, half measures won't do, save the world from the demons first, handle diplomacy later, right? He remembered the relationship between Elnor and Elia, then he said, think about personal relationships before international ones. Dud folded his arms and affirmed, first of all, I have never held any grudge against Atalanta or the hero candidate. Atalanta, at a loss for words, said, no, I mean pay attention to school life too. Make some friends, don't get involved in weird stuff. Dud thought of Gideon and quietly replied, I've completely failed at that, principal. He frowned and brushed the image from his mind. Atalanta said worriedly, since the report of the duel reached the Holy Kingdom, the Pope might come in person, I don't know what you plan to do, but. Dud thought of Uria and Lucian as two test subjects. Atalanta's voice still echoed in his ear, the Pope is very dangerous, you should reconsider. In the dark room, harsh sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the small table on which sat a single vase holding one yellow rose. Lucian Greyhounder sat on the floor, one hand holding a cigarette sending up thick smoke, the other braced on the floor, craning toward the window to gaze out. She exhaled a stream of smoke, wearing a couldn't-care-less look. Suddenly she heard a knock at the door. Lucian stubbed her cigarette out in the ashtray and said, come in. Uria stepped in, looking quite surprised, and she pointed toward Lucian. Lucian also straightened up, frowning in surprise. Uria inwardly gasped, sister. She softly called, Sister Lucian. Lucian lowered her head sadly. She took a slow step forward. Uria's face registered horror, her mouth hanging open, unable to speak. She trembled and stammered, don't come any closer. Seeing Lucian approaching, Her hand instinctively rose as if to block her. She thought to herself, "Don't come near, sister." Lucian's expression was completely cold now, and in Uria's mind she seemed to be thinking of the severing curse. Uria's face was full of conflicted emotion. "If you take one more step." The chain linked to the dagger looked like it might slip off the hilt. "You'll get hurt." Watching Lucian fling the knife aside, she thought to herself, "Thank goodness." Lucian gently swung the chain and said calmly, "Because we are twins." A flight of steps led down to an arena, surrounded by a large audience watching intently. The announcer's voice slowly rang out, "The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to decide, no fight to the death. If there are serious injuries, stop immediately and determine the winner. If not, the match continues until one side surrenders. Do both sides understand?" Dud's face looked rather tense now. To delay Uria's awakening, Lucian is absolutely essential, otherwise the obsession and the curse will gnaw at her mind like they are doing now. Uria's mind will collapse. Atalanta's gaze was fixed intently on the arena. For that reason, this match is very important. The guards outside looked tense. The Holy Kingdom's continual interference with Lucian must be removed. Pope Credo closed his eyes calmly. Only in a single match. He appeared calm sitting on the throne, an imposing eagle emblazoned on his chest. We must make such a large impact. Atalanta folded his arms and thought to himself, even if Pope Credo can't come in person, he would never miss matches like this. Klein's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. "It's too late now to beg for mercy." Klein, with a smug expression, "But there's still a chance. Surrender. The earlier you yield, the fewer bones you'll break." His voice full of challenge. "Listen to me, young Master Campbell." Herman watched from outside, his hands unconsciously raised to the corners of his mouth, trembling. "All right, surrender as soon as it starts. You must not strike him straight on." Dud replied calmly, "How curious, I was just about to say the exact same thing." Klein frowned, a voice echoed in his memory, "Don't use killing intent." The scene shifted to a room. Klein did not turn back. "What do you mean?" The person behind immediately replied, "The stronger the killing intent you use, the more rigid the opponent's reactions will be. That's the nature of that kind of ability." Klein, surprised, could such an absurd possibility really exist? Credo smiled and explained, "I've seen that before, I didn't expect to see it again." Klein glanced back, his voice solemn, "I was felled by my own attack." He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, voice full of determination, "Not just killing intent, I must utterly erase the enemy's will." Back in the real battle, Klein bowed slightly and said, "Blessing," and immediately streaks of light appeared around and headed toward him. Klein swung the sword forcefully, his knees bending as he spun, the cloak billowing, the energy radiating even more brilliantly. Klein frowned, his gaze fully focused. His voice rang with menace while Dud calmly watched, "To teach an arrogant noble." Then Dud squinted and smiled slightly. Klein began to channel power and rushed forward to attack. The movements of the blade sent Dud's hair flying in the wind. As Klein charged, Dud closed his eyes and the system notified, "We will use guidance, usable skills, divine, fury." Klein's expression was strained. Both stared intently, missing not a single movement of the other. A luminous orb flashed forth. The air above the arena raged like a storm. Dud thought inwardly, "The seal of the fallen heavens is reacting." Klein lowered his body and lunged forward swiftly. Meanwhile Dud remained upright and raised his sword. The two blades met with a clash, sparks flying. The air seemed to freeze. The entire stand erupted as if ablaze. Atalanta stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Outside, the guards also felt the tense atmosphere within, their expressions turning panic. Everything that happens here seems to have been calculated beforehand by the Pope. Credo's face is utterly calm. The system rang out, offering guidance. A flash of electric power lit Dud's eyes as his strength erupted. The system continued, usable skills, divine weapon, Elnor's wrath. Klein was also somewhat astonished by this power. Dud had set Klein's sword down, the floor cracked, the system's voice still hadn't stopped, the fallen heaven seal reacted. Demonic energy gathered around the fallen heaven seal. Atalanta looked on in shock. Credo was not much different. Klein in the arena was even more shocked. Dud's gaze grew even colder. From above something tore the space apart. The image of a demonic corpse appeared on Elnor's body. Dud broke into a sweat, breathing heavily. He thought to himself, when it appears through Elnor everything around freezes, even holding on with my own strength is suffocating. Klein stared blankly, his mind full of suspicion. What on earth is this, such a sinister pressure? But he still kept swinging his sword. She flipped through the air and landed to fight. Dud looked up, that eerie sound continued, then faded away. "And don't make me have to see you anymore, you're making me uncomfortable. Her hand lightly touched Dud's sword, and immediately a dark power erupted. She laughed wickedly, saying, "Return what you took." Above, Credo's image gradually faded. Even while Klein attacked, his thoughts didn't stop. In that brief moment there was something. While Dud was still blocking the blows below, Klein's thoughts kept racing, and how on earth had this man blocked my attack? At that moment Dud dropped his sword and shouted, "Hey, I said that as long as I didn't kill you it would be fine," which surprised Klein a little. It was a punch to the face, which distorted his features and sent a spurt of blood from his mouth. At this point Dud's gaze had turned black and his pupils red. He delivered a full-force uppercut. Klein's entire body couldn't withstand it and was launched into the air. He flew far away, his mouth spurting fresh blood continuously. His body, out of control, began to fall. Credo simply let out a chuckle. He only eased his hand and then spoke, "And when I wasn't paying attention, Alfonte's skill had exceeded my expectations." After that point a burst of magical energy shot out and caught Klein's body. Dud asked, "May I say a word as the victor?" Credo replied, "All right, say it." He was now out of breath as he said, "Those guys were harassing the saint, stop them." Dud growled, "What are you looking for? Don't waste your effort, that belongs to me, consider this your first and final warning." Amid the sharp criticism someone shouted, "President Atalanta, what's going on? Did he dare commit such an act in front of the Pope? How did you train your students to cause such an incident?" Below, a long-bearded man smiled and said, "Not only did you send a knight trained to deal with green-nosed brats, you also harassed the saint. He is the captain of the Blue Dragon clan, Hatton July of the Tribal Alliance," he continued, "truly a person of terrible character." At that moment a system voice suddenly rang out, "Even evildoers must admire your recklessness. If even those brats openly criticize you, shouldn't you revoke the title, Holy Kingdom?" Someone beside him warned, "Hatton, watch your words, this matter concerns the safety of the Pope." Dud over here said, "What do you think you're going to do? If you're angry, come down here and fight me," he taunted, "what can you do?" Above, Credo smiled and replied, "Got it. Not a duel, but fine, I'll do it for you," Atalanta said in surprise, "Sir." He merely raised his hand to unleash magic, "You're not only skilled, you're also an extremely vicious pupil." Klein's entire body was wrapped in a golden energy, I must admit that. Below, Hatton's voice still rang out, "Hey, are you planning to run away, Holy Kingdom?" Then the lights suddenly went out. Credo appeared somewhere else. He called, "Sarahs, deploy spies around Dud Campbell of Elfanti." The animal-eared girl, holding a cup of coffee, replied, "Understood." Credo pondered, drawing the attention of 3 nations with a single match, "The more I look, the more he resembles that other man." Dud stood there stunned, wondering if their insects were all gone. "So, the winner is Dud Campbell," a voice rang out. The headmaster let out a small sound as if relieved, then Hatton spoke, "I quite like him, he has the makings of a true warrior. Here, take this." Hatton handed Dud an amulet ring with a lion's face, a lion amulet necklace, rare, boosts vitality and physical strength. Dud grabbed it and asked tentatively, "Is this?" Hatton smiled and said, "Visit the forge when you have the chance, I'll treat you well. And that strange power from earlier as well, I still want to see it again." "That is all from the Tribal Alliance, I'm off." Dud took the pendant and pondered. Watching Hatton's retreating figure, Dud thought, in the original work this item was meant for Chapter 3, I have just been acknowledged by the most formidable madman of the Tribal Alliance. "Campbell, I have a question," the headmaster suddenly said, "did you use the power of the flask to win?" Dud bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, I was just lucky." The headmaster continued, "The Pope and Hatton have probably noticed already, the news will spread soon, many groups will try to approach you because of this." Dud suddenly remembered the Pope's brother. The headmaster lowered his glasses and continued to warn, "You should prepare yourself early, from now on things will be a lot louder." "Yes, I understand." A peaceful night passed. Cut to the next morning. A system notification rang out, "Main quest completed. Accumulated blessings +1, seed of sin +1. So we have collected 4 seeds of crimes so far. There are special abilities that can only be purchased with this kind of rare currency. For example, this one, the mind seeing eye once per day, allows me to view the stats of an opponent." Dud clicked purchase. The system announced the purchase was successful. Dud thought to himself, the information obtained from this skill could not be tampered with or forged. Wonderful, it has no drawbacks at all. I will try it out. Cannot check Trisha. The professor cannot be checked either. The face of Elnor was soaked in sweat. She was doing enhancement training. Behind them the students training nearby all shouted in panic, "President!" Then only her voice echoed, "If you do not want to get hurt, move aside." Dud thought to himself, actually the priority now should be to obtain information from Elnor or Elia first. The two of them are important characters in this scenario. Alright, let us see. He excitedly activated the mind-seeing eye. The system displayed Elnor Tristan attributes: the vial of the Grey Demon, strength S, agility S, stamina S, luck C, authority A+, merges with 1 demon shard, fusion rate 1 to 80%, pollution level 2%. Oh, the fusion rate is up to 80%. The incident at Riverback surely affected this. Anyway, luckily the pollution level is still low. If both were high she would have become a demon. Suddenly Elnor turned her gaze to him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Dud was startled. Vice President, how did you know I was here?" Elnor replied, "I just felt a suspicious gaze watching me. Anyway, now that we have met, I have a letter to give you. The person you asked me to watch is not an ordinary person," Dud replied. "Ah, you found him. I have already grasped his plan of action, but from now on you should handle this kind of work yourself. The student council president role is not idle." Elnor crossed her arms and cleared her throat. I am sorry," Dud answered awkwardly. Dud continued, "First of all, well done. The opponent will not be easy. It is partly thanks to my position as president," Elnor replied. "Oh right, I heard the Holy Kingdom is expanding and needs a diplomatic delegation, something unprecedented before. Do you know anything about this?" "Haha, actually I am not sure either," Dud replied awkwardly. "Alright, everything will become clear, and here this file records the target's actions during the midterm exam." "Oh, amazing, President," Dud praised sincerely. "In the original I had to follow every step myself." "You really did very well, President. I will repay you later." "Definitely." Dud happily hugged Elnor, making her stunned. "Wonderful, that means he is in the clock tower right now. I am off." Dud's voice rang out, while she was still in shock, panting breaths as he ran hurriedly inside the tower. "So he stayed in the clock tower until 7 in the evening. I know he enrolled together with the Saintess. With that personality he will try to get out as much as possible. But in the end he would want to go out for some air." Dud climbed up to the upper level of the tower, panting heavily from exhaustion. "I should build up my physical strength a bit more. This is the young King Valkarthus." Valkarthus turned his head to glance when he saw someone approaching. "Are you Dud Campbell?" Dud panted, forcing himself to speak. "Yes, you know me." "Sit down, catch your breath for a moment. The Prophet told me to pay attention to you. How could I not be concerned?" "The Prophet, did he send someone even though he knew about me?" "Your espionage is quite effective. In fact, I have been waiting here every day. I am not someone who can take the initiative to ask for a meeting first. You understand, we are enemies, aren't we?" Dud narrowed his eyes in thought. In the original story the Prophet was only an ordinary demon worshipper. He never directly intervened like this. Valkarthus' gaze was cold. "His assessment of you was that you would be the greatest obstacle I have to face here." "Answer me, Dud Campbell, will you stand in my way?" Valkarthus radiated a strong murderous aura. Dud, on guard, thought to himself, "He already knows who I am and what I am doing, and he issues orders about me, despite never having met me. This is the same method but mine." Behind Valkarthus, a terrifying dark creature with glowing red eyes emerged, hinting at the evil power he wielded through forbidden magic. Dud listens intently as Valkarthus challenges him, asking if he intends to stand in his way. Dud's expression is serious and thoughtful. The grand clock tower stands tall against the warm hues of the sunset, casting long shadows over the magnificent architecture, setting a dramatic stage for the unfolding confrontation. Valkarthus expresses his curiosity about the extent of Dud's knowledge and understanding of their plans. Inside the opulent hall, Valkarthus reveals his awareness of Dud's investigations, stating that he knows Dud has gathered significant information about them and came to this meeting fully aware of Valkarthus's identity. Dud, with a bead of sweat tracing his temple, reassures Valkarthus, stating that he is certain Valkarthus bears no ill will, despite the tense circumstances. Valkarthus's golden eye holds a calculating gaze as he speaks of his plan to turn everyone in the academy into the undead, even if it means ruling over them afterward, revealing the sinister nature of his intentions. Against the vibrant sky, the clock tower signals the impending deadline. Valkarthus confirms his plan will unfold in 3 days and reveals that the seer has taken a keen interest in Dud. A mysterious figure emerges, cloaked and masked, with fiery orange hair and piercing red eyes, embodying the hidden forces that are now interested in Dud's true nature. Valkarthus elaborates on the threat Dud faces, revealing that the seer is still investigating Dud's true nature, and warning him that he may eventually have to confront all of the chosen. Dud, with a look of surprise and confusion, questions Valkarthus's motives. asking why he is divulging such crucial information to an apparent adversary. With his eyes gleaming, Valkarthus introduces himself as the last king of the kingdom of Armada, a tragic figure who fused all his people into his own body through forbidden magic, revealing the immense and dark power he wields. Dud, however, swiftly cuts him off, sharply reminding Valkarthus that they are currently enemies and he should not reveal unnecessary information to his opponent. An aerial view of the academy at dusk, with its ornate buildings and reflective pond, is shown as Valkarthus, his voice echoing over the scene, coldly states his displeasure at anyone disrupting his carefully laid plans. Dud clarifies his position to Valkarthus, asserting that he doesn't intend to disrupt his plans but merely wants to make things fair. Valkarthus, intrigued, questions Dud's definition of fairness. With a subtle smirk, Valkarthus agrees that a game must be fair, but quickly reminds Dud that despite any knowledge he might possess, he remains at an absolute disadvantage. Against the backdrop of the darkened, imposing architecture, Dud shrewdly deduces Valkarthus's real motive for their meeting, to confirm that Dud is not a coward. Dud, with a composed expression, calmly confirms Valkarthus's assessment, admitting that his deduction about Dud not being a coward is indeed true. Dud activates his insight vision, goggles appearing over his eyes as a blue glow emanates, indicating he's about to reveal something more profound, hinting that his assessment goes beyond just courage. Valkarthus, eyes closed and a slight smile on his face, confidently challenges Dud to take a good look at him, suggesting he has nothing to hide from Dud's special vision. The glitching background hints at the nature of his power being analyzed. Through his insight vision, Dud perceives the horrifying truth within Valkarthus, a monstrous, shadowy entity composed of countless glowing red eyes and menacing mouths, a chilling manifestation of the millions of lives absorbed by his forbidden magic. Dud's insight vision reveals the astonishing data. 2,134,423 forbidden arts are currently active on Valkarthus's body, each one an ancient magic distinct from other powers, and chillingly, each one costing a human life. The grotesque, monstrous face of the forbidden arts is starkly revealed, with a single, intensely glowing red eye and a macabre stitched mouth, embodying the immense human cost of Valkarthus's power. Valkarthus, his eyes now open, comments that such a technique, referring to his forbidden arts, would not be easy to use in battle, perhaps trying to downplay its practical application or his vulnerability. As night falls over the academy, casting shadows on the majestic clock tower, Dud acknowledges Valkarthus's statement, knowing that such forbidden magic is normally employed in secret due to its nature. Dud, standing firm, asserts that he too is ensuring fairness in this exchange. From off-panel, Valkarthus's voice responds with a cynical chuckle, remarking on Dud's noble attitude. A large, shadowy figure of the mysterious masked individual looms over a small Dud, symbolizing Valkarthus's deeper motivations. Valkarthus reveals that he personally wished to confirm the seer's evaluation of Dud's true capabilities, adding that he now has his own thoughts on the matter. Valkarthus looks at Dud with a hint of disdain, telling him not to take it personally, but that Dud doesn't appear to be much of an obstacle to him. Dud's hand clenches tightly, a clear sign of his rising resolve, as he challenges Valkarthus directly, proposing they make a bet. Dud, with unwavering determination, lays out the terms of his bet. He will allow Valkarthus to proceed with his plan to turn everyone in the academy into undead 3 days from now, promising not to intervene, but with a critical condition in return. Valkarthus's gaze sharpens as Dud declares his counter-proposal. He will stop Valkarthus with everything he has, effectively accepting the challenge and initiating a deadly 3-day countdown. Dud, with an intense gaze, boldly declares his intention to stop Valkarthus 3 days from now, not just to save the academy, but to save Valkarthus himself and his entire kingdom. Valkarthus reacts with a gasp of shock. Valkarthus expresses surprise that Dud won't back down even after witnessing his forbidden arts. Valkarthus, turning his back and walking towards a grand window, says well then, accepting Dud's audacious challenge. Dud, facing the viewer, reaffirms his resolve with "if I win," a silent promise hanging in the air. A chilling smirk plays on Valkarthus's lips as he issues a dire warning. Should Dud lose, he will become the 2,134,424th life absorbed by the forbidden arts. Valkarthus departs through a grand window with a confident "see you then," leaving Dud to desperately call out "wait, Valkarthus," as he seemingly vanishes into the night. Dud watches as Valkarthus's shadowy form, with its menacing red eyes, ascends into the night sky, leaving a haunting impression of his departure and the immense power he commands. Left alone on the ledge, Dud's initial bewilderment turns to a profound concern, as Valkarthus's chilling warning about becoming the 2,134,424th life absorbed by the forbidden arts begins to sink in. Dud slumps over, gripped by a sudden wave of panic as he contemplates the terrifying possibility of losing to Valkarthus, fearfully questioning, what if I lose? Under the glow of the full moon over the academy, Dud reprimands himself, shaking off his fear. He firmly reminds himself of the most important rule for victory: never even imagine losing. The grand clock tower stands silently under the moonlight, its single illuminated window a beacon in the quiet night, marking the passage of time as a new scene unfolds. Lucian stood out with a cigarette between his lips and a sword at his side, looking up at his sister as she asked if Yuria had gotten dressed yet. Yuria simply replied, "Yeah." Yuria took a puff of her cigarette, a slight smile spreading across her face. She apologized for teasing playfully, often not responding, and then changed the subject to ask about her outfit. Yuria looks shyly away, a blush dusting her cheeks, as she hesitantly begins to voice her feelings about the outfit to her older sister. Sitting on the floor in a white, ruffled nightgown, Yuria expresses her embarrassment, revealing that she's never worn anything like it before. With a generous gesture, Lucian offers her younger sister anything she desires, simply stating, "Take whatever you want." Yuria reacts with a surprised ah, likely touched by the offer. In a touching moment, Lucian, with a cigarette still between her fingers, expresses her regret over Yuria's suffering as her charm of protection, believing that offering her anything is the least she can do. Yuria gratefully accepts. A hand lights a cigarette with a classic flip-top lighter, as the speaker offers a moment of solace, assuring the other that they can relax, even if just for a brief while, in their presence. Lucian smokes thoughtfully, revealing her past fears that Yuria's heart might have been broken by the curse of severance. Relieved to see her sister still pure, she admits a darker truth, that she herself might be the one rotting inside. Lucian unconsciously noticed the black necklace with a chain around Yuria's neck and felt a bit suspicious. Lucian's eye widens in surprise and concern as she questions her younger sister, "Yuria, what are you doing?" Yuria hesitates, trying to explain her actions. Kneeling, Yuria innocently explains the black collar and chain around her neck is a gift from Lord Dud, which she must always wear to maintain a smooth relationship with him. Yuria further explains that Dud wouldn't meet her without the collar, so she tried it on, asking her sister if it suited her. Lucian remains silent, visibly stunned by the revelation, as Yuria quickly adds that she doesn't value Dud's gift more than her sister's. With a cheerful, almost naive smile, Yuria reiterates that she must wear the collar if she wishes to meet with Lord Dud, seemingly unaware of the disturbing nature of the situation. Lucian clenched her teeth around the cigarette, her anger escalating. Seeing this, Yuria desperately pleaded, "Please don't misunderstand." A powerful wave of rage consumes Lucian. The cigarette burns intensely in her mouth, surrounded by a furious red and black aura, as she utters her sister's name, Yuria. Enveloped in a furious purple aura, Yuria smokes intensely, her face twisted in a mask of pure rage as she demands to know the whereabouts of that Satan bastard, clearly referring to Dud. Facing the tense atmosphere, Dud hurriedly waved his hand to explain. He admitted the situation seemed strange, but it was really just a misunderstanding. Lucian closed her eyes and listened to Dud explain. The reason Dud had to do that was to maintain distance from Yuria, to avoid being affected by the girl's curse of separation. Dud continued, saying the reason he used chains on Yuria was simply because it was the only thing he could find in the urgent situation. There was no time to choose. Lucian inhaled sharply, her gaze distant. She revealed a shocking truth. Yuria was actually her sister, the only relative she had been reunited with after many years apart. Dud gave a thumbs up, indicating he understood. "Of course, Lucian, I'm well aware of that," but Lucian immediately cut him off. "That's the problem." Lucian looked directly at Dud, her sharp eyes full of suspicion. She asked in a strained voice how someone like him could know such things. Dud's smile became forced. He realized he had spoken carelessly. At first Lucian was only angry about the chains, but after hearing his story, her suspicion grew. Lucian continued to question how someone from a remote baron's background could know about her relationship with Yuria, and even defeat a holy knight in single combat. She was curious about the source of Dud's knowledge and skills. In Dud's head flashed the true answer. It was all thanks to memories from playing the original game, but he quickly covered it up by saying, "Well, holy maiden." Yuria looked up in surprise. Dud hurried to patch things, saying it was something he had discussed with Headmistress Atalanta and so could not reveal casually. Dud tried to reassure Lucian, "What's certain is I'm on your side, and on Yuria's side too." He affirmed his support for both sisters. Lucian stubbed out her cigarette, her face pensive. she called his full name, Dud Campbell. After a moment of thought, Lucian decided to let it go for now. She acknowledged that Dud had fought for her, helping her escape the Pope's clutches. And the truth was he had taken good care of Uriah. Dud and Uriah both breathed a sigh of relief at this. Lucian continued, "But I cannot tell you everything." But Lucian was not one to give up easily. "Even if that's not your identity, I need to know what you're planning, and how much you know. I need to know everything." Faced with Lucian's demand, Dud began to reveal a staggering secret. He explained that for the Pope's plan, Uriah and Lucian were essential pawns. The scene shifted to a mysterious laboratory. It was called Project Homunculus. The title, Saint, was not something Lucian was born with. She had been created, assembled from many different materials. Dud continued to explain, Lucian's divine power was artificially constructed, and Uriah existed to support and amplify that power. That was how the Pope planned to build his own paradise, a paradise ruled by his definition of justice. Back in the present, Dud concluded, but everything fell apart when Uriah escaped. He warned the Pope would not stop. He was only temporarily loosening control while they were here. Uriah and Lucian sat together, listening to Dud's warning. He stressed they needed to prepare thoroughly in this precious time. The scene shifted to the Academy building. After hearing all the secrets, Lucian looked at Dud and asked the question she had kept inside for so long, "Who are you really?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up before Dud. "Main quest, young king, the Academy will be attacked in 3 days." Aware of the imminent threat, Dud led everyone to a heavily protected area. He introduced them to the Heart of the Star, a giant glowing crystal. Dud explained this was a divine device, a relic left by a seraph, functioning as a protective barrier for the entire Academy. The group proceeded into the Great Hall. Though Lucian admitted she had used her authority to enter, Lucian still skeptically asked whether this thing would really help her. Dud responded calmly. He turned the tables and retorted to Saint Lucian that she had criticized him for leading someone with chains. "But isn't your action even worse?" Struck to the heart, Lucian was momentarily flustered but quickly regained her cold demeanor, saying it was because she couldn't ignore the curse of separation. Lucian explained her plan. She would have Uriah wear a hood and lead her with a chain, pretending to be escorting someone possessed for an exorcism. By doing this, they could enter the sanctuary without suspicion, since ordinary students never come here. Once inside, Dud asked Uriah to remove the hood, then he turned to request that Saint Lucian and Elia waiting outside as well. Elia immediately refused. She declared her duty was to protect the saint and also to keep an eye on Dud. Lucian agreed with Elia. She admitted she could not fully trust Dud yet. The group stood in a large hall, facing the glowing Heart of the Star. Lucian demonstrated her knowledge, explaining the Heart of the Star was made from the same material as Uriah's sword and was a sacred relic not to be approached, let alone touched. If the hero candidate stays to watch over it, we would feel more at ease. Hearing this, Elia replied, "Yes." Nevertheless, Lucian smiled and said the reason she brought Dud here was because faith in the Creator had guided this meeting. Uriah clasped her hands at her chest and prayed while Dud began his train of thought. "I understand your position, Saint Maiden, you who brought me here. I am already very grateful." Lucian gently handed the chain to Elia, asking her to take good care of her sister, a symbolic gesture entrusting responsibility. Elia took the chain, solemnly promised to protect Uriah well and thanked Lucian for trusting her. At this point Dud began to explain the world's rules. He knew that demons could intervene in the human world without restriction, but angels were different. Angels must follow the rules that sustain the world, so they cannot intervene freely like the low-ranking angels he had met. Lucian decided to wait outside. Now Uriah was connected to Elia by the chain, while Lucian stood apart. Lucian looked at Uriah and asked if she could protect herself if anything happened. Uriah only responded with a smile. Lucian looked at Elia with understanding. Dud's thoughts continued. A hero is one who possesses the purest and strongest heart among humans. Angels intervene in the world through them. Therefore it was natural for the saint to place her trust in Elia. Even though she was still only a hero candidate, Elia blushed slightly. Elia told herself that being entrusted with such great faith, even as a candidate, was a step closer to becoming a true hero. She then spoke up, "Don't worry Uriah, I will protect you. I will not let anything happen here." As Elia finished speaking, Uriah put her hand to her mouth as if witnessing something terrifying. In front, Dud had drawn his sword and swung it toward the Heart of the Star. His slash was immensely powerful, but after the strike only a small cut remained. Elia froze in astonishment, speechless. Dud's expression hardened, a little worried. Uriah also widened her eyes and looked ahead. Meanwhile, outside, unaware of the chaos inside, Lucian calmly lit a cigarette. She took a long drag, her face pensive as her thoughts began to connect the events. Dud's mysterious role and knowledge once again became the focus of her calculations. She thought to herself, if Dud knew about Project Homunculus as well, his intelligence network must be formidable. Although she still couldn't fully trust Dud, Lucian realized there must be some reason why both Yuria and the hero candidate Elia trusted and followed him. Lucian concluded Dud wasn't the type to act recklessly or cause trouble for no reason. Suddenly an angelic figure with massive, snowy white wings appeared above Dud, radiating brilliant light, signaling that a momentous event was about to occur. Elia screamed in terror as a blinding light appeared. She couldn't believe her eyes. An angel had descended. Yuria was equally stunned, her eyes widening as she saw the huge, pure white wings beside her. From above, an angel with pink hair and magnificent wings radiated a solemn aura. Dud realized this was a rank A inverted angel, a much higher rank than he had anticipated. Dud briefly recalled an angel he had met before, but this presence was entirely different. Elia was also surprised. She had thought only a low-ranking angel would appear. She hadn't expected such a powerful being. Dud had to admit, this situation was completely beyond his expectations. The angel looked down at Dud and the others, speaking with authority. I understand. Elia could only sigh. She understood that matters involving the heavenly realm were always unpredictable. The angel gently descended to the ground, the earth trembling where her feet touched. She looked straight at Dud and said, I remember you. As she approached, the angel continued, you have met my soldiers before. Dud asked in surprise, wait, could you be the angel from then? The angel calmly confirmed, yes, I was there then. Dud immediately became wary. He guessed the other's intent. So, now it's time to attack my mind and inject rituals into my head, isn't it? The angel simply stared at him in silence, prompting Dud to ask again, isn't that so? Dud gripped the hilt of his sword. He knew the angel would not let him go easily. According to the original rules, they couldn't interfere with the physical world, so they would assault the mind. Their purpose wasn't a brutal punishment, but just enough to stop those who dared act recklessly. Dud thought, a normal player would be eliminated from the game immediately, but why could he still stand firm? Surely something unusual was at play. Suddenly, the angel spoke, cutting through Dud's thoughts, I have listened because your thoughts are rather interesting. A wave of imposing pressure descended on Dud, causing him to stagger and drop the sword from his hand. Dud gritted his teeth, feeling seen through made him furious. The angel seemed to sense it too. She briefly thought, at first, I only intended a simple warning. The angel looked at Dud with cold eyes and said, but the blasphemous act you committed seems very deliberate. Dud snarled, no longer wanting to hide his defiance, whatever it is, hurry up and do it. The angel smirked, very well, I believe you are prepared. Immediately, an invisible force struck down, causing Dud to cry out in pain. A strange sensation overwhelmed Dud as his mind was pulled into another space. The scene shifted dizzyingly. Dud found himself thrown into an abstract space. He stood on a floating slab, surrounded by countless giant cubes resembling circuit boards. Contrary to the initial pain, Dud was now completely calm. He looked around with sharp eyes analyzing this strange world and realized, this is my mental space. Inside the mental space, the angel was completely bewildered. She wondered, what is this? Why is there nothing here? She looked around, seeing only an empty space. The mental space should have displayed a scene reflecting a person's moral inclination. The angel looked at Dud standing with his arms crossed, perplexed, so why is it in this empty state? She began to doubt her judgment. So he is neither good nor evil? A regret crept into the angel's mind. Did I make a mistake handling this myself? The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. I should have just let the soldiers handle it. The angel bit her nails, completely at a loss. What to do now? How do you punish a person like this? I can't believe someone like this exists. Meanwhile, Dud remained extremely calm. He thought to himself, the formation of a mental space means my soul has a void. This is exactly what I was aiming for. Back in reality, Dud's body lay unconscious on the floor. His plan was unfolding in his mind. Once a space connecting to my soul is formed, someone will rush in like mad. Yuria could only kneel and watch in silence, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the mental space began to change. The angel asked in surprise, what? You closed your mental space yourself? Dud replied, impossible, I can't even create it myself. The cubes began to turn dark purple, and strange energy veins spread everywhere, signaling a terrifying change. The angel sensed another source of energy intruding. She tensed and stared into the darkness. Dud stared into the void, his eyes shining with anticipation. it's coming. The angel turned to look, bewildered. Coming? What is coming? She looked into the murky darkness before her, but felt nothing. I can't see anything, how strange. Slowly appearing behind the angel was a figure, a girl with long white hair, black horns and a bewitching smile. She was a shard of white demon. The moment the demon appeared in the mind, a scythe-shaped sigil blazed on Dud's chest. He braced himself against the power of the connection. The angel startled and turned, horrified to realize a demon's presence right there. The white demon shard's eyes flashed with deadly light. Immediately, strips of purple energy ribbons bound the angel, covering her eyes. A system window popped up, announcing, "Deadly charm activated." The demon's eyes glinted with satisfaction. "Ah! I found you." Another notification appeared. "A white demon shard has taken notice of you." Dud smirked, the sigil on his chest growing more distinct. "Good, stick to the plan." The demon smiled seductively, fangs bared. It whispered, "My mate." The scythe sigil on Dud's chest flared, a symbol of the dangerous bond between him and the summoned white demon shard. The demon's voice continued to echo through the mental space, haunting and craving. "I have waited endlessly, 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 just to see you." The demonic ribbons also wrapped around Dud. He gritted his teeth and endured. The demon's voice still echoed, "Wanting to see you." Dud thought to himself, "As long as I follow the plan, kh." The angel was nearly completely bound, only one eye exposed, full of shock and panic. The demon's eerie laughter rang out, signaling its victory. A system window appeared, announcing, "Power, temptation and skill, deadly charm, clash." The white demon shard lunged at the bound Dud, declaring possession. "I want to have you."